These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating. These days my guns stay loaded, but if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell him to bring it on. Now he's a big timer, but he's lost on the river. Never went without, never had them cold shivers. Had a silver spoon, always warm in the winter. Drive a fancy car, never had to kill the standard. No bloody hands, never really had a backbone. Never been too deep down the back road. Never showed no respect to a flagpole. Come on, city boy, just another punk asshole. Me and mine, we gon' make it through them dark days. So take your ass on back down to Park Place before you end up in the deep end where them hungry ass sharks stay. We go hard all day. Been here, done that, that's a given. Outback guns, out country living. If you doubt that, find out, come and get it. We ain't going nowhere, but I'm about to go swim. These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on.
Won't you take me back to the old days? Since horses in a wagon, shotgun shells and wishing wells, and you could hear them pistols blasting. Better give them hell, but live and tell. Let's write another chapter. We just want our country back, and we gon' get what we after. In them pastures, in them fields, we the ones that keep it real. You come snooping around here, that'll probably get you killed. Cold steel under cold skies, a rebel soul from the old times, like Jesse James and those guys. I'm watching you with both eyes. I ain't telling no lies. If you wanna come and get it, backwoods country living, shotguns and ammunition, whiskey drinking, steady slipping, saying to hell with the system. I've been living at the bottom, so I'm about to go swimming. Y'all can hate it or you can love it, but I promise we ain't budging. If them boys looking scared, someone probably told them we coming, so y'all better get to running, but don't head for them hills. That's where the hell we living. Round here we keep it real, boy.
These days my guns stay loaded, my family's a little more close. Sometimes we're barely floating, so please don't rock this boat. But if we tip on over, we won't wash to the shore. We'll sink down to the bottom, 'cause we've been here before. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. We can breathe underwater. Been down at the bottom so long we can breathe underwater. So tell them to bring it on. Morning, everybody. Good day, good morning, good evening, wherever it falls. Sorry, I'm running a little behind. I actually sat here and fell asleep in my chair. So, here we go. Oh, yeah, it's been a rather rough day. I would say, let's see, we got Tony, William, Connie, Mayor, T-Girl, Miss Sherry. Welcome, everybody. Crystal, Polarin, Monty, Chrissy Cat. Don't miss anybody. Sharon, Finding Keno, Well, man, there's just no way. I just realized there's 30 people. Yeah, it's a little nippy, isn't it, Chuck? Oh, look at there, bug out. What's up, buddy? Yeah, sorry, shoot, I'm kind of dragging ass. Yeah, apparently I fell back on the chair I was sitting there. I nodded off. And all of a sudden I just kind of woke up and I went, I don't know. It just feels like it's later than I think. And I sat up and, oh yeah. Oops. My bad. Hey, what's up, Indy? Bug out gnawing away on cardboard. So, I'll read this for you real quick. I just think I should. Oh, look at there, Chuck. You busted 500 a few minutes ago. Look at there. Congrats, brother. Cool beans. So build this day on a foundation of pleasant thoughts. Never fret at any imperfections that you fear may impede your progress. Remind yourself, as often as necessary, that you are a creature of God and have the power to achieve any dream by lifting up your thoughts. You can fly when you decide that you can. Never consider defeat again. Let the vision in your heart be in your life's blueprint. Smile. Cool beans. I don't know, man. Wasn't even quite sure. Hey, Dead for Service. Oh, look at there. Got a whole 3 hours sleep. Yeah, I tried to. Just it was a one hell of a day. So it's been a hell of an evening, morning now. What's up, Huckleberry? Miss Karen? Oh. What's up, Mr. Billy? Nope, where did FedEx go? No, I didn't even get 3. I don't know. I just got 30 minutes right there in my chair. I tried to lay down earlier, just can't do it. Sometimes your mind's just going 90 to nothing. Poor old bug up. Got disturbed by the FedEx guy. But if it was the FedEx guy, that means he brought you something, and that was probably cool. I'm just saying. You look how I feel rescued, and I'm not tired messed up times. Oh. What? Look at you, Bug Out. He brought you an avocado tree. Get out of town. What are the odds? That's a trip. I guess let me put this link in. Hey, Damaris. Man, I don't apologize me. You called me on it. Make sure I said that right. Damaris. But I welcome you, brother. I'm so glad you're here. Hopefully it'll put a smile on your face. That's all I try to do. Hang out with people, meet people.
meet some pretty cool peeps. Get this link going. Oh man. Try some liquid. I got my coffee, and that's just that this shit's like water to me, so coffee ain't got no. Hey, there might even be some kind of weird truth to that bug out. Isn't that weird? Put a link in. Which bug out are you at work? It's kind of unusual. You don't usually chat. Or are you on your day off? Oh, hey, Crystal.
Hello.
How did you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? Well, I already know how you're doing.
Oh, wow. Yes, it is. Sorry.
Hey, everyone in chat.
Oh, yeah, I got an email from YouTube. I'm live, in case I didn't know it, I guess. So how's everybody? See, I'm at work. You're bench pressing. Apparently your fingers, I can't find the right one. What's up, Mr. Gary? Yorga?
Hey, Yorga. Out of it.
See, I was going to pull this up. Where's my maritime? So that is the maritime map. And this is all along the China coast. This is Taiwan right here. Oh, yeah. All those round dots. Those are all anchored ships. And then we're going up the coastline here a little bit. There we go.
Lord mercy.
Look at all these just anchored ships. They're just anchored. That's what all these round right there. Just anchored ships. And those aren't anything but cargo ships and tankers. And when they're round dots like that, that's because they're anchored. These are traveling. That's going to Shushan Anchorage. But these are all anchored when they're round. So yeah. Look at all these round dots out here. That's it. All those round dots. Let me look at chat real quick. Yeah, I saw that, but that's what made me kind of go, oh yeah, let me pull that up. And it's like, and you just, I don't know, man. This little whole patch right there where that pop-up is, that ain't nothing but one big herd of green circles. Those are all anchored ships. And then there are a whole bunch of anchored ones going all the way up this stream. And you got Shanghai right here, and look at all those anchored ships because they go into shutdown mode. Look at a big herd, all them dots. I mean, it just, the rest of this is traffic, so there's movement, but those, what makes those important, at least to me, is the fact that they're stationary. Because to go from over here to the U.S., yeah, that takes a little bit. So let's see. I'm sorry. Oh, Chris, oh, my Duck Commander hat. Sorry, I just scrolled up to see that. Yes, check it. Look like a hot mess. Sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling through the chat because I realized I just kind of went zoned out. Hey, what's up, Redneck Pepper?
Is some of them like for food and stuff like that too?
Well, yeah. Well, the green are cargo ships, so those will handle. Those are your like the box cargo containers you've seen and stuff going up and down the road. Well, that's the stuff that's on those kind of ships. And then the red are tankers. So then that's going to be oil, fuel, liquid based stuff that would come in tankers. And I mean, to see the traffic is normal because this is the way the world operates nowadays. And that's just like looking at a highway map, for a city. It's just on the global scale. But the big impact are the stationary, because then that's a pause of flow of traffic. So it's kind of like during the storms when they ran out of gas and you saw the highways full of all these empty vehicles and type stuff. That's that kind of shit. Only that means we're not going to be getting the product here. And it's not just the grain that's not going to show up. It's the bottle that this water is in, because this bottle and these caps, they got made over there. We might bottle the water here, but these bottles came from over there. Well, now all of a sudden these bottles are in here. The box that the cereal goes in, all those companies get all that shit made over there. And it's a no-bueno. So that's July and August are fixing to be some really rough shiznit. Miss Sherry, well, I mean, we don't want to go too far. Make it too. Basically, where the mouse is popping up over there, that's your China, because that's China over here. And then you figure this is the U.S. over where the mouse is popping up now. So this travel you see, that's typical. And that's why I was saying the major part is when you look over here and see all these anchored up ships, because they should be flowing. This should look like your interstate kind of, only with ships. Yeah, see, there you go, Rick. Thank you, brother from down under. I'm glad you're here. Hope you and the fam are doing good, sir. Hopefully you had a good Easter. Yeah, this is just, and this is why production in America was important. You know, you take care of you, do for yourself. We just got complacent with not doing for ourselves. It is, Tony. That's it's like the ones off of California. You know, 2 years ago, you heard a little blip in the news about some ships out of California, and it was like, oh no, they aren't there. And then all of a sudden, you didn't see no ships, and it's like, well, yeah, that must not have really been a big deal. All they did was tell those ships to back their ass off 10 miles off the shore, because once you crest the 10-mile mark, you're not seen by the naked eye. Morning, anti-eject. So yeah, this is, well, we went from made in America, Chuck, to assembled in America to just give me, and it didn't matter anymore. And now we realize that, oh yeah, that shit matters.
Yep.
It's time to pony up. Chuck, you want to come up? Bug out Indy? Which Indy? She just comes kicking the door in when she wants to come in anyway. But
I love Indy.
well, I guess I can take this.
Come on. I'm sorry, I was talking to my cat.
Yep, and actually I can go ahead and I'll zoom in. Notice that we get the red coming in into Texas, into the port. Hey, there's Mr. Chuck.
Hey.
What's up, sir?
Yeah.
What's going on, bud? Hey, Crystal. I was going to come up and go, hey. And see if anybody remembers that.
Hey. It's Fat Albert. Yeah, man, this is, I don't know. Zoom way back out rescue, it was looking like a double. Oh, yeah. Well, and see, that's kind of how the world flows. You know, I mean, this stuff on the far right is actually what's inland right over here on the far left. So that would probably be kind of the way things flow. But the problem is that over here on the left where you see that major thick congestion, it's always there, but it's usually flowing. And so this line that you see in between like this is the US traffic lane, and then this is going up into Canada. So those are traffic lanes, and this usually has a nice thick flow of ships that are all bunched up over here in this little water shiznit.
Yeah, it used to line up. Now it looks like the floor in your chicken coop.
Yeah, it's we need to get that shit from over here. Actually, what we need to do is just go on and let's push through this shit, and we start making our shit right here ourselves.
What was it, 72 when we got set to fail? So we're looking at 50 years they've been jacking this away from our made in USA, made in America.
Yep. Hey, Miss Dana. Off camping with my daughter. Wanted to say hi, maybe check in here in a bit. Awesome, ma'am. Hey, Mr. Ron.
Hey, Barefoot. Hey, Rick.
Will you quit?
I didn't say that. Oh, Miss Sherry says she's 501 sub now, Chuck.
Thanks. Thanks
Hey,
for hitting
Ricardo.
it.
Rick's got it. There you go. Rescue designed in the USA, but made in China. That's it. It's like, I thought of it. Now I'll just have them put it all together.
What's watching somebody that can't lick an envelope try to put an IKEA shelf together?
Hey, Jeep.
What's going on with G?
Oh, sitting here and look at the maritime. I guess let me get rid of that thing. Yeah, that was, man, oh man, oh man.
That's been crazy.
It ain't gonna get no better anytime soon, that's for sure.
Mm-mm. Now they're trying to store us.
Let's see, what's that other thing? I'm gonna put my glasses on to see what bug I sent me. Oh yeah, ship's waiting to load. And then yeah, buddy.
Hey, Explorer. Ugh.
Which, by the way, I did already kind of did a post for the thing that I'm going to do tomorrow. That's my little birthday thing. So I'll run a while tonight, but tomorrow night I plan on starting, and I don't know. I'm just going to run for however long. I don't give a shit. It's my birthday, so
Happy birthday, bro.
Yeah, happy
I'm a
birthday.
420 kid.
I remember you saying something here a while back about it.
It's all about population control. Yeah.
Yeah, that 500 million they're playing, probably less if they can get away with it. Why would it be so hard to remove, working so hard to remove generations?
Mhm.
Well, and it just, I never realized how much. It's not today. It's not my birthday today. Tomorrow. Because today is only the 19th, right? Yeah.
Yep.
See, I nodded off, and I wasn't planning on nodding off. I'd already gave up trying to rest, and I sat here, and I was kind of headed. And just goes to show you that music will just put you to sleep. See, I fell victim to my own shit. That's what happened. Because I wasn't going live, but I turned that music on, and I was sitting back right here, and I was reading, and it was just kind of like. And then it was kind of like I woke up and went, okay, it feels like time went by, and I leaned up, and it was like, go live, and I see people chatting, and I was like, oh shit, yep, I'm running behind. I nodded off.
You ever watch it, listen to any of that meditation music?
I've tried, and some of it's pretty cool. You'll hear like they'll do the soothing sound or the
Storm music and all that. I listen to it a lot. It helped calm me down, and it put me in a little line to help me where I handle it myself. I ain't listened to it for a while, but it would make me have weird dreams. Not bad dreams, just weird dreams, but I'd fall asleep sitting up in this chair behind me.
Yeah.
Now I've done a fire pit on the TV.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty cool. The dude did this little campfire, but it was next to a stream, and it was actually pretty awesome because he kept feeding the fire just quietly. He would just kind of, so all you'd hear is the popping.
Huh.
Hey, Jeep.
Hey,
I got you, Jeep. I think I got Jeep, aka Tin Man. There he is.
Hello.
What's up, sir?
Jeep,
What's
I might have
going
to look
on?
to see if Jeep, I might have to look to see if you're either blocked on me or you're blocked. I'm blocked on you or something. I never see you talk in chat.
Usually it's just exploring every path.
Mr. G.
There's no way you're blocked. I have nobody blocked.
Yeah, I see you on here now. I missed you a minute ago. I'd seen everybody looking and I scrolled. I guess I scrolled right across you.
See how you treat me? You just got here.
No love.
There, you know what's it called, Elder Scroll or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, well, apparently Verdi says it's the 20th now somewhere, which Australian time zone. That's right. Yeah. For Ricardo, that's for him. He's so far ahead. So I guess I could go ahead and go with my Australian birthday.
Hey, it's your birthday somewhere.
That's it.
Say when. Keno always looking out for me.
Oh, yeah.
So what's up,
Keno.
Rescue?
Man, just life having its moments. Keep trying to
First
encourage
live
myself.
in like 8 months earlier today.
Oh, hell. See, I didn't get no notification or nothing. But then I
Are you
turn around and get
subbed in?
I get notifications after I go live. Somehow they decide to tell me I'm going live.
Of course.
Yeah, I believe I was. If I'm not, I will be. But then again, I never know about that either. Do you get unsubscribed from people?
I personally have not, but I have seen a lot of people who have complained about that.
Because there's been people I know I've been subscribed to, and it's like I watch, and then all of a sudden it's kind of like, damn, I ain't heard from them in a while. I wonder what's up. And I go then directly to the channel, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, they just posted day before yesterday. And it's like, well, I never knew a thing.
I personally have not had that problem, but I've seen a lot of people who have.
Which I used to not get notified going live. That just up and started, I guess, about a week and a half ago. All of a sudden I went live and it was like, and I was like, what is that? Oh, YouTube's telling me I went live, but no shit. And then now it happens all the time.
It lets me know, but I find everybody else is usually live come on a half hour late when it lets me know. It was an hour.
Well, Jeremy last night, it did that to me. I just happened to be already like looking at YouTube on my phone, and I was kind of laying there, and then I saw he had gone live, put it down. 30 minutes later, all of a sudden, then I got notified that he had gone live. It's like, well, that's a little late. I kind of got that.
Yeah, I get notifications late often. But
I figure it's just it's so political bullshit now, so they're busy jacking with shit that would normally work just fine because they got to search for all the little keywords and they got to censor everything. Heaven forbid. So how was your day, Jeep?
I slept all day.
That's a restful day then.
I normally work nights, so I normally sleep all day.
Got you.
So pretty much anytime anyone asks me how my day was, it's I slept. So,
That's a relaxing thing to do.
yeah, it works out well. My wife and kids are at work and they're at school, and I sleep. So,
Hey, Black Watch. Hey, Annie.
Oh, hey, what's up, Milk? Hey. sure did.
Yeah, Milkmaid. I'm not going to tell you. Me and Ghetto were talking shit about you earlier.
Oh, on Milkmaid?
Yeah.
They sure did. Look out. They sure did mess with the YouTube account of the racist guy that shot up the New York City subway that at 4 of his videos covered. Right? Yep.
Yeah, they
Rick
didn't do
said
nothing about
he's a
him.
racist. Rick said he's a racist because he listened to Van Halen. I still remember Hot for Teacher. That was almost as popular as ZZ Top Legs back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Jump in Panama. Those were like Mean Streets. Running with the Devil.
Yep.
I'm a Van Halen. I'm a David or a Sammy Halen.
Yep. Van Hagar, all of it. I'd like to hear them all together.
Yeah. That was one of those very few merges where the original group and another person that's a solo blends in, does good, and then goes back to doing good. 5150, there we go.
Yep. OU812 was too. My favorite's still Diver Down. Hell, fair warning, like I said, these shit. Yeah, I like all of them. I just ain't even gonna try to pick one.
Well, I listen to old country. I like old country. But, I mean, I listen to the other stuff that you were talking about when I was a teenager.
To me, Van Halen, when it comes to that, it's kind of like saying this shrimp tastes better than the other one next to it. But hell, I listened to everything back in the day, Crystal. My dad was a truck driver, so I had a lot of his 60s truck driver music, 70s stuff. Then I got into my own. Charlie Daniels, Hank Williams Jr.
Yep.
I grew up around bars, and mainly it was country style bars, but we rocked, and back then down here we had the Texas Jam.
Yep.
And man, that was the shit to do every year, was go to the Texas Jam. That's when bands were proud to be good at what they did and wanted to show you and not become some
sellout.
Yeah. Nowadays, everything is for the greed, dude. Everything is greed. It's, the sissy ass football players, the ones that, I don't want to stretch too far for that ball because I'm going to hurt myself. It's because they're doing it for the money. Go play the game for the love of the game, and you put all you got into it that way. That's how it is in life. All these people, they ain't got shit in life, and it's like, you got to put something into it to get something out. They don't I don't know. That's why I gave up on sports and all that shit. They just chase money.
I can see they're in it for the money, but what gets me when they try to milk it, it's like, no, you're killing yourself.
Dude, look at the money that they make on them games and shit when they host all them games, and all the money that people put into tickets and seats and the parking, and then getting there and just shitloads of money. The parking and then getting there and
nope. Rock and Roll Super Bowl, remember those?
Oh, check out Redneck Prepper. Texas Jam was the first I seen Moody Blues. Dude, Texas Jam used to be, I used to love that. Yeah, I remember, I think it was there that Motley Crue came up with the drum set, a revolving drum set deal.
Yeah.
Was at the Texas Jam. There was somebody else that did something like that. Dude, ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, used to love them. Just watching them play, because there was just so many people up there with the instruments that were just going to town, and it all jived.
Crazy Light Show.
I've been to one concert in my life, and it was Leonard Skinner and either 38 Special or Bad Company. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh yeah, all three of them were good.
Me and my first husband went to one, and they were passing a joint down the line, and my old man was giving it to another person, and he didn't pay attention, and he looked up, and it was a dang, oh no, I can't remember if it was a cop or a security guard, and he just walked off with it. I was like, he was stunned.
I got a buddy of mine. I don't know if he still has it hanging up now. He did back in the late '80s, but he bought 8 tickets. We're supposed to be taking a bunch of people to go see Stevie Ray Vaughan. It was like a week after he died, the concert. He just mounted, put him in a frame, and hung it on the wall.
I have no idea, Black Watch. He says, trivia, who is the manager of the Moody Blues? No way, no.
Yeah, I don't watch movies.
It's too early. I am now in full-blown chill mode. This is my pre-birthday buzz mode, so.
I was smoking earlier, but
Oh, there you go, isn't it?
it's too late to be smoking for me.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Monty.
Hey, what's up, Jeff? Money? Welcome aboard, everybody. I'm just glad everybody's here to chill. I'm so cool. Appreciate you spending your time. Hope you're having a good day. Had a good day. We're still in the middle of it. In the process.
Yeah, it's the middle of my day.
Brian Epstein managed the Beatles as well. Well, that'll give Yorga's attention.
I wonder if he's related to Jeffrey.
Oh, Lord, hope not. Tony Stucker. Snecker. Or is it the Secunda? There was, I don't know, I can't remember that singer's name.
Take it easy, redneck.
Yep. Later, bud. Have a good one, man. Okay. Jeff, Monty, anybody, you're more than welcome to come up.
Yeah, I got up there the other night and played that axe game with Mad Chad. You know, that's pretty neat.
Oh, okay. Not according to Google. Oh. There you go. Not according to Google. Oh, that was on the, what is it, band of the Beatles. Brian Epstein. I don't know. See, is that Stein? Epstein. That's the other, isn't the other one Epstein? Tein or something like that?
Yeah. I said it.
Hey, I was jumping on to say hey. I'm gonna hop back down in the chat.
Hey, Jake. I'm sorry, brother.
No, you're fine, brother.
Wasn't very social, I guess. I have squirrel moments, man. I just got to
It's got nothing to do with it, man. I promise. I ain't going nowhere.
appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Good to see you, bud.
Good to see you too.
Here, bud.
Yeah, ain't gonna be long, and I'm jumping off. I gotta get up in the morning.
Oh, there's Mr. Money.
Hello.
Ain't
What's
much.
up?
Not much. How's everybody doing?
Every time I see your background, it makes me want to go fishing.
It's all good in the hood.
Well, he's got the pole over there for you to go fishing.
No, Craig, I'm not going to another channel.
Where's he at?
Would you believe it or not if I just told you he was up on a Philippine channel and he just saying, I just called to say I love you to.
Is he where I was at earlier where they're doing giving everybody subs?
Probably.
Was that Miss D?
I think it was.
Colokoi.
Oh, Colokoi. Yeah, Colokoi.
I think it was Rejoy or something. Hang on. I gotta look at the name now. Uh-oh.
Hey, Billy. What's up, Rocksteady? Hey, Miss Summer.
Rejoy Chinja. I can't say that last word. I didn't know it, but I'd already been subbed to Nina for a while now. Because I think Steve had come in on her account one time or something. At some
Yeah,
point.
he popped up. Bolo, Boca, whatever. He popped up on my list a minute when I went in there, and he started grabbing my name and throwing it out there, and they threw me 15 subs real quick to break the 500.
Right on.
I remember you telling me somewhere to go. You got to watch them, he said.
Yeah. Hey, Summer.
Me.
Is that Billy Truth Be Told?
Yes, sir.
He changed his name a little bit.
No,
Rebranded
other,
himself.
It's another account.
What's up, Billy? What's up, Rescue?
I can't remember if he said that this is like his original or this is one that he made after the other one. It's the original. I think this is the original or something.
All right, y'all. I'm fixing to jump down. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta get up. We gotta do some shopping tomorrow.
Good night, Miss
All right.
Crystal.
Night, Crystal.
I'll
Get
see
you some
y'all
rest.
later on.
Yes,
Love
ma'am.
y'all.
Hopefully. Love you too. Have a good day.
Love
You
you,
too.
Crystal. Hey, yeah, Jeff just put up the link. If
That's what I'm laughing at.
oh man, I'm telling you, he went up there and he sang another. He goes, Craig's like rewind, so I rewound, and he was singing the Love Boat. And then while I was watching it, he jumped up there. Me and Jeff's in the chat, and he jumps back up there and he sings. I just called to say I love you.
Now he's singing that call to say I love you.
I just called.
What's up,
Like kind of. I think you're supposed to weave when you do that.
Yeah.
Kinda,
You watching him rescue?
no, I just said you said
You
that.
wanna
And the
go-
first thing that came to mind was all I could picture was you just called.
You got a good little buzz. I dare you to go look and not laugh.
Oh, and look, Billy said it was the original. So see, even with the buzz, I remembered shit. So, damn, this is focusing on that fine print, and the fine print always fucks you up.
Hey, you popped up on Facebook as a friend suggestion. Rescue.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
That's how I clicked on him. I don't know if you ever caught it.
Oh, I said, damn. I can so see creative in there. Do what now, money? Sorry, I didn't hear. I was listening to somebody calling.
I said you popped up as a friend suggestion last night. So I sent you a friend request on Facebook.
I thought you were here now.
Well, I am, but I meant in Facebook.
Oh, I'm fine, dude. I don't know, but I'll go. I guess it's been. Well, I guess I could go now. I think it's been. Usually when my wife walks in here and goes, "Hey, would you look at this right here? Can you believe this?" I used to post a few, and then I realized that I hate that place. I hated it back whenever they came up with the games for it, and I got it, and it was like, this is what y'all are. This is why y'all are having computer problems. Have you ever thought about doing updates? It's just a Java-based game. No, I don't. Dude, how many people you do updates on the system? It'd be like, I don't know, $49. Oh yeah, okay. Next thing you know, they're calling. They're going, oh shit, what'd you do? It goes so fast. It's like it's new, and it's like, yeah, I just cleaned out all the shit.
Yeah.
Updated the stuff, but that was back in that, what was it, Cafe World and Farmville shit.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Pot Farm, and yeah, I did that in Farmville.
Cows needed milking, or the crops needed harvesting, or some shit. But then they'd put the computer up there, and I'd go, well, now, how quick do you need this back? Don't worry about it. I hardly ever get on it at all. Oh yeah, right. The very next day, ring. Hey, have you had a chance to look at that? Well, then you get into it because you go, damn, it's just kind of important. You go, look, oh no, this is one of the, it's all the time. Yeah. 18 hours of the day, and it's on Facebook, and it's like you're playing these games. So yeah, I think you're in a rush.
What gets me about him, I was on the phone. It's been a couple of years ago, but I was on the phone. I was looking at Facebook. The phone rang, so I closed Facebook out and answered it. And a buddy of mine was talking about a shovel that broke, and I said, "Yeah, well, go get you one of these yellow-handled, them sharpshooters with the plastic yellow handle that's electric-proof and all that."
Yeah.
I was telling him about it, and he got off the phone. We told him where to look. I got on the phone, and Facebook had an ad for a yellow-handled sharpshooter.
Oh,
yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's all that is one big newspaper that wants to listen to every little move and put every little thing targeted around you. It's like, look at that shit. Hell, Monty gets some kind of weird suggestion about me last night. I don't even get on the freaking thing. I think it's probably been, I don't know, a good 4 or 5 days since my wife walked in here or something. So
I think I told you a week ago you showed up on mine.
Yeah.
March the 26th, I think, is when you posted a video that was for the people that don't like peanut butter and chocolate mixed together.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Oh, I think did my wife tag me in something, I think, or something. Yeah.
I immediately thought of Milkmaid.
I think that's what that was in reference to. Because I think I told her about it. Well, she found something, because I think she said something about, well, I tagged you in that or something. So I just went to look at it. See, that's how, and that was what, in March. Oh, yeah, there you go. It's been a bit. Yeah, I guess I'll start it up and I can.
Yeah, my kids are on Facebook, some of them, so I get on there to do that. Most thing I do is repeat copies of Joker quotes.
Dude, I ain't got nobody left. I have one best friend, and that's it. And then it's the people I meet now. When my mom died, that was the last of them. My kids are on the fence. I never know what day it is, if they like me or not, because it just depends on what I don't know. Did I say the wrong thing? Did I say, well, I don't know, you might ought to rethink that. Really, you're always telling me what to do. And it's like, I don't know. I didn't quite get at that. But, dude, sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a bunch of fucking drunk people or some shit. It's just like you say something and it's kind of like some other story just seems to come out of nowhere. And it's kind of like, wait a minute, what Twilight version are we in?
Yeah, I told them here a while back. I said, it's not that I'm smarter than you trying to tell you what to do. Is I used to do a lot of dumb shit.
Man, it's, you tell her, it's like, look, I'm always your parent. It just doesn't go away. I'm sorry. Some of the friends you got, they don't have parents worth the shit or something. I don't know. I do. I care. I know where I went. I just try to prevent it. All I can do is tell you, hey, down that road, there's some pretty deep ass potholes, and you're going to want to be careful and stay more to the right, because if you lean to the left too much, you're going off the cliff. Take that as you will. Well, it's just the way you always got to say it. I'm like, I didn't say shit. But my kids, it's my in-laws, dude. My in-laws got all up in their head. They talk shit. Hey, night, Miss Connie. Or no, Karen, Miss Karen.
People read shit into text too, and it's like, that ain't what I said or what I meant. So,
oh, that's why I hate text messages, because there's no. A person reads a text message by whatever day they're having and whatever's in their frame of mind. If they're in a pissed off mood, then you could even say something nice and it's going to get read wrong. You can say something ugly and it get taken totally as a joke if somebody's in a good mood when they read it. It just
like, hey, nice car. What's wrong with my car?
I know. And you go talk to the person, you find out that 30 minutes ago they were in an argument with something else about something else, so they were already in a wound up way of thinking. So it's where you got somebody that was kicked back with a beer, kind of enjoying the breeze, and you go, hey, what's up with your car? Oh, pretty nice, huh? I mean, they would take it as a compliment.
Yep.
Yes, sir. That's it. Man, I don't know. Sometimes at my age, I feel like I'm just one confused mofo.
It gets me lost and then makes me give a shit less.
Dude, I fight the battle of trying to give a shit, Chuck, to be quite honest. You try to find a reason to give a shit about anything. It's just, I don't know.
My wife got mad at me a while back, and I'm like, if they don't act like they give a shit about me, why should I? Well, they're your kids. I'm like, oh, so I should kiss their ass when they treat me like shit? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Chuck. And I just realized Jeep just got it. Yes, Jeep. Milkmaid. Milkmaid does not like Reese's peanut butter cups. She does not like chocolate and peanut butter. And Billy, I don't blame you, brother. I don't think I'd really be into peanut butter and bologna sandwich. Just didn't hit the forte.
I like the old peanut butter, or peanut butter bologna fried with a little bit of ketchup on it. The old summertime kid stuff.
I just had a fried bologna sandwich yesterday.
Well, it could do the bologna and pickles, not the peanut butter and pickles either. So
No.
What's up,
like
Craig the Hunter?
It's like a pregnant woman kind of.
Did you just come by to say you love me?
I just called to say.
I like the other version. The opposite of love you.
Oh, there you go, Daniel. Behold, the field where I throw my fucks in. I noticed that it is buried. Morning, buddy. Just got
Hey,
done
Crash
with
Bandicoot.
Hey, what's up, you people? Hey, John. Cool.
What's up, Daniel?
Dang.
I know, right, Summer? See, that's chocolate and peanut butter.
Chocolate peanut
That's
butter.
the
You just
shit.
can't beat it. It's just like Nina. She did that. She made that cake for Steve. That peanut butter and jelly cake. Yeah, that sounds so good too. I see she uploaded the video today to that.
I told my wife about that, and you should have seen it. I was kind of just standing there at the sink, and I was rinsing my soup bowl out. And I said, "Oh yeah," I said, "You should have seen this cake." Dude, she stopped what she was doing. Hell, when I read that off, going, "Oh yeah, that was a peanut butter and jelly cake. It had strawberry jam on top and some buttercream wrapped around it." She was like looking at her craft thing, and was just like froze, like a deer in the headlight, looking at me. And I go, "Hey, you're gonna give it a try. I'll eat it. I don't care. I could take one for the team."
Right? Oh, screen just went dark. Gotta plug it back in.
Woohoo! Bug out getting frisky. It says live, laugh, and love. If you degenerates don't live your best life, I will find you and rip the skin off your ass with a cheese grater.
Man, Bushido. Helen Keller one time ran her hands across the cheese grater, and she was like, "That's the most violent story I've ever read."
Yeah.
Isn't that peanut butter though? In a way, it's just kind of a different version of peanut butter.
What, Nutella?
Nutella, yeah.
Yeah, it's made with almond butter. Or
Oh, that's
something like
that.
Is it the almond?
Yeah. As far as I know.
Oh,
Chocolate hazelnut.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Hazelnut. Thanks, Chuck.
Had
It's
a
one of
buddy.
those.
Had a buddy of mine. He goes, it's better to take that and put it on bread and toast it like grilled cheese and eat it with tomato soup. I'm like, no, that just don't sound like it can go together. Might be all right.
I like toasted bread with grape jelly, peanut butter, and banana.
Sounds different.
I do peanut butter and banana. So the grape jelly, I prefer strawberry jam.
It's been a long time since I had a peanut butter banana sandwich.
Man,
Take some Skippy peanut butter. Oh,
aloha, brother.
My grandma used to make it like that. Hey, Steve.
So, Steve,
You are the man, sir. It's all good. Thank you for having me up there, Steve. And happy birthday again. And happy on the 500, which now you're up hitting 700. Gonna have to start working on that 1K video before long. I'll do all I can to get you there. Yeah, see, I think I tried that Nutella stuff before.
Black Watch, I like both.
Hey, there's Cola-Core.
But some crunchy peanut butter with some banana. Oh, yeah.
What's up, Cola-Core?
hey, Colo.
What's up?
It's from Italy. Oh, it's originally from Italy. The knockoff was made in Canada. And it's so much better from Italy than Canada. It's not like he's got, a biased opinion.
Or anything. Yeah. Not at all.
What I missed? Did I miss anything else? Something about fried peanut butter and jelly. Fried, I've never done fried. Well, I've done the skillet toasted. Kind of like a grilled cheese. Only do it with peanut butter and banana.
Yeah, I remember a kid I went to school with. He ate Hellman or Blue Plate mayonnaise with bananas sandwich.
Right on, Steve. Yeah, I'll probably only do it like an 8-hour one today, and then I'm gonna rest up because my one tomorrow, that's gonna be my little birthday bash one. So
Get some rest before that long one.
yeah, because
You gonna do a marathon, are you?
I'm just I think I'm just doing my whole birthday. So
Right on. 24
Unless-
hours.
unless something comes up, I might fall asleep or something. I don't know.
Do you wake and bake and kick it off? Get you a couple of those gummies that Shane Phelps said his nephew got him and knocked him kicking and dirt. My
Man, if it was-
son-in-law had some, and he gave me a quarter of one of them, and it's sitting in this damn chair, and I slobbered on myself. I wasn't out of it. It just like relaxed. Like, yeah, last teeth be good, but I'm good.
See, I gotta watch vegging too much, which actually I haven't anything. It's gonna take some kind of special one because I've just been too. I've got a immune system. Hell, I don't even get really like the buzz part in Minecraft. That is, I don't get because but it helps with all the nerve endings and shit. And I get a little bit for a little bit, and then it wears off. But if I get too hardcore of a buzz, that's why I don't drink too much anymore, because alcohol relaxes too many of my muscles. Dude, you want to talk about fucking you up?
Yeah.
I sit here and I used to do that a couple years ago. Sit and I'd drink my Crown, talk. I'd get a buzz. Well, I'd sit there and kind of melt into that chair. Well, whenever I'd start wearing off, all them nerves started rubbing about shit because all my muscles relaxed. Dude, it jacked me up hard.
pinch all kind of shit. Yeah, it's a bad thing. I got one of them damn Tempur-Pedic beds. I got it 6 or 8 years ago. We put like $5,000 or $6,000 into that bed. I was good for a while, but it got to the point when I sleep,
Yeah.
I'd go to get up and I'd hurt everywhere, and it felt like somebody hit me with a car. And the doctor told me it's because everything's going back where it should be, and your nerves don't want to be where they should be.
Well, and dude, that Tempur-Pedic shit, it's like if I roll over, well, the shit has an imprint of my body the way I just was for the last hour. So I don't want to be there anymore, but it's like you're laying in a canyon or some shit.
You're a sandbox.
So you don't get smooth again, you know?
It's like laying in a sandbox and it formed.
Exactly. I hate that stupid ass thing. Yeah, this is the second one we've done. I even got a firmer one this time because I thought, okay, that'll help because the first one was too soft. Okay. Oh, no, it's the same shit because it's that memory shit. Well, I don't want you to remember. I forgot where I was just laying and want to go to this new position. I would appreciate it if my mattress could follow suit. But oh no, it wants to remember where I was an hour ago.
And roll you right back in the same hole.
That's it.
Mine's firm. It doesn't leave an imprint even with my big ass in it, but it's still. I know what you're talking about. It feels like I'm laying on a Stretch Armstrong though. When I lay on it, it's like, and it just stays that way.
Well, yeah, I lay on my side. Well, then you go to kind of lay on your back. Well, no, only so much was imprinted on that. The other half didn't have anything, and so now it's like you're half off. I hate that shit. But it does when I gotta sleep. I get tired. It's only good for an hour, hour and a half. I'm good for about 30 minutes to an hour in my chair. And then I hit for about 30 minutes to an hour on the couch.
I kick back in this and I'll start watching TV and I'll fall asleep 4 or 5 hours straight. And if I try to go to sleep, like, nope.
Oh, yeah. I got to watch that falling asleep sitting up, though. I used to do it in the recliner until my surgery, the neck shit, because then if I do the droopy thing, yeah, that's not good. Because as you're sleeping and you do that, and it's like you just relax more and more until you're finally, it's that titanium plate in those screws is actually what is holding it there because you've relaxed now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you wake up, you got like a permanent ring. You're
dude,
like,
that's a different feeling.
That's what this blanket is over here. I'll wad it up a certain way so it'll hold my head because I'll be laying back, and otherwise I'll wake up either with my head all like this or rolling out the floor. Yep.
My little Tempur-Pedic pillow for my chair.
That help.
Oh yeah, it forms around my neck because it's a Tempur-Pedic one, so I can mold it. I put my head back in it, and it'll just kind of hold it there.
I noticed some of those gaming. I still call them a gaming chair, computer chair, gaming chair, whatever. They have like a little pillow right there, and so I was watching this little short clip, and this kid was up at 3 a.m. playing on his PlayStation. Right, he heard his mom, so he yanked it off, and I guess those chairs recline. He reclined like he fell asleep. Mom come in there, look, shut the door. She's still in the room, and she was waiting. And he or she leaned back up, grabbed the controller, and she come over there and she went, "I knew it," and scared the crap out of him. Damn. They screamed like a little girl through the controller.
Money, most of the chairs for us though don't come up high enough in the back because we're like 17 feet tall and they just don't have a headrest.
Oh no, I've got a shitty version. This one here is my good one. This one here, I wish I'd have bought one of these a long time ago. This is it's called a Secret Labs.
Yeah.
Is there only one brand, or is there multiple brands?
Oh, there's thousands of chairs. Hell, they're just.
But that's what they're considered as a gaming chair, right?
That's where this whole high back version came from versus the desk chairs.
It reminds me of the Recaro racing seats.
But you turn around and look at some of these judges' chairs in like courtrooms, and it's like, shit, dude, I'm sorry. So this is a gaming chair. Well, what happens when you have a throne that swivels and tilts back and shit? Right. They sit in like thrones.
Well, those chairs run about $250 on up, don't they?
Oh well, you can get like some of these for $100, $130, like the typical. Like I've got an old red and black one.
Buddy of mine got one, and he got it, and it had some way to
over there. Yeah,
adjust everything, and it goes his shoulder where it
there's
hits.
an old red.
Yeah.
I see it.
That's kind of a cheesy one.
And he said even his headrest, I seen it, it's kind of rounded where you can adjust to whether you want it against your neck, under your ear, behind, and whatever. And he said it'll like, when he lays it just right, he lays back to like somebody holding his head like that.
Oh, there you go. Well, I gotta say that's what the Secret Labs, they do these Tempur-Pedic little pillows deals but my cushion is Tempur-Pedic too. This is the best chair I've ever sat in. I gotta say. I was so surprised. I thought, oh man, what an investment! Because you'd have never sold me on paying no $400 or $500 for a chair. It was like, no, dude, I sit on 5-gallon buckets. I sit on paint buckets. I sit on all kinds of shit all day long throughout my life. I ain't fixing to dump.
It's worth every penny of it if you're comfortable while you're in it.
Yeah, get jacked up, and it's like, oh man, when I finally got this, and ever since it's like, oh yeah. All I can recommend is if you're going to be sitting in a chair, I would recommend the investment of a Secret Labs.
I'll check it out.
Secret Labs?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
And if you're a big dude, they got the XL version. That's what this one is. It's called the Titan XL.
Is that the one like my buddy's talking about where you adjust all the certain parts of it where it'll fit you just right where you want it? Or
Oh yeah, well, like my armrests, they come up and down. You can do the armrest forwards and in and out like this. You can do them in and out this way, and you can turn them this way.
Adjust your lumbar and all that too, and all that.
Yeah, it's got a adjustment back here for your lumbar to adjust.
I remember seeing. Well, this has been many years ago, at least 8 or so. But some of those chairs, they didn't have the rollers on them. They just sit on the floor, I think. But it's for the racing games, and they had the speakers in them that came off to the sides and everything. And I'm like, okay, so it's probably over 8 years ago.
Maybe.
Yeah. I still need to send off my PS4 and get that HDMI port, a new one, soldered back in. I'm not
skilled enough to do it.
Yeah, I'm not. I ain't got the testicular fortitude to try it myself. I'm afraid I'll mess it up.
You got a computer shop by you, and a lot of guys will do that kind of stuff too.
Oh, yeah.
The dude I watched do a video on it, he had the magnifying glass, the little vacuum that sucked up the exhaust, everything, all the brass wicker and everything. And I'm like, because he had that magnifying glass because it's just those real little fine points rescue. Well,
Yes.
You know the points I'm talking about. And I was like, he goes, you can't lay too much solder on there. And he had the flux and everything. And I'm like, dude, that's past my.
Did he have a desoldering wand or?
Yeah.
What did he use to desolder?
He took off the wick. Yeah, he had the copper wick too, and the desolder. He took off the old, and then he just heated it up. Took off the old and then took off the old solder and then put fresh flux on it, and then he put fresh solder and just laid it on there and just made it look so simple. And I'm like, man.
Well, I gotta say, because that's usually where people, because it's not just the soldering part; it's cleanly removing the bad plug, and
just
then
like he is doing
without fucking the wafer board up and the circuitry pattern. That's it. Because you can't.
Them traces and some of that shit are like hairs almost.
Well, yeah, and that it's designed in layers, so it's like it's literally is a sheet of paper with a circuit pattern, with another sheet of paper with a circuit pattern that might now jump over and shoot this one to then now another sheet, and they stack that wafer board. So people get them solder iron and they go, well, I'll do one at a time and just take some needle nose and pry it out, and it's like, okay, well, you're jacking the circuit.
That's what that little vacuum little thing was. It was to concentrate and suck the heat up too. So
I have a little hand bulb. I have a hand bulb version, and then I have also a suction pin. So it's you charge the pin by shoving the thumb down, and it's a plunger style. So you're like locking the vacuum pressure. You go click, and then as you're heating up, you hit the button, and it'll pull a high vacuum to suck the solder off of the tip. Oh, what is
Yeah,
that?
this dude ran his own little. He ran his own little repair shop and everything.
I think people that lose track of monkeys bug out are dumb. So people that can't babysit monkeys are dumb. So there.
Ouch.
Take that. Bushido. Oh, yeah.
Everybody has lumbar vertebra, though. That's
Right.
the thing. That's what keeps them upright. Because without it, you'd be like.
I don't know. Sharon Smith asked you something, Rescue.
Morning, everyone. Rescue. How do I remove the chat off my TV? It's never been on my TV before.
Probably through the Riku, is what I'm guessing.
Well, I gotta say, there's usually red buttons associated with things that make stuff go away.
Or X's.
Yeah.
Or sometimes red buttons make things pop up on there. So.
But is there a chat? Let's see. Kino says, Sharon, is there a chat icon near the timeline? If so, click it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have like one of the wand type things, or you have the little directional pads. On mine, I have the little wand dealy when I move that.
There's no name. Cece popped back in after we was talking about that video.
Anna Jack's doing the Eagles.
Never, ever, ever hit the big red button.
No.
This red button, click.
No, you're supposed to never ever.
The hammer.
You're supposed to never, ever, ever cut the red wire. That's what it is. It could go.
Okay, so she says, Kino, no, there's only chat rolling across the screen. It takes up 1/3 of the screen. Okay, so.
Oh, it's the green wire. Oh.
TV, Roku.
Well, what is it that you got, Miss Sharon? Is it? I don't have Roku or anything like that. So, are you on just the regular smart TV on the YouTube app of the TV?
Yeah, that's a possibility too. Turn mine on to see.
I was just going to say that. I'd run up front and look, see if we have how to do it. My grandson was here earlier, so I'd probably spend a half hour trying to find the control for it.
Well, because if it's the smart app TV app part, where it's just directly through the TV, then there should be. What is it?
Smart.
There's going to be like the gear. Yes, no, Roku. I just get on YouTube. Okay, so it's the smart TV version.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So then that should. Damn, how does that look again? Hold on.
Yeah, because on Roku thing, it's the second thing over. It says live chat, and you just punch the button OK, and it takes it off. It should be the same on the smart TV, I think. Not sure.
No theater on.
Amalgamate. And it's already 35 degrees here. Yeah.
Yeah, our temperature went down tonight. I still got the fan on, but I closed everything up. It's cold outside.
Oh yeah, they was talking about we're gonna have a couple more little freezes over, nighttime freezes, all the way up till May.
Oh, it's 52. I thought it was going to say it was cold. It felt colder than 52.
No theater on. So is it the theater mode that does it?
Yeah. Well, on my laptop it does.
Because, well, try turning theater off, Sharon, and see if that'll help. I don't know. I have to do a little finagling to change my monitor out, so it'll do just the app. Guess weather sure right. West Coast, I don't know what it was. Yo, rice and peas. Yo, yo. Links at the top of the chat. Theater mode. The chat on the screen.
Bushido.
I've got a lot of respect for a colorblind demolitions engineer.
Is that the pink wire? Or is that the red wire? No, it's a yellow wire, you fool. You know what always got me is like working on my 85 Chevy.
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
There's little color tracers. The wires that had just a little thin line of color in them. Man,
yeah.
Sometimes if it's an old vehicle and there's some dirt, dust accumulated on there and everything, it's close to the fuse box.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell those little tracer wires sometimes.
You ought to see the new ones. I don't know if you're pull the fuse box out of like a 2004 up. They'll have like 15 white wires. Then they have one with a light pink stripe that's skinny, a light pink stripe that's wider. Then they'll have red and green. Then you can't tell the blue from the green.
Right. Like Bushido says, the gray ones, those are the worst.
It's like somebody here a while back was having issues. They thought that their smart meter for their electric thing was messed up. So, and they called about it, so they come out and did some at the pole, and they ended up shutting the fuse down to the pole so he wouldn't get power in the house.
Right.
He got pissed off, so he took the inside of his fuse box off, and he took his wife's taser and stuck it up her across the two posts that ran up the pole, and he blew out the damn smart meter. I'm like, yeah, I guess I had to finally get him to fix it when he fried it. And he told him he didn't know what happened. Nicolas Cage cut the blue wire boom end of part one.
I think that's what could have solved the movie Speed with Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
And so, I think Sandra Bullock, I think, not, can't,
yeah, with Sandra Bullock.
Huh?
Yeah, with Sandra.
Yeah. See, if they had just stopped, found the bomb, and clipped the red wire or the green one, whatever, whichever one, I think it would have solved the whole movie. Instead, they had to spend the whole running through the city, full board, pedal to the metal.
Yeah, ramping a bus across a broken down interstate. That old boy taped it down good on there for it to handle that jump across the gap in that bridge.
You ever watch Swordfish?
Yeah.
Yeah, that big helicopter that came up and hooked right up to that bus.
Yeah.
Now that was crazy. Yes, I know it's just a movie, but still, that was crazy.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff they really do, though.
Or you got the Fast and the Furious where you have the Challengers that are pulling a whole safe down the road, just
Yeah,
knocking
that shit
shit
was
over.
I still have yet to watch the whole movie of that, but I watched that part where they was dragging it. I was like,
And it's amazing because then you take these Chargers that get all souped up and they don't have anything hooked up to the ass of them. But if they hit it too hard, the tires just sit there and spin. But somehow with those, they got some badass traction, buddy.
yeah.
They are on the move.
There was a guy here I seen on one of the Facebooks. It's been about 6 months ago, but he rigged his up with posi tracks and stuff. It was
What's up, Rise and Peace?
trying to remember what's the name of it. It's not a Super B. It was another one that it's got the B on it, that new Dodge. But anyway, they put Mickey Thompson on it on the back where they were dragster slicks, and he got so much torque out of that 900 horsepower engine, he buckled his subframe underneath, and when it flexed when he took off, like, yeah, there's no frame under there, dude.
Yeah. It's just like on those new Camaros. All it was is 4 or 6 bolts that's holding the very front subframe, the front suspension on. Yeah. You can drop
Right
the
about
whole
where your feet are, it bolts in, and then behind the back seat where the back end bolts into the. All it is a channel made out of sheet metal.
Yep. A lot of them was just dropping the subframe just to change the spark plugs in the back half of the motor.
I remember having to do that, or get an exhaust leak. You got to loosen the front and drop the back and get up in there just to change out a donut or something.
Yeah.
Once you get to the manifold, it's like a 2-minute job, but it takes you 5 hours to get it to where you can get to it.
The two colors I have that intersect with each other, well, I mean, it blends into where I can't really tell the lettering. It's when the red lettering on the blue or something like that.
In between the blue at the bottom of this and black watches, if I see that in a light, especially a police car, that completely blinds me. I can't see headlights coming. I don't see my lights. I don't see the road. It just kills my whole vision. Everything turns gray looking. I think I got an issue with blue.
Jeffrey. Ford and GM are talking about making electric cars and trucks. Chrysler is putting Hellcats in minivans.
I'd like to have a 900 horsepower minivan.
Give me Miss Bella.
Well, they started out with the Viper, with the V10. And then they started doing the Hellcats. Well, no, first then they put the Viper motor in the truck, the STs, and then they started doing the Hellcats on a souped up, even a bigger motor. And then they put the Hellcat motor in the truck. So it's hard telling what they're going to do next.
Yeah, they're riding that Hemi everywhere. There probably is one out there that they made for production. It's like, what's the Trailblazer? The Trailblazer has a Corvette motor in it. Some of them special orders, an SS Trailblazer, but those are bad mojos.
Hey, Miss Cola. Hey, Skip that.
Shoot, you remember the Cyclone and the Typhoon?
Yep.
Yeah, those were bad. One of those was all-wheel drive. I think it's GMC. I think it was the Cyclone. Turbo V6, all-wheel drive. It was a pickup truck. That little sucker was get down the road.
Had a souped-up Grand National motor in it.
Yeah. I think it's the 4.3. I think.
But yeah, I think they had like 500 or 600 horsepower out of that little V6.
Yeah, it would scoot.
When they first come out with lottery tickets in Louisiana, they had the hot sauce truck, and it was the pickup truck version of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Sharon says, hold on, see, I'm not able to watch you. The chat causes me issues. It's never been there before. Good day. Oh, well, Miss Sharon. Well, I don't know, ma'am.
Try turning it off and turn it back on, or unplugging it. I don't know.
I wonder if it did an update or something.
Yeah, don't know what to tell you. I've never used YouTube on a smart TV.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll go one second. Let's just give me, if you're still here, Miss Sharon, let's see what I can, let's see. Bear with me real quick. Let's see.
Maybe I will Google it and maybe it'll tell you.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty, sir. Oh, it got quiet, didn't it?
Yeah,
Well, I forgot about Chuck's air conditioner. That's what it was. How to display? Yeah. I know there's an option, is what it is. Oh, T-Girl, no. Had to go out and come back in. So I wonder if that's it, Miss Sharon. If maybe it's if you go out and come back in or something. Oh, alrighty, John. Stay safe. Smile, or be the reason somebody smiles. Bug out. Obama doesn't care about her TV. See, oh, you know what? I wonder if it,
Did you find anything?
it acts like you want to, you know, all I've really found, I don't know what kind of TV it is. Which app it is that it's used, because there's so many different ones. I know that on my phone, there's something about Now, how do you do that?
I think on the phone don't have an X that drops it down or an arrow that gets rid of it or something.
On my phone on YouTube, it's different. Yeah, you can X out of it, but see, I run dark mode on mine on my phone.
Yeah, Monty and Jeremy's earlier, y'all had me laughing so damn hard between the comments and Craig singing. I was stomping my feet. I had two German Shepherds. They started barking, looking in the kitchen. My son runs in here and says somebody's trying to get in the kitchen door or wall.
I can't believe he made Jeremy fall out of his chair. That was a good one.
Yeah, see, I don't know, because on the phone, you just go out of the full screen and then you can go back in. The live chat, though, I think is going to be an icon that's next to, like on the phone app, you've got the like and dislike, and then the very next option on that is live chat. So I don't know if you can use the directional things, Miss Sharon, to go over to it and select, see if there's an icon.
Maybe live chat or full screen.
Well, and that's apparently what, well, it's on, is what she's saying. It's on her screen. She needs to,
She said it's
gone
gone
now.
Yeah, she said it's gone now.
Awesome. Thank you, ma'am. I feel better now.
Sometimes if you turn it off and then turn it back on, sometimes it'll like a soft factory
Fixes
reset.
itself.
Yeah.
Rescue Comedy and Tech Show.
Yeah, the little monkey in the TV. He's in there going.
You hit that button that says trunk monkey and he'll jump out and fix it.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
I think I laughed. I think I laughed harder just because Craig made Jeremy laugh so hard he fell out of his chair.
Yeah.
I was like, I've never seen that before.
I think
Crap,
Jeremy
it just
Fox
came back. She said, crap, it just came back.
Does the remote need new batteries?
Now, did you push a button on the remote? The remote?
The remote.
The remote?
The remote.
That's what my son used to say it. That's what he said all the time. That's how, I think, matter of fact, if you get him unaware, he'll still say it. Sure, it's meant to be 90%
No, mate.
Chat's where it's at.
Milkmaid. It's vicious.
I swear, one time they made Jeremy either he flew snot up himself or spit or something. Because I heard it sound like he just like. And then he went off cam for a second. So I figured
Hey, Pascal.
I don't like chat on the screen.
I've never seen y'all get him laughing like that before.
Hey, Miss D.
Hey, D.
Black Watch, it was the Murrote. Instead of remote, it was Murrote. And now my granddaughter cracks me up at the words she tries to figure out how to say.
Yeah, my grandson, he's special needs. He's like 9 years old. He wanted some Easter candy here when he's over here, and somebody was in the kitchen. I said, somebody please get my grandson hollered, somebody please get him some damn Reese cups. He goes in the kitchen and then runs in. My wife, she's in her asleep, wakes her up and said, Pop said, give me some damn Reese cups.
Okay, let me bear with me, Miss Sharon. Hey, something to tell you. I'm just getting wound up, damn it.
Let me see
Okay.
what I can. Let
You
me
don't
see
want
what I
your
can.
dad.
Let's see what I can Google up for smart TVs on YouTube.
What kind of TV is it? How old?
Okay, smart TV YouTube chat pops up on its own. Let's see here. How do I turn it off?
Yeah,
Scroll
Christian,
down, click on it.
My grandson calls it catch it.
Miss Sharon, on this it says uncheck enable chat. Well, wait a minute.
So the LG 2 years old.
How do I permanently turn off the YouTube chat? Go to the gear icon and then uncheck the enable live chat box. Events, go to edit, basic info, advanced settings, single chat. Okay, yeah, it says events, go to edit, basic info, advanced settings, and then under that, it's under chat. Uncheck the enable live chat box.
It might be an update, Miss Sharon. It might be like an update that it did. And then now it reset to default, and that's the new settings.
Yeah.
Right, Milkmaid. SandLot tech support. Yeah, because depending on the TV, did she say what kind of TV?
Yeah, LG 2 year old.
Okay, so at LG TVs right here, bam.
trying to see if there's a video for her to watch real quick so she can, because it's more simplistic if you're able to watch a video to learn how to do it. For me, milkmaid.
And a visual just knocks it right out the park. It's just like, if I could just see what you see, I could go, that right there.
Yeah, if she could come up on the panel and then share her screen, share the screen on TV.
Yeah, there's got to be something in settings, and I got to say, with the new remotes and stuff, it could be a button on the remote.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, let me
go check the TV up front. I think the one up there we don't use is an LG, and I'll see if I can find it.
Let's see here.
See, I'm wondering if it's one of those buttons. Because she's got an LG, then that means she's got a remote like this, probably. And this is the one that there's these 4 buttons, and I know, like in Netflix, they come pre-programmed to work with Netflix and Amazon Prime and YouTube and stuff, and then you'll have those 4 colors. Well, they'll do different things. See, I use mine for a monitor, so I don't even watch TV, so I don't even...
Yeah, every video that I'm finding, though, it's talking about OBS and YouTube, and I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I guess it's because I've searched for problematic problems with OBS too many times. Let's see.
I'll tell you what.
Chrissy Cat had to fix hers yesterday. She said, I had to fix mine yesterday. Went into network first and then reset.
Man, I guess I could. Hey, morning, Tony. And I'm sorry, Chet. I'm not trying to miss out on you, but I guess I could just grab a network cable if I hook that up real quick. All right, bear with me. Good. See if I can try to find the show itself. Okay. Well, it doesn't even show anything in chat for me. There is no chat on the TV. Hey, morning, Jason. Oh, there we go. Okay. They're off to sleep. Hope to see you still. Want to wait, but if I see you tomorrow night with you. All right, brother. Thanks, Nick. There it is. I see the chat now. So, okay, how do we get rid of this chat? Make it go away. Booyah. Okay, Miss Sharon, are you ready? Are you still here? Man, made it go away. Okay, Miss Sharon, are you here? If you are, then I can show you. I got it now. Yeah, what you do, Monty, on an LG, just so you know. But the remote right here, so with the YouTube going up, when you want to roll down the little wheel that's in here, just kind of bump the wheel down, that when it pops the menu up at the bottom, over on the left-hand side, it'll have the account logo round, and then the very next icon is the two little sheets of paper looking icon, and they'll be white. And if you mouse over it and click on it, then it'll go to where they're hollow in the center and the chat goes away. And I will say, yeah, the chat is rather annoying. It's got this weird, annoying background to it. So I don't know if Miss Sharon was still here, but then that's how you do that.
She says.
Did you catch that, Miss Sharon? So with my remote, it's an LG. That little wheel that's in here, I bumped it down one time, just rolled it back one time, and then when the menu comes up on the left hand underneath the live red bar, on the left you'll see like an account round circle. Then the very next one will be a little square with an outline. And if you click right there, move your little cursor over and then click that center mouse wheel button, it'll make a clicking noise over the top of that. They'll go blank, the chat will go away. And then after you do that, hit the little back deal button right down right there, that little back button right there, and it'll take the little menu bar back out the picture and you'll be back full screen. Hopefully I just did that worth the crap. I don't know. My screen feels so small. I'm looking at it. Hey, Miss Bonnie. That's so weird. Damn, boy, I'm a scruffy looking fool on that big TV. I don't like all that. I can't believe you. I feel rough. I don't even know if I want to show myself no more on here. So that's what it looked like. Damn. Scruffy looking dude.
See, what happened was.
No, I need to go back. This is not friendly. Okay, wait a minute. Here Okay, go out. Right. Yeah, exit that. Bam. Okay, back to there. Rescue, can you make yourself big screen just in case she couldn't see which button? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have done that. Hey, Miss Sharon, I didn't have. Oh, you don't have. Oh. I thought yours was only 2 years old. So, okay, well, maybe it's not a smart TV then. Maybe it's the. Do you have DirecTV or Dish? Because I know you can do YouTube through like Dish. So does your remote look like this, Miss Sharon? My goodness, I don't even like doing this full screen though. I just saw what I look like on the big TV and it was like, yeah, that's not where I really wanted to be. I got naive in my little bitty window right here. So, Miss Sharon, does yours look like that? No? You don't have this little wheel? No remote. I use my, okay. I understand. Okay. So HD antenna, no remote like this, but it's a LG TV. I use my phone line for TV service. Okay. Man, I'm just not sure. Backwards unfortunately, I have not. Going to try listening to rescues. So, it used to not be on screen. I see that's I don't know, Miss Sharon. Because the app, I don't know. Do you have like, okay, let me ask you this. If you don't have the little roller part, do you just have like a 4 directional buttons, like a, because it's probably, and there's a way to just turn it off. If you can get the little menu, because on the TV app, if you can, like it's on full screen and it's got the chat going, okay, then try hitting a down arrow and see if the menu pops up on the bottom of the window. And if it does, then we need to try to highlight that. You see if you can see the little icons I was talking about.
Yeah, I couldn't find nothing in there. Mine shows a bunch of little chat boxes that scroll up. I can't even talk on there, and the only thing it do is either make it darker or lighter. It didn't have no way to shut it off.
Well, I figured it out on mine, but then come to find out, she doesn't have the little roller wheel like on an LG like I do, but she has the directional. Okay, let me go full screen. So you have the 4 directionals, like there. That's a pad. So this is like the directional. Never mind that. But if you click down, you know what? Let me see if I do this. Give me 1 sec, Miss Sharon. Here, let me just. Damn it! Ain't no point in half stepping shit.
If you can show her your screen to your TV.
Just go big or go home, damn it.
Yep. Knock it out of the ballpark.
Now there we go. Okay, here. Now this will really be trippy shit, man. I just, you have no idea. I'm looking at myself all over the place. I'm in like some freaky appliance store staring at myself. It's like,
some max headroom. Hey, look at me on every screen.
Damn it! Here, let me get this
Holy
damn
cow!
thing.
How many monitors you got?
Okay, so how am I going to do? Okay, see where it says rescue? Okay, where it says rescue. My God, this is driving me batshit crazy. So, all right. See, okay, now see this little icon right there.
Yep.
That's the one. And so if I, like right now, I'm going to do this. Let me do this. Oh, yeah. See, there's no chat. So if I click this right here, and what I'm doing, man, I got to do something different about this.
You're inside
I'm
of a
sorry.
TV,
Hold on, Miss Sharon. Hopefully we there. I got to. I'm freaking myself out. I'm sorry.
You're inside so many TVs, it ain't even funny.
Oh, man, I can't do it. Sorry. that was too much. Oh.
Now just imagine if he was on some shrooms.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Shit, dude, this was rough enough.
Yeah.
Oh, and she said, I think I got it fixed. Thank God. God was just playing a joke on me. That's all.
I was clicking on that. All it would do is make the chat dark and light. Maybe
oh my God, now I'm still full screen. What the fuck?
He's not going to turn his camera back on for a good half an hour or more.
I put my camera on the TV back here and then did a share screen yesterday, and it looked like it shot into a never-ending tunnel and ended up lagging the TV or the computer out.
Kind of like how whenever I'm up on mine and I do a hyperdrive.
Yeah.
See, that's what happened. That's the curse of having too many monitors.
Not when you have them all doing something different, it's not so bad. But when all of a sudden that your bug is all over everything, that's weird. That's like, wow, talk about the Black Mirror thing, getting sucked into the Matrix. It's like, shit, am I fixing to get my ass beat by myself?
This is the spirit world, Chavez. They see us all over the place.
Hey, y'all, don't try this at home.
Oh, damn.
Hey, I stayed on my bed. I didn't fall off the chair like Jeremy. No. Morning, Mrs. J.
Oh, man.
Bye.
Oh. Wait, no remotes were harmed during. That's it. No remotes were harmed during the execution of this mayhem. Ooh-wee. Man, oh man. That was crazy. Yes, ma'am, Miss Sharon, you got it. And then here's Mrs. J, like finally a little more morning time to listen to the show, and it's like, boy, howdy, did you come in at the right moment?
Well, at least you know what to do now, Rescue, if you get a bump on your nose and it's hard to see in the mirror.
Gee, which angle do I want?
Wow, I didn't know I had so much hair up my nose.
It's like, holy moly. Now I got to cut this one off. I just should just.
It looked like you had at least 6 monitors.
It looked like the cockpit of an airplane, didn't
it? and Rescue said it right. It's like you're walking into a television display studio. Like when you go into Best Buy in the back in that one room,
yeah.
They're all turned on the same channel. They got
shit.
the camera on you.
Well, really, it allowed me to put them all to his channel at that time and then did that.
See, normally I kind of like do my gaming, kind of look up some stuff, maybe watch a show or something on one. Got the cameras going on a monitor, and now that I've chased the meth heads away, finally out the general distinct area. So
Yeah, y'all. I finally got my 15-year-old playing Skyrim. He never messed with it. He's liking the shit out of it.
I usually kill time with Resident Evil Village or Battlefield.
I can't play any shooter games. I get too wound up.
Oh, I play against the bots. That's the way I just,
I used to play against the bots on Nintendo 64, James Bond GoldenEye. That was fun.
Yeah.
My boys do Call of Duty, and they got me about 5 years ago to try to play it. It was cool. I watched them. It was fine. I go on, I spawn in, and I get killed right there on the spot before I'm even able to move.
Dude, yeah, Call of Duty, that's like hack heaven there. Battlefield's getting that way now. That's why I play against the bots. Matter of fact, though, my best friend, that's my brother, pretty much what he's like. That's what we do sometimes. We kill a little time.
Aniac Jack just spoke in third person in his own comment in your chat.
Takes another hit off his free Brandon meth.
What?
I told Camel the other day, I said he needs to go around and pick all them he can up and open a thrift store. Just take them apart and sell the pieces separate. Earn some of that tax money back.
I think I need to go to bed. Jack is referring to himself in third person.
I needed that earlier. I had a bad night, got in an argument with one of my sons, and I started watching Jeremy and y'all had me laughing. Now I'm laughing at everything.
Laughter is the best medicine.
That's it, man. You got to roll with the positive.
Especially when Rescue's all over his own screens.
Holy shit, dude. Man. I couldn't do acting. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Well, when you're acting, you're not looking at 5 or 6 screens with your face on them, though.
No, but then okay. What are the odds I'm going to walk out and see my face from one of these live streams playing somewhere? So I don't ever have to see it.
Oh, I don't like watching. If I go to find a certain segment in one of my shows, I don't like watching or hearing myself.
Yeah, Miss J, I think we did. I remember talking to you.
Well, the link's up top, Miss J, if you want to come up.
Bring some new blood into the comedy.
Yeah, Mrs. J, Z-Man really liked that when you came up on his panel.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you, Remote, here about a week ago, or not Remote, Rescue. Here about a week ago, I was taking a shower, went to get out. Instead of, normally I open the shower curtain from the right to left. I opened from left to right by the door, and as I was stepping out, there's a mirror over the sink right there. I stepped out and looked up, and I looked like a fat guy trying to climb in the window and
Damn.
like, oh my God, I got a naked dude climbing in my window, and I ain't got my gun with me.
You didn't do a Tackleberry? He carried the gun anywhere he went. That movie cracked me up when him and that one lady cop, they got together and they started shucking off clothes, and then they start taking off their guns.
Hey, Miss Sharon says, Chuck, did you ever check the Cyber Symposium?
Some of the stuff she sent, I looked at it that night, and ended up our power went out. I lost a link to whoever, if it was her, somebody had it up, and all my stuff that I keep tabs open even when I log out, and that, all that disappeared.
Are you like looking? Was it the old, like the footage from the Cyber Symposium back then?
Something she sent me to look at, and I can't remember what it was.
That messed you up. You had to have a smoke, huh? I need to get back up on level.
I just need to slow that roll. Slow that roll.
You might need the other side and re-up.
I seen
Day
some of these
3
people.
of the symposium, Miss Sharon. Is that when Seth was on? Because that was kind of a while back, and I lost track of the. I follow certain people with it, but go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
I was seeing some of these pictures. I forgot where I come across that, whether it was on Facebook or something. Anyway, it was on these people had rolled these blunts in the shapes of, one was an elephant, one was an airplane, one was a cross, and this one, it literally was like a cross like that, and you could light 3 of these ends, and it was folded into one where you could just draw it. I'm like, how?
I gotta say, it wouldn't. Something's fixing to get broke off because I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, Auntie, it was me. I was seeing myself in a foggy mirror, and I looked like a naked guy trying to climb in a window.
All right. Well,
I was like, yeah, that's the last time I jumped in the shower when I ain't woke up yet.
I hadn't been up on your panel in a few days, so I thought I would. Thanks for having me up on Panel Rescue, Chuck. Good to see you.
See you
Chad,
later, buddy.
Much love. God bless. Love y'all.
Brother.
I hope y'all had a good Easter. So,
Yep. Pretty
later,
good.
y'all.
Thanks, brother.
What fun is this? Yeah, Easter yesterday, my wife was bummed out because of the 5 grandkids. She got to see one and hear from him. That was it. Our granddaughter was with her other side of the family, and they had company in, so they had her from Thursday till today. I'm like, that's kind of stingy for grandparents to be that way.
Well, I got to see my granddaughter the day before Easter, and I didn't get to see my step-granddaughter at all.
That's messed up.
Yeah, that's just...
3 of mine are my son's exes, 2 exes. He got one with his first wife and 2 with his second. Well, the second was just a fiance. Only time my wife hears out of when she wants to give her birthdays and stuff, and that's so my wife will send money to them, and then she never hears nothing until they want money again.
Alrighty, Chrissy Cat, get you some rest. Have some good dreams.
See you later, Chrissy. Good night, Monty.
Like what I said, Chuck ever thought it was a naked guy trying to get out through the window?
Yeah, the bad thing is that bathroom don't have a window in it. I don't know why. I guess I wouldn't wait. I'd gotten up, jumped in the shower, and not even drank tea or anything, so no caffeine. Sort of woke up in there. So.
Oh, there you go, Miss Sharon. Something about the smell of tannerite.
Yeah.
Smells like freedom.
Yeah, I was watching people hunting hogs here in Texas, and they were using tannerite traps. Did you see that, where they sit way off away from them and shoot? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I gotta say, Might need to slow the roll on that one because we might be needing to harvest them bad boys in edible form. But see, they were so, man, they're so thick around here.
Yeah, they were in a 20-acre pasture, and he must have killed 100 of them in one video I watched.
Oh, dude, you can get over here off of like 146 over there, get off of 146 going in towards Livingston and shit, and well, 190 even, and you get freaking herds, dude. There's like, you can be going along and all of a sudden you'll see one or two and you go, oh shit. And about that time, here comes about 12 or 15. And it's like, holy shit. And they're like all sizes, from the little ones to the bigger ones. And it's just like, they just run on through, cross the road. That's
bad thing about it. They get a old person or a kid or something like that, and they can get rid of, you wouldn't even know where that person went.
Yeah. Oh, dude. And then them boars. Them some mean mofos.
Yep.
Matter of fact, my son, he was they were hunting them, and they were on one of those mule kind of setups.
Yeah.
And he's riding along. Well, they spotted one about I think he said it was like about 40 or 50 yards in front of him. So he's spotting that one. Well, he goes to draw up, and as he's drawing the bead on that one, they literally get tagged in the side by a herd of 5 that come boring out of the brushes right there, and one smacked the front tire right in front of him and rocked the whole vehicle. They ended up shooting 3 of them because they were just popping them with an AR. So it was just a quick, oh, pop, 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 and started.
Yeah, one of the guys I seen, it might be the same people you're talking about. They were using like a green laser sight, and they were tearing them up. The guy was driving, and they take turns riding and chasing them. Looked like a rodeo.
Morning, Anna.
Hey, Anna.
Billy said I had a pistol range in my house, but nobody brought a retainer right. That would have been fun. Well, there wouldn't have been much left of the house, but I've seen wild hogs run right by our courthouse. That's it, yeah. So I say, might end up having to go into harvest mode with them bad boys.
Well, start building smokehouses. I don't know if there's, you probably get over in the old country people probably still remember how to smoke them where they don't have to be cooled, but I don't remember any of that anymore. I used to know how to do it. My dad and my uncle did it when I was a kid, and I remember helping them.
Are any of y'all getting the nationalist paperwork?
Not that I know of.
No, ma'am.
I need to check my mail. I ain't checked it probably a week. All my bills come over the internet. Need to get used to using simple things again, but
Oh, I don't even address all these people that call or do these emails. I just laugh going, if I have any business with you, then you have an address. Mail it. Do something. Put some skin in the game. And then half the time I don't get shit in the mail. Every now and then I still get stupid shit in the mail, and I just go, whatever. Because I don't care. I don't know shit.
What is?
Pay my taxes, that's it. Dude, I even get the stupid warranty shit. That's really cracked me up too. I'm like, I don't even have anything. Hell, I sold my bike a few years back when I had the last accident. Not really an accident, just a mishap. John Deere. Dude, I should have videoed it. I should have saved the security camera footage from the property, because John Deere saved my ass.
Did?
Yeah. Yeah, because my shop is on raised up, and then I have a landing, basically deck, kind of like, and the ramp going up is what I take my bike up that, I get on the landing, and then I open my door, then I go ahead and take it inside. It's on its stand. That's how it was to park. Well, I just so happened to park my John Deere mower right by the ramp. And the last time I went for a ride, I told my wife, I said, well, I think I'm going to try it again. I knew I was already having issues and I was losing feeling and balance in my left leg. And sure enough, I went for a ride. It got all kind of crazy. I couldn't hardly hold myself up. So I went to go back. Well, as I went up that ramp, as I come in the driveway and I went up that ramp, well, I kind of got a little close. Well, my left leg said, nope, ain't happening right now. I ain't working. And, well, I couldn't put my foot down. So I just went on over. And as I went over, that whole damn Heritage Softail would have landed right on top of me with a hot motor and all if it hadn't been for that John Deere. As I came over, my arm hit the hood of the John Deere and it pushed it in. And as I came down, it folded my handlebar in, but then it held the rest of the bike up off of me. My neighbor came across the road. I started hollering, and they just happened to be cleaning out, and he could hear me, so here he come. Yeah, that's when I was like, okay, well, I got everything back in good order, cleaned everything up. Yep, it's all good, running. Then I put it up for sale, and that's when I built this computer because I was like, okay, if I can't have my toy outside, then I have a toy inside.
Well, a buddy of mine had half of one of his foot off because it cut off because of diabetes. Blood clots is what it was, but they kept telling me he's having issues. He thought he might have had one, and they never could find it. But by the time they did find it, it was bad enough that one of his toes was starting to turn black. And they're afraid it's going to gangrene. With him in diabetes, they just cut it off. Then he went back in, and they said, well, he said, my other leg's feeling funny. And he got to looking and he said, oh, but we're looking at what it was. No wonder we couldn't find that blood clot. But we were looking at the wrong leg. They found it where the other one, by that time, it was bad enough they couldn't do nothing about it. They took his leg off 4 inches below his knee. And his Harley, he's got a Harley, and it's a full dresser. I can't remember which one it is, but it's not a Road King. We can't remember which one it is. Anyway, he's talking about now wondering if he can hold it up and try to do it with a half a foot and his artificial leg. And I'm like, no, dude, if you get anything, get that attachment, make it a 3-wheeler and get rid of it. Oh, yeah. He goes, I think I can shift it with that.
Hey, Nikki.
But I don't know.
Morning, Nikki.
Hey, Nikki.
Oh, and I was going to go back up here. Miss Sharon was talking about the passport thing. And what she was talking about, the national passport, that's taking you out of, that's part of what, talked about removing yourself from the government and stuff. And I don't know. I haven't even really looked into it much, Miss Sharon. I mean, I hear about it. I kind of know about it, but I don't. And Mrs. J says, so how's their Ukraine shit? I got to say, I heard that I think it was 1,000 Ukraine Mariupol guys gave it up and surrendered. And they're citizens, so I don't know. Hopefully it's not going to get really bad. But then again, these people are so full of shit over here that they're trying to push the most evil shit. So it's sometimes I feel like we talk like it's like, well, we're the good, and it's like, oh, well, these people are doing shit intentionally. So it's kind of like you might as well prepare for the worst shit.
Yeah, like a lot of it's planned, and a lot of it they don't give a shit. And I'm hearing different ones saying it's going to end up being They're just planning on not planning to do nothing, covering their own ass and going in and hiding.
Well, I mean, just if it's simple takeover here, this is a million Americans just died because of bullshit.
Yep. And
Intentional misinformation, not kind of maybe misinformation or a wrongful study or a difference of opinion. Oh no, this was intentional. This works, so let's take this off. Do not ever mention this to them again. Put that across every channel. Anybody that brings these words right here up, you silence them. That was intentional ass shit.
Yep. And then come get your second, third. Here, did you heard about that Russian ship that they sunk?
Yeah, I meant to look more into that because there was some talk that was intentional.
Well, if I got something a buddy of mine sent, that I'll say, but I don't know if I should share it. But basically, it's number one: Ukrainians and Western allies tracked Moscow for weeks, noting its routines and surprising lack of escort ships. Then it's like one or more Turkish-made TV-2 drones enter the airspace over the cruiser, attracting its aircraft defense system. Unseen by the Moscow Neptune missiles launched from the coastline swooped down to sea level, skimming the waves on the approach. They slam into the name of that ship, port side, causing a huge explosion. And that's like a anti-aircraft, anti-ship ship.
See, there's so much information comes out of there, and you got one whole part that's intentionally trying to spin a story one way. Then you have, because I gotta say, there's been comments that Putin hadn't really done his typical thing where his propaganda machine's in full momentum, so they haven't really been trying to push a lot. But then I think it's because homeboy's got facts. I think he's just sometimes
see if this shows up to you.
And here, I don't know if they'll take me. I've done this before. I think it's been a while, but
I don't know if I can zoom that in. Let's see if I can get to it. Back to it. Hold on. Do you see that? I don't know if you can see the top.
Let me make you full screen, bam. Oh, yeah, with the plane. Oh, and then it's, fly. Okay, there we go. And then into the side of the ship. Okay, yeah. So is that a drone?
Yeah.
That's a drone. Gee, I wonder where they got one of those. You freaked me out there for a minute, Chuck. You spun it around, and all of a sudden I could see myself and myself and myself and myself and myself in this.
That happened the other night. I did it on myself, and it's like all it showed, it looked like a square tunnel that just kept.
Yeah.
Then my mouse started lagging, and I was barely able to get to the stop cam and click it before it acted like it was going to freeze me up.
Oh, let's see. I'll look and see what kind of. That's so big, though. I probably would do better if I put this on the smaller screen. Yeah, I probably ought to do that. All right, bear with me. I was going to try to pull up this battle map of Ukraine. So this is what's the Ukraine interactive map is what it's called. And this is Ukraine, and these are the different conflicts. And usually this, like that, will show over here, and then Russian troops continue shelling Mariinka, Russian, and the Donetsk region. Then you have the blue is the Ukraine military foiled 2 Russian advance attempts. So you've got there's a lot of activity.
Music.
You know what gets me? It seems like there's a lot of intentional poking of a bear.
Oh, dude, they did. I mean, that just, see, it's like that stuff that was happening down here, around here. That's because they're doing ports that were against a treaty. I still recommend to anybody that hadn't heard his speech. I mean, I ain't saying the dude's a good guy. It's kind of like the mob. You know, the mob did what the mob did. But then again, you wouldn't have had near the level of shit that you got right now if you still had the mob. So at what point, lesser of two evils isn't so bad. And the global finally went after him, and that's don't poke the bear.
Yeah. Especially with some of the stuff he's got, which I've heard that we got as good or better too. So.
Which I don't know how sensitive they are nowadays. I mean, they're at the beginning when I did the footage. Remember, that's where I sat here and did the cameras in Kaliv. But of course, that was before their narrative was falling apart. Yes.
I've heard that there's a video that come out with Kennedy, or a movie. There was a for instance kind of thing that what could happen if somebody wanted to shut down a superpower, that they could do something with this certain type of move that within 9 minutes, even if somebody pulled it on us, it could happen. And Kennedy was talking about within 9 minutes they could bring a country to their knees without a full-fledged attack just by hitting a certain thing. Enough to where you'd want to pull all your people back and keep your nose out of everybody's business. I forget what that was called, but Kennedy talked about it way back. That I think was in.
Oh, well, I mean, they could hit, I mean, I bet you said, hell, dude, if they hit the resource hub down here in Pasadena, Baytown, LaPorte, all of that whole resource hub in the Gulf right there, that'd be a crippling impact. I mean,
yep.
That would but we've got, it's like right now, the only thing I think that keeps the little Winnie the Pooh prick in check with Taiwan is because the Pacific Fleet's still sitting over there fully active. So I mean, they're ready to go if need be. So, but see, this is the same scenario we went in before. We get fucking around up north. You don't really pay attention to the southern side, and then you get blindsided. Well, instead of us being blindsided, it'll be Taiwan, which is pretty much going to be us then, because then that cripples pretty much all our electronic industry.
Yeah. What gets me is that he didn't want the same thing that we were against with Cuba in the 60s.
Oh, dude, agreed. You just can't, because those people, it's just, you become a labor force. Everybody becomes general labor. If you kind of can view it that way, it's like if they can get you to a certain education level without an opinion, then you're just like a general labor. We can have you do all kinds of things. And if we have a lot of automated stuff in place, then all we really need you to do is check and make sure that everything's still greased and oiled and running the way we want it. All of a sudden, then you don't need mass numbers. That's why they don't care who starves. They don't give a shit, dude. That's why they trash all this food.
Yeah, they're just doing Taiwan. Was that you that showed something earlier that they were just dumping food and Singapore. They're just dumping food in landfills.
Oh yeah, they're that's Ricardo was. That's what he was talking to his and a person that he knows over there. That they're not allowed to load them on those ships, and all those ships are anchored. They're not getting loaded. They're not headed this way. That's why.
Trying to see if this is a show I want to see. You've probably seen it before, but
Milkmaid said, "Thought from that was my train for a second."
that was me. Oh yeah, that's it. Here you go.
Oh, and yes, Miss Sharon did knew that. I learned that a few years back with Joe Von Poulter, because whenever they started attacking him, that's how he kind of kept them at bay, was because of his name.
You ever seen the most honest 3 minutes in television history? I just dropped
Doesn't ring a bell.
It's off of a movie.
Oh yeah.
Buddy of mine had me watch it again. I remember seeing it 3 or 4, 5, 10 years ago somewhere. It come out in like 2012, the movie. So there's somewhere between then and 5 years ago that I watched it. I was just like, yeah.
Taiwan, I'll be honest, I've been a little busy with doctors and stuff, so not done much research this past month.
Here's the link out in chat for y'all to watch. Miss J, I dropped it out there. It's the most honest 3 minutes in television history.
I love you, Miss J. That's I love the way she talks. NATO need to back off. Yeah.
Yep.
I love the breakdown. She did that earlier on something else she was saying. I forgot how she said that.
Yeah, we got to watch them weird keywords. I think that's what got Canadian Patriot the other night. She put that big fat banner with all the names of the Hillary and blah, 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 and they had the whole list of them. And next thing, she got kicked in 5 minutes after she put that on there.
Well, yeah. Well, see, and some I think too, Chuck, is one timing. So, like, how long does your stream go? So is it a several hour stream? And then if it is, when did you start some of the key words? Because I don't think they scan the whole thing, just because I've been pretty deep into them, 3-4 hour mark. And we've sat here and I've shown some videos. Hell, we've talked about stuff. We say it openly, but it's usually in that 3, 4, 5 hour mark. So it's later on in the thing, and I run 8 hours. So that's about midway. So I figure they only scan the first part. And if they're not picking up like a pattern to how or the stream is going per se,
yeah,
then it kind of just kicks it to the curb. I think that's because the only thing I ever get is copyright if I'm playing the music, and it's just and it's nice. It's even nicely expressed that this is not against your channel. This is just, you can't monetize this. And it's like, cool, didn't give a shit.
They got me for the rally last week or two ago. Bonnie's surprised it was on as long as it was. I had it in my videos. 5 hours worth. They got me for misinformation.
They got somebody else. What was that? Gigi, I think, or something. I think it was somebody on Bonnie's panel. I think it was Gigi. Said the same thing. You got her for the rally.
And all I had for commentary, I had the bar running across. Everybody was talking different stuff about what was going on. It was commentary, but they called it misinformation. And like, how was a video of somebody talking?
Right. Morning song. Well, what was it they did? I forgot who it was. I can't remember the details, but there was somebody that was actually.
I was up there on there.
They did the show of what another channel have a showing, and yet the one channel got a strike for misinformation while the other channel was actually showing the stuff. And it's like, but there it is. So how can it be misinformation? I forgot who that was. If that was like Crowder or just somebody, I can't remember. Dude, it gets so bogged down sometimes. I'm looking for some key things to happen to know which way. Kind of in just survival mode right now as the legal system plays out. Here in the UK, we're heavily censored. Not allowed to say we don't agree. Oh, yeah, Mr. J. Well, that's South Africa the same way. They would probably be stricter here too. It's just that there's too many outsources right now, so they're just do this whole misinformation bog down. You censor the ones they can. They don't do it intent because it just wouldn't go over very well. They're still trying to keep the boiling pot at bay. It's like a pressure cooker. That little whistling ass cap is going off and they know it. And it's a matter of time before the whistle pops.
Yeah, speaking of that pressure cooker thing, I need to find mine for my big Canner pressure cooker, the little weights missing that you're talking about. Now that if I don't go look for it, I'll never think of it again. And it's from like 1940. It was something I found at a garage sale. It was still, the box was stapled shut. It was brand new when I found it.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man, there's so much stuff now. I wish whenever, about 20 years ago, thereabouts, there, we used to have a shed and had a bunch of stuff in it back from when we first cleared the property and all that shit. I wish I had all that stuff now because we just kind of garage sold that shit out, and it was like, man, that was all the good. Because that was back when we had all the cots, the tents, the tarps, which I still got all the cast iron stuff. I ain't getting rid of cast iron. Hell, you always got that. There's a lot of lanterns. Still got a lot of oil lamps, but had so many of the other style because that was what we used all that shit to clear cut all this shit, underbrush clear it.
Good to have all that. We had a bunch of tents, and somebody asked me about something. I said, yeah, because I worked at the landfill over here, and Walmart trucks would come out there, Dick's Sporting Goods, a couple of and they'd always bring stuff like that out there. If they were to destroy it, a lot of them just throw it in a dumpster. And a lot of the guys that rolled the packer out there, they'd holler over to see me. Well, I got this truck to dump it off to the side. Y'all got 10 minutes to come down here and look. And I drove a giant dump truck, so I'd roll by and I got to look down to see everything. Everybody else had to go dig.
Oh, hell yeah.
If I seen something, I'd holler at one of the guys, grab that for me, this for me, that for me. And I'd roll over, pull my truck over, and then climb down out of it, load it up in the floorboard. I ended up with 5 of them tents. It was probably 20 by 20. So my old lady wanted to go camping, and she'd invite half the kids in the neighborhood and their parents. I'm not one for laying on the ground. I'll go sleep in the car before I lay on the ground. At least before I was hurt.
That's gotta go.
One of our friends asked about if we still had them. I said, yeah. And I forget what it was. They traded me like a shotgun and gave me like $200. Want to know if I want to get rid of all of them? I said, sure, go get them. But hell, they loads would bring brand new weed eaters, lawnmowers out there. And one of them was a Coca-Cola truck, and they'd bring like 12 packs of Cokes. The paper was torn on or something, and so they throw them all away like that. So you go out there and you find full 12 packs, labels tore, what have you, and they just throw them away.
Holy shit.
I'd be out there working, driving, and I'd go out to get ready to leave and walk by my truck and look, and there'd be like 15 cases of damn Cokes and stuff in the back there. One of the guys would stick in there.
See, I felt so bad because I told my wife I forgot to think about that, all that stuff that we had to.
Be treasures now.
Oh man! But you just kind of look at it as in, okay, you got done with what you needed to do, so it just sits over, and then finally that's in the kind of the way. So then you're just going, garage sale, here you go. Hey, who wants what? There you go. Okay, it's going.
You start looking at it like, am I going to have to move this for the rest of my life every time I come out here?
Well, and yeah, now you get to this point, and you're kind of going, it'd be kind of handy to have all that. So then you I've always admired these people that manage their money well and were able to like hold on to all their shit.
Yeah, Black Watch was Canadian Patriot Brenda. Hey, song. Yeah, I don't know what's in the attic. I got all Mom's stuff when she passed. A lot of the stuff out in the garage I need to go through. My garage is probably 100-year-old garage. And I know there's openings and there's no telling what rodents have got in there and gotten into.
Hey, Mrs. J. Well, are you sub to Sophie B? Because she's one of the Canimals. She kind of hosts, I think, most of the Canimal shows. But at least if you connect through her, then you can kind of follow where everybody connects. But Milkmaid, Sister Marie's Kitchen, Sophie B, Virginia Roots, JR, Sophie B, and then you can go from there. That's about all them ladies and all them, the dudes are awesome. That's the Canimals. They got the shit going on. Oh, hey, Kino, can somebody drop Sophie B's?
Yeah, Miss J is pretty much like that too about censorship. We're almost as bad.
Thank you, Kino.
Sophie B, do I have that? Yep. I've got so many people subbed that half the time I don't even remember subbing. When I go to click to sub them, I'm already subbed.
I find myself there's days here lately that I make it a point just to kind of go, hey, let me hop through and Sophie and them, it's like with Milkmaid and Sister Marie, man, the Canimal, I just like, I gotta say, just some evidences, I like listening, like watching. That food looks awesome. And just the ideas. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like watching a lot of stuff to find new ideas how to make stuff. Either add to or take away a lot of stuff. I'll watch it, then I'll do it my own way or add to it or change something I do that they do.
Oh, Mrs. J was subbed to Sophie B. Woohoo.
You know, hell, it's almost 5 o'clock, brother. I think I'm gonna get off here for a while. I'll take me a nap, and if you're still on when I get up, I'll come holler at you.
Proud Joe, brother.
If not, I'll see you later today.
Yeah, because even if I decide to cut it off early today, then that's because I'll just be getting rested up for my birthday run tonight.
All right, buddy. Happy early birthday, and I'll talk to you in a little bit.
All righty, brother. Later, man.
Y'all have a good night.
That's it, Mrs. J. Yeah, Best Life he's a good resource too, which there's a lot, but that's the ones that I kind of I don't know. My forte. Yeah, it'll be coming up. What time is it again? It's 5. So yeah. Tonight at midnight will be mine, Scat Pack 420. I'm gonna be AFK for a couple minutes, so I will be right back. So if y'all don't mind to kind of entertain yourselves, and I shall return. Oh, sorry about that. Hey, milkmaid.
Hey, I didn't even show you my face. I had it turned off because I was doing something else. Sorry.
That's okay. I figured it had to been you if you were that patient to just sit there while I was going.
I'll turn my camera on in a few minutes. I'm outside right now.
How's the weather?
Moody. It was like 70 over the weekend and gorgeous. And of course, we had to go and do a whole bunch of stuff, so I couldn't get anything done. And then the last couple of days, or Monday, was like, we got like hail and cold and rainy and nasty. It's going to be freezing. So I'm glad I didn't plant anything out.
Well, that was a turn. That was a turn for the worst.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it gets really weird this time of year because it'll be really warm sometimes and then just freeze. And,
I'm glad we don't freeze here, but we can be 90 degrees and then all of a sudden it dropped down to 37, 38. You know, that night.
Yeah, I had to build a fire. It's so cute. The little one that I watch, she's coming today again. I wasn't supposed to watch her, but her dad has meetings. So she gets upset if the fire dies. She's like, you killed it.
Can I ask a favor, milkmaid? Can you,
yes, sir.
I need to go AFK for about 2-3 more minutes, maybe even up to 5. Is that okay with you?
Yeah. I
Sure
mean, I guess I could find something to talk about.
I hate to dump that on you if you did, or just sit there and you don't have to say anything and just put it on me. But I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'll read chat and stuff.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Ooh, Quiche Lorraine. I wonder if he is making it. I've never actually made like a pastry from scratch before. I have no idea how to do this solo. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, I'm wondering if anybody knows, because I've never actually done this with strawberries, but they're already blooming and they're June bearing varieties. And I'm thinking I might have to cover them up with like a sheet or something when it frosts tonight. Curious if anybody has done that before. I only started growing them like 2 years ago and didn't have this happen before. The first year I put them in, there were 150 plants. I got 3 different varieties and I planted them all out, and then the deer came and completely decimated them. And then they managed to come back again, miraculously, and they came back a second time. Yeah, Racer, I'm trying. I can talk quite a bit. But I can't believe they survived, 2 complete grazings. I think I'm gonna move them though. The cow whisperer. No, I didn't get snow, Racer. Although a couple counties over got snow. It was kind of strange. Location is in like what state? I'm in Virginia. I'm in the mountains. Kind of centralish. I don't generally tell people more than that. Too many weird things have happened in my life. In fact, a lot of my family don't even know where I live. There's reasons for that, though. So, yeah. There are a couple of people who know where I live, but not many. Well, yeah, once upon a time, long ago, I had a blog, and it wasn't anything impressive. Like, it was just so small. And we were in the military at that point, and then one day, one of the guys that does like the security, I don't even know what that MOS is or whatever, but he went up to my husband and he was like, your wife's blog, I guess they were mirroring it or something in another country. And I keep wanting to say it was like one of the stands or Ukraine or something like that. It was weird. And I never put any personal information. I didn't put anybody's name or anything. So it was really strange to me that they knew exactly who I was and who I was married to and everything, the military. And they recommended I shut it down. What?
Oh, I just came back to, I was listening and it was like, oh.
Yeah. No, that was a little unnerving. Yeah, Sharon, I don't know why they went into bloom. I don't know how many calories I eat in a day. I've never counted them. And I'm pretty sure I've never been to Turkish prison.
And thank you so much, Milkmaid, for entertaining the masses there. I'm sure you did wonderful.
I don't know if I'm entertaining. I can talk, though.
Well, there you go. I
bet
they liked it. I bet they liked it. They enjoyed it.
I can be boring. I like listening to people talk too. If you ever go and you have like a cookout and the campfire and everything, that's what I used to do. Is I'd make all the food and then I'd just sit there and listen to all the guys talk and tell their stories, and learned a lot.
Oh, you were observant.
Yeah. I find you learn better if you listen more than you speak. And I ask questions. I decided one day that there was no such thing as a dumb question.
This is true. Well, just the one you don't ask.
Right. Frost, they seem okay. Okay, Hit Gal. That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, some of them are even like dropping their petals, like they're about to make strawberries, and it's freaking April.
Yeah, how did that used to go? There was, what is it? April showers bring May flowers or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Only we're kind of a month in advance.
Yeah, I've noticed that the past couple of years we've been having later frosts. Things are shifting. It would appear, and more sporadic.
What do you think causes that?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I like listening to Ice Age Farmer, so maybe that. If you ask somebody else, it's harp. All I know is I'm trying to figure out how to tell the weather, like start to read it without a weather app, you know? People used to do that.
You can kind of feel it.
Mm-hmm. Well, like especially if you have some kind of old joint injury or something like that.
Oh.
You can kind of tell when rain's coming.
I can feel it whenever it's going to get cold. And then this plate, that's what my neck, it's not so bad as long as I'm inside. It kind of, I start feeling kind of a little sore where the humidity gets real heavy, like the rain.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I was going outside and kind of working, oh yeah, I could tell you a few weeks in advance. It's like, damn, I don't know. I think there's a draft coming in. Somehow it's weird. You feel that inside.
Well, I think we kind of have lost some of our instinctual stuff. We're all so distracted by everything. Like if you're out in nature for a long enough time, you can start to, I don't know, feel things or notice things that you didn't notice before.
You got a point. We were self-sufficient before we were exposed to all of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got here.
I think the busier and busier that society gets, and I'm guessing it happened in other places too, in time, we start to lose that. But like I noticed, I started observing like a couple of years ago, just paying attention to when the peepers would start to sing. And I noticed that they always started to really get loud right before it rained. Not when it rained, but right before.
Kind of like a warning call.
Yeah. Fuck is Vanilla Ice Age Barber? And hi, Indy. I never said hi earlier.
Oh, hey, Indy. Welcome back. I think she was here when I started. It's only 3 hours ago, so I don't know. Man,
I haven't been looking.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say I haven't been looking at chat as much this morning because I was trying to get some things done.
Man, the thing earlier just cracked me up so bad, and then I just... I've been in a relaxed frame of mind, too. My pre-birthday relaxation.
You have anything special planned for your birthday?
No. Shit. The most special thing was going to be I probably will live stream for the majority of it. Just talk to whoever comes around. There's nothing.
I'll try to pop in.
Okay. Cool.
Do I have a delay? I think I might have a delay again.
Well, I can wait to say something.
What if you say 1 and then I say 2 and then you can tell me how fast I said it?
So 1,
2,
3.
4.
There you go. Not too bad.
No, not too bad.
I love the birds.
Oh, can you hear them?
Yeah.
Oh, so
that's awesome.
The strangest thing, I was talking to Nikki, in between on the phone the other day, and I was in my diesel, which is hella loud, and I had my window partially rolled down, so it was loud, and I was like, I'm so sorry, I know it's loud background noises, and I had my headphones on, and she couldn't hear it. All she could hear was me, so they must cancel out noise somehow, but they don't cancel the birds.
I guess that frequency, that tone. Because, they come through nice and clear. They actually sound real cool. They blend in with the background and stuff. So. Hey, Nikki.
I've noticed that if I listen. Oh, hey, Nikki. She's always listening. I wonder how her birthday went. I sent her an extremely corny video of rubber duckies singing happy birthday. Poor thing.
Oh, I know, right? I wonder how cold that was, because when my wife just went to work, it was, which is the dampness. That's only 54.
I could look and see what my weather app eats so much data that I don't turn it on very often. It's annoying. Yeah, it's my diesel. We got it, and I looked at my husband and I was like, this is my truck. The older and louder, the better.
There you go.
Moving it inside, I'll mute myself for a second.
There, I could just sit like this too. I gotta say, earlier it just made me feel weird. Started seeing myself everywhere on all my monitors and shit. God, that was so weird.
Oh, I heard that part. I missed some of it.
Man, I was trying to help Miss Sharon, and I turned my camera around as I did, and then my face is like on all my monitors, even the big one, and it was like, holy crap! Okay, I can do this. That was weird.
You know when you go to take a picture of something and then you turn your camera on and bam, your face is right there?
Right. Hey, Grumpy. Happy
Grumpy,
Tuesday.
good morning. Oh, good. So she liked it. I don't know, and I think he was a little butthurt it wasn't his truck.
What does he drive?
He has a truck too. He had to get one for his work. So, I mean, I have like a Honda Pilot that I generally drive. That, it has better gas or fuel economy. But my son is actually using that right now because he and his grandfather worked on. I think they took like parts from 4 different trucks. And they rebuilt this one back. It took them 2 freaking years. Excuse me. But he started driving it back and forth to work and found out he's getting about 10 miles to the gallon. So he was blowing a lot of money because it was about a half-hour drive to work.
Oh, yeah.
And then a 3-hour drive home on the weekends, each way. So we decided to let him take that so that he wouldn't be eating his entire paycheck in gas.
Yeah, it's like, well, I showed up for work so I can pay for the fuel for the next week.
Right.
Hey, morning, Larry. Sharon said it seemed so hard and upsetting, then it turned real easy. Oh, yeah, that was funny though. I'm glad you got it going. That was something else. Went for a walk this morning and one of the cats went with me. Well, is that what was strange, Grumpy, that the cat went walking with you?
Mine used to do that. Like if we went out into the fields to set up a new paddock or something, Louise would follow us out like a dog. So we'd have all the dogs and the cat. There we go.
Uh-huh.
I'll come back, you come back. And I can't stay too terribly long because, like I said, the little one's coming again. So.
Oh, so Grumpy never had a cat go on a walk. That's what it was.
Oh, no?
Which I might not be on too long today anyway, because I was going to plan on streaming whenever I stream tonight and then just kind of going for a while.
Oh, yeah? A little bit of a marathon birthday party?
Yeah, got nothing else to do. Figured what the hell.
I never do anything really big on birthdays. To me, it's just kind of another day.
That's my kids. It was their birthday. That's their birthday. And then it used to be their birthday and her birthday. And then after, I don't know, probably 10, 15 years, it just became really them. And now it's just them, all three of them, because.
Right. Everybody grows up and.
Well,
You
if
know.
whatever you do for her, then she would just want to redo it for them. So she always pawned off whatever you tried to hook her up with. She somehow made you kind of feel bad. Go, oh, well, why don't we just get that? Don't do that. So finally, you just, once they get old enough, then you can throw all three of them in together going, here, poof. And now, I don't know.
I have
No,
two
actually,
kids with close birthdays, and we would sometimes do like a joint thing for them.
There you go.
Less
Grumpy,
happens.
I think I decided that I was going to go back to, I think somebody else picked like 27 or 29 or something. I forgot what day.
You know, I felt so bad. I used to sub at a school, and but I worked every single day, and I pretty much worked all the grades from pre-K all the way up to, oh gosh, what did they go up to in that school? I think it was 6th grade.
Oh, Lord.
And
You're like Indy. I don't know how y'all got that patience.
well, they were all military kids because we
Oh.
were overseas. It was like a DoD school, which pay way, way better than the schools over here. But anyways, I pretty much knew every kid in that school, and they all liked me for some reason. Mostly because I didn't give a crap. If they needed a hug, I gave them a hug, even if it was against all the rules or whatever, you know. Because most of them, you know, dad was deployed or mom was deployed, and you know, and I'd work a lot with the special ed kids. But they found out it was my birthday, and we used to have to all go into the auditorium at the very beginning for any announcements or stuff like that, and I'd have to make sure they were all sitting down with their books or whatever. And they announced my birthday, and it was the day I turned 30, and I'd already been a little bit depressed that I was turning 30. And they said, "How old are you?" And I choked and said, "I'm 29." And I felt bad because I just lied to an entire room full of kids. What a great example.
I refuse to give in.
Right? And then it was funny, the day after that, I was like, you know, I'm kind of happy being 30. Like, I like 30. I'm not as dumb as I used to be.
Hey, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's different experiences in life, because at some point you're just kind of like, shit, I survived another one. Oh, damn,
Right?
I'm still here. You just kind of think that that's a good thing after a while, and you kind of get impressed that you're still here.
Right? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
We're here
And
for
plus,
as long as
guys
we're
are
here.
always different from everything they say too. Is, you know, we don't take our age that big a deal.
That's true. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, especially in like a appearance-based society, there's a lot of pressure on women to like stay young and beautiful and all that stuff. Whereas you guys are like, yeah, I'll roll out of bed and I look better as I get older and all that fun stuff. It's like the Sean Connerys of the world.
Right.
Sean Connery, I did not think was good looking when he was younger. It was only when he got older that I thought he was good looking.
Well, he's well, how do they say that? Like a fine wine, he had to age.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Board Racer.
Grumpy.
There you go. Now we know.
Yeah.
Let's see, there's. Oh.
My favorite kid that I ever worked with, his name was Darian. And his dad was the provost marshal. And his mom worked at a hospital nearby. So both of them were really, really busy. And they had like 6 kids, and they kind of left their 18-year-old son to kind of take care of everything. And he was autistic.
Oh.
And really challenging. So when I would have that particular job that day, which they ended up just giving it to me, and that's what I did for several months, was just work with him. But I think he had a crush on me. So he listened to everything I said. Whereas if he had any other person, he was just a little shit. I
What
mean,
was the age spacing? Kind of like a few years or good little gaps? Or
he was the youngest of 6, and the oldest was 18, and he was in 2nd grade. So I'm trying to remember how old you are in 2nd grade. 7, 8, something like that.
it's been longer
Like
for me than you, so how would I know?
I don't know. Like everybody, have you ever noticed when somebody says, you know, when did that happen in your childhood? People say their grade.
Oh yeah, it's easier to reference something that happened at the school or what grade you were in than how old that was.
Right. Well, I was home educated. So when I did that, I did different grades of different things. So I always think of my age. But the weird thing is my kids think of where they lived at the time. Like not their grade, but where they lived. Because we've moved so often. We never lasted.
I can kind of see that. It's my younger years. That's like Ohio. All I remember is Fairfield, Ohio, and I can kind of remember. Got a motorcycle, and I learned how to ice skate, played hockey. That's there you go. Couldn't tell you what school the name it was, or I told Bug Out I was going to try to see if I find an old picture that might tell me what street or something. I
was listening to that. Yeah. Because y'all were one of the first ones on that area, right? Or in that area.
Apparently, the way he was reminded, see, I don't. You just kind of have like a frame of a memory. And I associate the hockey to Ohio and my mini bike, a Honda MRS Nor 50. That was my birthday present for 9 years old, and the number 9 was on it because it was my 9th birthday. I can remember that. There you go. Oh, I remember wrecking in the back of the truck the first day too. I think I told that once before. It's kind of a rather embarrassing memory. Yeah, we got home, picked it out. First, I picked one that had all the cool shit, and I got told real quick, nope, you don't need all these bells and whistles because that shit's just going to get broke off. Just go with the basic. So I picked the one, sure enough, load it up, get home, take it out of the back of the truck, strap on the helmet. I'm all good, excited, take off, go to the end of the street, come back, wave, go to the end, and as I'm coming back, I'm really excited now. I've done made a good full length road. And as I'm coming, I proceed to turn and focus on everybody in the yard and like waving. I plowed right into the back of the truck, went right into the thing. Into the day I got rid of that bike, it had a crease in the front fender where that thing wedged right underneath the ass end of that truck. Just burn. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds a little painful.
Wham. That was it. See, and I can remember that. Couldn't tell you what kind of truck it was. Don't remember. My dad was in weights and measures. He used to do a lot of batch weighing and scale type setups.
Okay.
For processing.
That's funny.
Crazy.
I remember my kid, he was probably about 2-3 years old. No, he had to have been like 3, maybe 4. And we went to this like little indoor playground thing. And he had this thing where he would love to run, and he was fast. I mean, his little legs would turn. And he was looking at me one time as he was running, and him and this other girl just smacked into each other. But it was the funniest thing to me because he's just running like this, looking at me, and then just smack. And I was trying not to laugh. I was a horrible parent. I would so laugh when they did something dumb. And I mean, I'm trying to like soothe him and everything. That's
the funny moments.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, my son, yeah. Some little boys, when they're little, let me tell you, there's some cracked up moments. But, nowadays, you got to be careful what you share. But it's some funny moments.
Oh, yeah.
He's come running in the living room, boy, when everything was he was little. and he was the only one. Well, that didn't last very long, too. I used to think that was really cool when you have them within about a little over a year apart. You know, I thought, hey, man, you can kind of knock shit out together. Yeah, okay, that's definitely turns into being one of the worst things you can do later on. So what starts out, oh yeah.
Why is that?
Because, man, it was just, that became so competitive with each other that they just, yeah. And one being male and one being female, that just made it even worse.
Yeah.
Well, because, you know, it's just, there's something to be said when your son is like 16, but your daughter's only 15 and just turned 15. But yes, she wants to do everything and then some of what he's doing. And it's like, yeah, no. But when you started out, it was all cool because you brush teeth together, you know, you're going through the whole, everything is in the cycle together. So, but then when the individuality kicks in, now, plus I take a lot of blame because they grew up with a lot of negativity with my in-laws, but I'm sure that didn't encourage this unity vibe between them because,
right. But
oh yeah, everything he did, she wanted to do, and anything that was associated to what he did, well, then my mom encouraged some whiny mode for a while.
Oh, I can't stand the whining.
Yeah. And it was like, oh, man.
And the woe is me and oh, poor me. And it's everybody else's fault and all that stuff. Like, I have so little tolerance for that.
Now, that's my stepson, my oldest stepson. That's, yes. That is a grandparent raised. Whatever has gone wrong in his life has been somebody else's fault in some way, form, or another. Any bad choice he's ever made was because of somebody else and what they did to him. It just, it goes on and on. That's going to go as one of my unsolved mysteries in life is what that place will be.
At one point I wanted to, and we ended up moving away from close to my mom because she likes to save people. Which, you know, there's a time and a place for that kind of, you know, but it can actually end up becoming enabling, you know. And I watched that happen with my brother. Like, it was really frustrating to me because I thought sometimes you just have to let them fall on their freaking face. And if they get up, great. Otherwise, you let it go. Like, they're going to make their own decisions and they're going to have to live with the consequences with that. If you just keep catching them every time right before they hit rock bottom, they're never going to hit it and look up again.
That's it.
And I watched that, and finally I think she just got worn out and she let go a little bit, and then my brother turned around, you know. But I was starting to notice her doing this with my son, and I was like, oh no. And I pretty much told her one time, I was like, when they're teens or when they're young adults and they do this kind of crap, or if they do this kind of crap, I won't speak with you if you do that. Like, we will have issues. I love you, but I will not tolerate that.
That will not be happening.
And they knew, they knew if they ever went to jail or something like that, I wasn't bailing them out. They were going to spend the night in there. And that's horrible, probably, but no.
Yeah, depends on the circumstances.
That's why you try to...
Depends on the circumstances. I can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see where there's like a line, you know.
Well, my son went to jail, and I actually went to jail with him, but then that's because I was supposed to be going to jail too, but they really wanted me because there were some people trying to look out for me, and I get it, but I just couldn't fathom going to the hospital with my son was going to a jail. It was like, no, he only got involved because, well, I got attacked, so it's just kind of a weird. I got attacked in my store parking lot. People were coming to beat up a customer, only I didn't know it was people. I thought it was just one person.
Oh.
Yeah, only it turned into being, I think I don't know. My wife corrects me all the time. I just can't remember if it's 7 or 9. It's one of the two. I always get it
wow.
wrong. But yeah. And that's actually what I think has kind of done some of the spinal, kind of increased some of my damage was. But yeah, I made him stay in the store too at the beginning of it. It wasn't until I went out to address him and this guy just started to walk towards my wife. And as I turned and went, "Hey, that's my wife. We ain't going there." Well, then that's when one from the other side just tagged me. And it was on. Next thing I know, I don't know, probably about 15 minutes, 10 minutes later, next thing I know, my son's tapping me on the shoulder going, "Dad, you got to let him go. The cops are here. The cops are here. You let him go." And I just was choking it until it was stopping. But yeah, apparently along the way, I just held on while my son had come running out the store. He got involved.
That's a little different than like doing something dumb and throwing it to jail, you know?
Dude, then the oldest one, the stepson, has gone on his own. And yeah, it's kind of like, nope, you're all on your own. Sorry. It's called tough love, I think is how it was phrased to me back in the day. So, because that's how you learn, you know, you're either one of the people that instinctively know not to stick your finger on the hot burner, or you're one of the few that then need to touch it every now and then to remind yourself that shit gets hot, or you're really the special ones that just do it and burn yourself and then cannot fathom how the hell that happened. And there's just special categories. So
That category seems to keep growing.
hey, what's up, Jewish redneck prepper? Shalom.
Oh, I haven't looked at chat, sorry.
Me neither. I'm sorry too. Long time ago, women told their age was understanding that they could not keep a secret. Age is not a secret. Oh yeah, Scat Pack said something. I saw it earlier. What was it? About the birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be celebrated at your first breath. It should be special. I'm working on trying to be entertained by it. I'm kind of really.
Hey, Mama.
I'm cool with moving on at this point myself, but then it's not up to me. It's up to him. So.
Oh, come on. You got a lot of left in you. See, and here's my thing. Like, I really feel like people underestimate the value that they have. Like, at a certain point, it kind of becomes, because of what you do, you know, if you look at what you're doing right now, I really like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. And I get it. I just, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know, you work at a job for so long and you're okay when it's time to retire. You know, it's just that's the way I view it. It's not a down kind of vibe thing. It's just, I'm tired of the fighting. You know, I'm tired of I'm tired of putting in the work. I'm ready to be lazy. Morning, Mama Red. Because it's just, and it's the environment that I've got myself into. It's self-created, and it's some barriers you create around you, and there's nothing. It's not that they're bad, but it's not that it's good either. It just, and that's why I say I'm on a battlefield, because there's hardly anybody around me, because this is where my wife grew up. So this is where my in-laws were from. This is where it's just that everybody knows everybody. This is, you know, the good old boy system. It's, you know, it's a little different nowadays. And I've earned my own place around here too. It's just been a tough road to hoe, because I'm telling you, these people started out, and this is why I guess I get so, I used to, I don't no more. I laugh and say, I don't stress over shit no more, but I used to. Religion and people that had felt a need to attack the religion thing. And then I realized that, oh wait, I don't even connect with religion to faith, because
Yeah.
that's my in-laws. My in-laws are the classic Baptist church going Wednesdays, Sundays. The father-in-law is the deacon in the church, and everything is right. And actually, when I met, I thought, okay, that's why for the first 10 years, I used to think it was me. Like,
Mhm.
okay, it's because I've just had a rough, maybe I'm rude. I'm not haven't adapted well. I have been kind of locked up a little bit. So, but it was when they met me, they liked me until they found out I had been to prison. And then that was the exact words. We liked you fine until we found out you had been to prison. And I was like, but you know that you didn't even know I existed in. That's so people can't change. And I went, really? You feel that way? Yes. And then that was it. And from then on, it just was one of those kind of like you get the glare when they pull up and it's like, oh, great. Yeah. How to do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you try to get along, we'd pull up over there. Hell, I'd get out and wash half his truck trying to get along. Just no. Wouldn't talk to me for shit, but I'd just be going, well, let me just try to be the right guy. Let me try to be nice. Nah. Not that saying being ugly was the right thing, but it's just that you can't. And I tried, and actually 10 years, she just done ruined a few Christmases, holidays, got to where they didn't mean anything to me anymore because it was just, it's turned them all bad. And I grew up with my mom was one where like the whole month of November was fall and Thanksgiving and all that, October, that was Halloween. You got December's Christmas, and it's all Christmas music all the time. Oh no, these people were just made my life hell.
Oh, that sucks.
But and so my kids kind of grew up with a split thing, and I've talked to my kids about it, so it's not like I'm saying anything I haven't talked to them about. I've apologized that they grew up in that negative environment, because they love me. They just love me in their own weird way, and what they perceive is, it's why I laugh and say nobody's going to come and touch me. Either one of my kids would come in and dogpile on somebody to ever physically went to confront me or their mom, kind of thing. But as far as helping me kind of in a bind, no, my kids they don't see it as not giving a shit. I do, but they don't. They just go, well, no, you just handle it. I don't know what to do. There you go. Because that's, I guess, been their whole thing, their whole life. That's how they got out of all kind of chores, and everything was going, oh, well, I don't really know how to do that. Or the dishes are so dirty that you don't want to ask them to wash them again.
I remember we had this conversation one time where, you do a shitty job so you don't have to do it anymore.
Yep. And that's, no.
Yeah.
If I could rewind, I would change a lot of things. Go ahead.
I mean, there are things that I would probably do differently. But then again, hold on 1 second. I keep trying to work myself up to quitting smoking. I know this is where this is coming from. But I look and I see some of the stuff that went on in my life and the bad stuff, and I'm kind of still grateful for it. Like, even stuff that you would supposedly regret, it taught lessons and something good came out of it. I'm a firm believer in that.
Yeah. Now, as far as me, no, I'd be okay,
Going back and changing things?
Yeah, I would like to go back and, you say when we talk about going back, my kids are just my kids, so that I could only go back to there anyway. Otherwise, then they wouldn't be around. So you kind of go back to there. Well, we did move one time. We moved to Tennessee for a year, and if I could go back, I would go back and stay there, at least for a while.
I like Tennessee.
We lived in Chattanooga. My dad was a service guy for this humongous dealership up there, and
Mhm.
I went up to go kind of help with the shop there, and that. And I thought, okay, it's a way out of here, yeah. It's like that. These people were so chicken shit when we moved. They kept half her furniture. I literally got ran off the property that she rented because it was on their property, but the trailer that she lived in, since it was on their section, and it's just having those people in your pocket. So that's why whenever I defend cops, it's like, oh no, I've been on the other end of this, so all the way
Mhm.
around. Right is right, wrong's wrong. That dude
Well,
there, dude, the judge even told him that I had the right to be there. He hung up the phone, and of course, this is back in the day. The cell phones were bag phones that you had in your vehicle, but he
right.
hung that
Big
house
old ones.
phone up, looked at me, and he goes, okay, I'm going to give you 15 minutes. And then if you're not out there on that road in 15 minutes, then you'll be in the back of my car. And I was like, but you just heard that. He goes, I don't care what that judge has said. I'm just telling you. I'm not going to deal with those people out there and listen to them right there because they were outside going, yeah, get him out of there. I had the U-Haul backed up to the house. So my wife, literally, she's like in freak out mode going, I don't know how to drive that big ass thing. What do I do? What do I do? And I go, hold on. I started shoving shit in the back of the U-Haul off the porch. And then I go, all you got to do is get in, put it in gear, and then just let it idle till it gets up there to the end, to the road. And then I'll get it from there. Man, they kept half her shit and sold it.
Wow.
Yeah, we moved to Texas.
That's pretty shitty.
Yeah, that's why I say it's, but my wife's a good person. She's just very naive, and she's just very loyal to the wrong people.
That does happen.
So, and I've had my mad days where it's like, man, if you would just do one goofy ass thing that I could put it on, then yeah, we could just call this, but I can't. It's just not in me. My dad walked away, and I get it. Don't hold no grudges, but I wasn't going to walk away from mine, and I'm still not walking away just because, well, I don't like being a hypocrite. And so if I believe in my faith the way I say I do, well, then that's the good or the bad. So just buckle up, and hey, I've had bad days before. What the hell? It's just one day after another. It is what it is.
Right.
For the good and the bad.
And people think that maybe those are equal. That's not always the case.
It's shitternut time.
Oh, is it?
Nope, there you go. Okay, that sounds smooth.
It was really weird. Last week it actually worked.
I know everybody was even talking about it. I thought that was kind of funny because we sit there and everybody going, I know, Milkmaid's internet's been doing all right lately. And it's like...
Oh, I'm so excited. So we put a query in with the company, and supposedly late June, they're supposed to be running a line out here. But here's the problem. The company that the county has two different power companies that service different areas. So one is a co-op, and the other is like a bigger one. And we happen to live at the very end. Like my neighbor across the street has a different one than I do. So they can lose power and I haven't lost power, and vice versa. And luckily one of our neighbors is a lineman, and he's on the same one as us. So I think he always tries to push a little bit harder for our power to get back on faster.
Right.
Oh, but it's the power companies running or facilitating the running of the fiber optic. But man, once I have fiber optic, can you imagine?
Oh, I know. You'll be blazing away then.
Well, it's probably a bad thing. I'll probably get nothing done.
Well, you'll be able to do more.
Well, yeah.
Then you won't be bogged down at all. You'll be able to stream and while you're working.
Oh, well, yeah, I can listen to stuff. Sometimes it's actually distracting. Like sometimes I have to turn off chat, like this morning, so that I didn't get distracted talking. So my fingers could be doing work.
Oh, there's one in here. Yep, there he is. What's up, old possum?
Hey, little possum. I wonder if that bothers him that I call him little.
Well,
It's meant nicely.
links
Well,
up
because
top.
we had this whole thing where I was going to shoot him. Not shoot him, opossums.
And now he's the king opossum.
Mm-hmm. I don't get the chat at all. Whoopsie.
Oh, Jewish redneck prepper from Georgia. I'm from Southeast Texas, sir. Or, ma'am, I'm sorry. Whichever way that's going to go, I apologize.
Oh man, I've pissed people off before by assuming. How dare you assume my gender?
I did not mean any, no offense. Yes, Miss Sharon.
Sometimes I'm called the milkman. I find that hilarious, and then people stutter and they're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry."
The milkman.
Because they'll go to type it in chat like, "Hi, milkman,"
Oh,
and they're like, "Oh man, sorry, I meant to type." Because milkman doesn't come up on like regular things. I find it funny. It's really hard to offend me.
that's why I do the @ symbol, and then about the second or third character into the name, it fills it in. Hit the tab key and move on.
Yeah, my phone won't do that.
Oh, the phone. Yeah, see, now there's, I don't know about that part. I hate the phone. I've tried to do this on the phone. I kudos to y'all that do this shit on your phone, because it's like, oh no.
Pretty much my only option. I have some hotspot, like I can use my phone as a hotspot, but there's limited data that I can use. So I kind of have to use what I use. So that's why I shorten everybody's name, and it's not meant to be rude. And I don't tag people generally, unless it's something that I'm trying to get their attention, you know, to ask something or answer something. I figure if people get upset, they get upset.
I think it's all good. Huffed one too many times. Oh, right, it's cat butt.
Louise is going to show you her bum.
Cat butt.
Why always the bum? She's the weirdest cat. Like, she likes hard scratches and her belly rubbed. She loves that.
My dog likes the back section. From right behind the shoulder blades down to the butt, his whole back. So you can sit there, and if you just go back and forth, he just stands there and he even starts stretching out. We laugh because he'll end up laying on the floor with his front legs up. But he just starts laying out on the floor. It's funny. Hey, morning, Christina.
Hello. Hey, wizard. Oh, yeah. Possum, that'll happen.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what he meant when he said, hey, big skim. And it was like, well, then he...
Oh.
But it's funny because how does his name show up then? They don't take it out.
I've noticed that with some names. There's a guy who goes by Arkansas Whoop-Ass. And I just call him Whoop-Ass because that's fun to say. But if I'm not a moderator, a lot of times it'll get hidden. Or if I'm modding for somebody and actually doing a modding job, and somebody will say Whoop-Ass, I'll have to release it. It's the strangest thing. Although I think you can do settings or something like that.
Rabbit tobacco.
I've heard of that, but I have not. I want to say, is that like not a tobacco, but it's like maybe an herb?
Kind of an herb?
Now I'm gonna have to go look it up afterwards. Ooh, got cat hair on my
Let's
nose.
just see.
Gee, thanks. Now I'm covered in fur, kitty. I'm gonna look and see what time it is too. Make sure I don't stay too late. I got time.
It's known as a pioneering plant.
Oh,
Rabbit tobacco loves to invade dry slopes and hills where it can reach as high as 3 feet tall in some locations.
did it say where it's native or where it grows?
Around Anniston, Alabama, at the foothills of Mount Cheaha, rabbit tobacco will be found waist high and in very thick patches. So apparently around Anniston, Alabama, at the foothills of Mount Cheaha,
Okay.
Cheaha, Cheaha. Cheaha.
Huh. Cheaha. Kataha?
Cheaha. Cheaha.
Hmm.
Cheaha.
Oh, native name. Those are always fun. It's funny when I hear people pronounce, like, you know, Appomattox from the Civil War, right? Some people will call it Appomattox. And I'm like, no, that is not how you say it.
I was looking at this because there's a whoever does this, the actual website for rabbittobacco.com, apparently they lived in North Georgia and smoked rabbit tobacco. So apparently up into Georgia too. So it'd be Alabama. I was trying to see if somebody talked about that, just like the climate.
Oh, Grumpy, I was wondering that. I was wondering if it had any medicinal properties. It's funny, a lot of your really great weeds or medicinal plants, they grow in like really crappy conditions, like dandelions, and they can be indicator plants too. They can tell you a little bit about the soil and what it's lacking, and what it's high in, that kind of thing. Disturbed soil will always have dandelion because it can crack through everything.
Well, in Georgia, I believe they grow. That's borders we got. Well, then it's a little flowering plant.
Say what?
Looks like a little flowering style. Oh, they've got little buds on them.
Let's see if I can make this bigger.
Can you see that okay? Or
Could you click on one of the images? Everything's so tiny on my phone.
oh, okay. Yeah, let me go with, I guess, this one here. No, not that one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Let's see if I can go closer. Here we go. This is rabbittobacco.com. Oop, damn. There we go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen that before. Huh. I keep trying to learn new plants, though, so I can recognize them. There's just so many.
Oh,
Cheaha is what Anti said, how you pronounce it.
And then there's this look.
Is that the same thing? Or maybe
Yeah,
it's
but
not.
I think what it
Okay.
is the other must have been dying off and was browned out, and the flowers had bloomed out. Because if you look, you can see the little blossoms inside, and I bet those unfold. That's what made the other ones.
It's always interesting. Hold on, I got a call.
Which Jewish redneck prepper is this kind of what? Is it look like this one here, or would it look more like the other one? And if you don't remember what the other one looked like, I can bring it back up. But does what you're talking about look like this? The rabbit tobacco, is this a good representation?
I was actually having a like I sent Nikki some pictures because
Later, Biox. Have a great day. Smile or be the reason somebody else smiles.
bye.
Bye. Damn, listen to that. Maybe just said bye.
I mean, it's not meant like that. It's just bye.
Yeah. Oh, that's the way she said it was bye. And just even got the sharp little bite at the end. Bye.
Have a wonderful day, Bioxo. I hope you're very blessed and happy and
Oh man. Feel the sarcasm just glancing off.
no, he's all
I'm just
right. I'm cool with Bioxo.
I'm just picking.
Call him hugs and kisses. Donate plant. I forget where Grumpy is. I know I've seen it at some point. My brain doesn't always retain
Zone
everything.
8 plant. What does that mean? Grow it in a high tunnel.
A high tunnel is like a. Are you not familiar with that?
Not a high tunnel. Greenhouse and that stuff I get, but what's a high tunnel?
Well, technically, a greenhouse is a permanent structure with glass, so to speak. But you've seen the ones that they're, they can be. People call them greenhouses, but a high tunnel is just a circular arched.
Oh, the
sometimes
quasi
above it.
huts?
They're like that, but they have
So
greenhouse
barracks?
plastic.
You mean barracks
Yeah.
building?
Yeah, it looks like that, but it's plastic, not,
Oh, okay.
sturdy material. And you can move them sometimes. Like, that's what Ladysmith, what was damaged there. And I've been trying to get one. I want one badly, so I can grow a lot of things off season, or at
Okay.
least start things. They can be big, but they're kind of pricey.
So it's called a high tunnel, which is basically that arched.
Because you have low tunnels too, which are used in growing like row crops and stuff like that, like a larger bed that's a row. And those generally, you can't walk into them. They're low. You just roll up the sides and harvest or do whatever you need and roll it back down. A high tunnel you can walk in.
Well, is it because, is it you're intentionally covering them up when you cover them up with or it's, because if it's not, because it's too low for you to walk into? I guess I need to look this up.
Yeah, look up what a high tunnel looks like, and I guarantee you'll recognize it. A lot of nurseries, like perennial plant nurseries, will have them. A lot of farmers. Market gardeners, that kind of thing. A lot of homesteaders have them too. Every time I see one, I get a little, I don't really get envious, but there's that twinge of, oh man, and that would be so great.
Alrighty, Jewish redneck prepper. Hadn't quite heard that one before, but I love peanut and mayonnaise sandwich. So I'm assuming that's meaning peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich.
Oh my goodness, no.
which I gotta say, I was
Are we
not
in
aware.
agreement on this?
Yeah, that would be no bueno. Well, what the hell, a high tunnel? It's just a greenhouse. Okay,
Yeah.
let me see what a low tunnel is. It's just a smaller version. See, I quit. What
Yep.
happened to regular language? It worked for so long. We built so much shit just using basic descriptions that made sense.
Well, because they used to make greenhouses out of glass.
Hey, wow,
You
that's a
know?
big greenhouse. Cool. Yeah, I want to build a great greenhouse. Do you want a big one or do you want a medium one? I don't know. Maybe just a small one. I don't want to do much. Oh, okay, a small greenhouse. Oh no, 2022. Well, now what do you mean? Do you want a tunnel? Because we have to make this sound different. You know, it's not really a tunnel. It's more of a greenhouse, but we're going to call it a tunnel.
Well, Rescue, they've been calling them this for, a while now. Just saying.
And it's like, damn, there's something there, and I just don't know what it is anymore. I have to decide later. It's just like we're so confused nowadays. It just used to be so easy. Things were so
Like,
easy.
uh-huh.
Something
Sometimes
that
I
was-
wonder if it's our perception, though.
Oh, yeah, it definitely is nowadays. Full swing. I will not deny that whatsoever, because my perception cannot go the other way. I just
No.
don't see it. Oh, what did I do? I still left the damn screen up that way, didn't I? There we go.
Man, the other night, we went to my sister-in-law's, and we thought it was going to end up just being us and them, which would have been totally cool because I can talk to them really easy. But instead, we had a bunch of people show up, and towards the end of the night, they had a slushy machine. They bought a slushy machine,
Oh, there you
and they made margaritas. And I was like, "Oh, this is not good." So I'd put like this much, tequila in the very bottom of the cup, and then put like this much slushy, and then a little bit of water just to kind of water it all down and not, regret it. And we're sitting around the campfire, but at one point I have this friend, and he kind of went left. And I've known him since he was I've known him since he was 14, and like he was a Eagle Scout, all about self-sufficiency, like libertarian, all this stuff, and he's lost it and gone to the dark side. But they were sitting there arguing over capitalism and and then it got onto racism and all of this stuff, and I checked out of that conversation. I listened, but I was like, nope, I am not getting involved in this because this is dumb, and I'll say something that I mean. And it was tempting. Right before we left, I did say something that I meant, and I'm pretty sure I pissed people off.
Maybe that's how I ended up putting my head down, like I say all the time, because I gotta say, I don't know how we got here, but then maybe that was just the benefit of doing the line work. You just kind of, because you just deal with people on the problem right here, right now, and then you kind of go on. And then it's like,
Right.
even with the firefighting, you just deal with the problem and then you move on. It's not so much an interaction, so you don't really go any farther than the incident that's bringing you together. And then I was able to avoid people, and then it's kind of like now, because I just really, it makes no sense how we got here. It's just, I knew there was a little dip in the pride and work and self-sufficiency, but I had no idea. It's like, oh no, there's like a whole generation that's now just thrown the towel in damn near, and just like, here, who's carrying my pillow today? And it's like, ain't nobody carrying nobody's pillow, Buck. We just bounce off the ground and get back up is all I can say. Shit. Get some baling wire, duct tape, and clients. Problems can be solved.
I think what I find interesting, because I try to think things through all the way, and listen to different things, to try to understand something from somebody else's perspective. And that's really hard to do when you're opinionated, and I am opinionated, But I try to listen at least and find some common ground to talk to somebody, so that potentially we can move in the same direction. Because I have seen people completely flip in their the way that they stand, like Dana was talking about the other day, you know. But I'm getting less tolerant of doing that. Finally, I'm just kind of like, never mind. I'm not even bothering.
Well,
But I think some of that was born out of trying to do the right thing. Like, you know, like for example, you know, caring about somebody's feelings, you know, don't bully or this, that, and the other. But then you end up creating this weak class of people who can't handle any kind of ribbing, any kind of challenge or a little bit of hurt feelings or things like that. Like those kinds of things, they can destroy you if you're susceptible to it. You know, getting your feelings hurt all the time.
Yeah.
But sometimes it causes you to learn how to have thick skin so you can survive, you know? And I think
yeah, but there is a
it
line.
just went too far.
Yes, that's well, and because it can go too far the other way, you know, and then you end up because I don't know. That's probably why I find myself apologizing which I don't get my feelings hurt. I get flustered with myself actually nowadays just because I expect more out of me than what I put out, and I see that. And once again, hypocrite is my biggest thing. It has been for a couple years now. Hypocritical. Because it's just that I guess there's so much people that say one thing but they actually do something else, and we've dumbed the reasoning down behind this, and it's kind of like, and please don't take that don't mean nothing by it, and watch people in the chat might even get it. Understanding something, a different point of view. See, that all sounds good in theory when the words were like self-defined, when the meaning to that had boundaries. You know, and somewhere along the way, the boundaries have been erased to where it's like, well, just try to, well, you know, it's like right now, it is what it is outside. So just because you want to tell me that it's broad daylight, and I go, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. You're not very understanding. Wait a minute. There's really nothing to understand, you know, and that's
right.
And there's so much right now, and it's like even at the political level, the media does the shit. It's the whole. It's one big Hollywood show almost in society, and then no offense, but sometimes I see it because we talk about how we got here, and it's kind of like, well, I mean, yeah, this is how.
Look the fuck around. Right? Sorry.
It is, because it's just kind of like, this is how we got where we are. Because there's just some things are ups up and downs down, left is left, right's right. You know, it is what it is. And there's a reason why there's definitions to things. You know, a definition is an absolute, I guess, would be the scientific, since people like to talk scientifically. It's absolute or whatever they call it. But I don't know. Life is so simple for me, and it seems so simple. And I mean, I see people complicating shit over that doesn't need to be complicated. It's kind of like gender versus sex. What?
Well, that's something that we've kind of.
It's biology.
Created.
What did we teach for like a couple 100 years or whatever or longer? I mean, for thousands of years, I thought we had this defined. I mean, might have been some different variations on how you might want to interact with that, but everybody was pretty much well established on what was what. And then all of a sudden, somewhere in this poof moment, oh, well, no, now it's up for debate. What?
And that was driven by such a small minority. It's in my opinion, the whole reason that we're dealing with all that BS right now anyhow, is that we went to a society where you had to be special. Everybody gets a trophy, which means nobody's special, by the way. And, you know, we get to the point where, you know, you have to be unique in order to be important. And so, and not only that, but people just like to let their freak freak flag fly, and they want you to celebrate them for it. Whereas, somebody can fly their freak flag. Wow, I cannot talk. But you do you, boo. Like, I don't give two craps, and don't ask me to celebrate something I definitely find not. Well, I think you probably need some help, basically.
Yeah. It's an issue. It's a mental issue. Something's not wired right.
It's like everybody who wanted to be unique. You remember that whole, like, I don't know, the goth thing and all that stuff?
Oh, I used to crack up
whatever.
over that, dude, because it started out as the punk rock days. Well, they were against the establishment and wanted to be different. And at the time, you were different as a punk rock because, well, that was a new genre. That was a new fad. There was a new tradition. And then somewhere
Maybe
along,
talking like fashion. Like, you want to be unique like everybody else.
well, yeah. Then all of a sudden it's unique 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it's like how many variations of unique before you realize it's not unique. It's all the same.
Right.
Because
everybody feels like they have to be special.
Well, and I feel bad because I remember me and my wife talked about that when the whole trophy thing come out, and it kind of was the buzzwords, oh, look, now they're giving trophies for participation just in general. So much for, the best player and all that.
Right.
But, and I guess it was just the moment in life, like where we were at with the kids, and, like my son got really turned off on sports fairly early because the coaches, because he's a tall boy, so they wanted him for basketball right out the gate, and he didn't even give a shit about basketball. And it's like, and they're like, no, you need to play. And it's like, I don't really want to. And so it was kind of one of those forced go to practice, and so I finally just said, hey, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do that shit. That's all extracurricular activity. I need you to be smart so you can hold your own later. That's what I want.
Right.
You can play ball on your own with a basketball court that you can even buy later on if you'll go ahead and handle your shit right.
Right.
And so he just wasn't into it. And I guess that's why we never really paid much attention to the impact of what was coming with that. It wasn't just trophies. It wasn't just sports. It was across the board.
Well, my favorite is, like, have you ever watched like international soccer players? No?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Those games. Well, see, my brother-in-law's from...
I've seen it off and on, clips type thing, but never just watched it.
Right. Well, I have a brother-in-law who grew up in Haiti. His parents were missionaries there. And so he spent, his whole life playing barefoot soccer and everything. And then they come to the States. So he's really into soccer. And one time he was at my mom's house when we were there, and he was watching, I don't even know what it's called, like the big games, the worldwide games. And I'm watching, and he's getting all into it or whatever. But one of the things that I noticed is once you get high up, like, basically your job is to pretend to get injured so that you can have some kind of advantage. Your team can have an advantage. And they will, like, literally fall on the ground, rocking, holding something. Oh, I'm dying, basically. I mean, the dramatic effect of it's. And I watched that and I was like, what a pussy thing to do. Like, why would you want to play if you're just not playing your best and you can win honestly and without trying to get all these rule advantages? It totally turned me off to that. I was like, I can't even respect them.
But there's no pride in doing anything. And, there's being good at you doing something. There's no, we be dehumanized or however you want to view it. But because it's kind of the work ethic. No work ethic. There just seems to be no drive. That's why I told my wife, it's not like there's no drive. There's no, everybody, it's like people just sit around waiting. You
We've
know,
removed most of the reward for drive these days, though. Like, say you work really hard, you get a better job, and a better job, and a better job, and you start making more money. Now you get taxed higher. You know? Or you work really hard. Am I frozen?
did I freeze yet? Or did you freeze yet?
You froze for me. Did I freeze?
You froze for me, so.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, Dusty?
Hey, Dusty.
And hey, chat, I realized got 71 people in chat. Thank y'all for hanging out. Okay, I almost thought I lost Milkmaid for a moment. I'm glad everybody's here. Hopefully you're having a great start of your day with a smile, a little positivity. Go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, I was just saying, like, our society has kind of made it that way, too, for adults on a different level. You're rewarded for being lazy or being the victim.
It's encouraged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's, I just, that's what I don't know. That blows me away. Because you can, if people sit, I get the close up.
No. Are you going to look at the camera and everything?
She came up on it close.
Right. Well, I was expecting her to nose it. She gets jealous of it.
But it's just, yeah, if people talk individually, you know, everybody, the majority, you know, they want the good stuff, but it's like there's hell connecting the dots.
Yeah.
It's kind of like my son got it, but my oldest stepson still hasn't connected with put in some hard work, save money, you now can afford to do this, you know, work, save some money, you now can get this, and that it's better to pay this stuff than to going and building debt.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought of how ironic that was, that it's like, but you are, let's see, 5 years older than my son. And
Okay.
so it's like, he's younger than you and he gets it and you still don't get it. But that's the impact of that do no wrong, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because that's everything was catered. That didn't want to hurt his feelings. Never, you know, that's when it just, matter of fact, her parents are that way right now. They talk about, you know, oh, we need to bring prayer back to the school, the Pledge of Allegiance, you know, need to put the control back in the teacher's hands so that they can control the classrooms and blah, 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 blah. That was the same woman who back then used to actually be one of the people that griped about, oh, that teacher better just not get on to him. I'll just go up there and meet with her right away. Better not talk down to him like that. Better not get on to him. And it's like, well, okay.
I hated that when I worked at the schools, man.
If you're not going to let the adult handle the problem, then you need to step up your game and handle the problem. But to just unleash these minors on top of adults, that's why I was out. There's no way in hell I could be a teacher. That's kudos to you, Indy, any other lady that can be a teacher, or any man that's a teacher. I'll be down. I ain't got the patience level.
I just subbed. I wasn't really a teacher. I just kind of worked there.
You were there. You were on the battlefield.
Yeah. Oh, trust me. I learned a lot watching those kids. Yeah, I can't stand. I would always actually back up the teachers, even though I knew sometimes there were some instances where I really did actually feel the teacher was in the wrong. Because I worked with some teachers, and man, this one lady, she would have a grudge against certain children. She just didn't like them, and she was harder on them. And you know, this was kindergarten. Like, it's a freaking kid. I understand, because I had my own special kindergartner that hated me. I mean, he flipped me the double bird. Like, he was just a little freaking brat. And I had to work with him. Like, man, I had to drag him to the principal's office one time, and he took his fingernails and he dug them into my arm.
No,
as I was taking him along. Oh man, I wanted to pop that little kid so bad.
see, you can only imagine his home life.
His mom worked at the school. That was her baby. He could do no wrong. The principal, though, was this one lady. She always dressed sharp, and she was completely no nonsense. And she took that kid, and she was, you know, he heard it. And then the mom didn't want to piss off the principal, so she actually did help somewhat. I don't know.
Mama Red, most of the
went off on a
population has the
tangent.
mentality of a goldfish.
Or a guppy.
Auntie Ed Jack, please don't insult the goldfish.
Right. Hmm.
Well, and you know, that's
Right.
that's why I just worry in a way. That's why I say prepare for the worst, pray for the best, but prepare for the worst, because that's
You know, I have a feeling that depending on what happens, you know, like if bad things start to happen, things get tough, you're going to find good people coming out and good qualities, I think. Or you're going to see a lot of bad, but you'll actually see some people really learn how to step up.
But see, it's
Just,
not.
they
just,
will be the minority.
That's the thing, because it's not so much the stepping up, and that's the thing. Yeah, I think there's so many people that are capable of defending themselves and defending their family, but it's going to take more than that. I mean, we had that when we first were here, and when we changed the tides of things to become who we are. It wasn't an individual home residence. It was as a group. It was a mass. Well,
Mm-hmm.
the playing field has changed a lot now because and the tools involved have all changed. So I don't know. You just kind of, and maybe that's just my own little dark pill in the back that just kind of lingers there, because there's a realist side of me that just kind of, sometimes I don't like to always look over there. That's not a pleasant picture, but you just, look at how we got here with 330 million people all just got mind jacked into an election, mind jacked into wearing masks, mind jacked into jabs. Now we talk amongst ourselves in our little groups and talk, we didn't do that.
Our
We didn't
echo
do this.
chamber.
But you're talking a country of 330 million plus people. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'm all for that. There's thousands upon thousands of our little groups across everywhere. I'm all for that. I don't know that I feel it, but I'm all for it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I don't feel it. Like I know that it exists and it's out there. Like we were talking the other day, the 15% number or whatever. I don't know. Like I look at everything, and I'm probably gonna have to go here in a second. Let me check the time.
Later, Grumpy. Have a good day.
I look at everything and how entrenched everything is, and I'm thinking maybe it just needs to crash. But when it does, if it does, when it's built back, I'm really hoping that people learn the lessons and set things into place. Like the whole point of our divided government and the state, like the Democratic Republic, the electoral system, all of that was supposed to be a level of checks and balances to prevent some of the things that had occurred in history that caused the downfall or caused the enslavement of the people. And yet people still found a way around it, and they still did their thing. So I hope that, enough of us know and make it all the way to the end, or at least teach our kids when they make it to that next step that they can remember those things and build it even better. Not build back better, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, because it's like we I don't know, it's kind of hard to go there without the visualization, because I get it, and I think that the majority of us, because I know it's all around me, and this is all farming, fishing out the stream. We fry out the fish while we're camping. I mean, people do that all the time around here. Hell, kids go out, high schoolers, our junior hires, our students go camping on the weekend down at the river, and meanwhile, we're not, they don't think anybody really realizes this, but we all know it because we all did it too. But they all go down there and they drink beer, on the weekends, and they fish out the river, and they literally cook and the fish right there on the campfire while they're all sitting around drinking beer because they're all acting grown, and we all did it around here. Well, this was way of life around here. But then I also start to kind of look into the cities, like around here, it's Dallas, Houston, then you take Minneapolis, and you kind of go, man, that's a lot of people that just kind of go down there to the 7-Eleven and shit, and kind of walk into Starbucks and go into the mall. And wow, I don't know. And then you kind of go, well, okay, well, it's that moment, it's time to the old tree of liberty stuff, and it's time to throw down. Okay, well, back in the first time we threw down, well, it was kind of, we were not known. We were an unknown, and we decided, we had this idea, we exercised it, bam, here we are. This time around, there's countries that are just like drooling, waiting for it to fall. So it's not going to be just like dookie, okay, yeah, see, yeah. It's like, that's where I kind of go, really. It's like, man, if we could just get our shit together right now, because I really think right now is the time to get our shit together. I don't think it's going to go so good if we let it go too far. Because there's, I don't know, there's a billion people over there that can just flood, and you talk about the mentality of a government that has no problem sacrificing 100 million to go here. Do kind of like one of those horde storm kind of things,
I wonder if they would, though, because I keep looking at that and thinking, I don't think they want here. I think they want the resources.
Well, yeah, but it depends on how far you fight back, because that's jumping, just assuming the approach. But every bit you push back, then theirs is going to get worse. Well, they have no concern for human life, so that's a given. That's a fact. I mean, now
I can all agree on that one.
Try not to paint the darker picture, is what they try to do, is play around with the shading of the picture of that. But at some point, those blinders will start to come off to where then it gets real. I mean, look at the shit that they're doing over there.
Isn't it interesting that every communist country hurts their own people? When they all, like, the whole commune, the meaning of the word is supposed to be to take care of the even distribution, even work, all of that stuff among all the people. But in reality, people don't freaking work that way. They don't. You're always going to have your cream that rises to the top. You're always going to have corrupt people. You're always going to have those who are lazy and that kind of thing. If you use like a free market society with consequences for behavior, I mean, that's a self-correcting problem at that point,
We might actually have bugged that.
Oh, yeah? And I'll have to leave. Okay, so he can take over. Are you
say what
communist?
now?
I think he's a communist.
In a way. I was in the military, which means I've been a communist.
That's true. I guess we were too.
Well,
the first thing I learned about communism is that some people are more equal than others. That's the first lesson you learn with communism.
Animal
They say everybody's equal, but they're not. Yeah. That's did that ever ring true? Like,
I loved that one.
16 dudes live in a broom closet on a ship, and then we go to an army base and we see that these guys, these army dudes that are our counterparts, have their own bedrooms, and we're like, what?
Yeah. Well, maybe that's just because they were army and better than y'all.
It's funny because every movie ever made seems to agree with that. Not.
No.
I don't know. I haven't seen that many movies. I need to go put wood on the fire.
This was my Marine Corps theory, though. They jam you on a ship. They treat you like literal dog shit. I mean, like, they go out of their way to screw with you. It's like they hate you, you know? But by the time that ship hits the shore, you are so ready to kill anything because you're so mad. You're like, I'm this country is gonna pay for my discomfort, you know? And I think it's part of the treatment of the weapon system, to be honest, you know?
You know, you might have something there.
It's like when they're like, oh, the Marines are so cruel. And it's like, have you seen what we do to each other? You know, like, this is nothing.
This is true.
Yeah, man, you do a couple of bad tours like that, man. And then when you see the new Marine walking all proud and like, puffing his chest out and stuff. And you're like, oh, dude, that's so cute. Just wait.
Wait, did you just admit that some Marines puff out their chest? I feel like you just admitted that.
You did.
You're supposed to. That they teach you that. That's part of the.
Oh, I know. I could recognize them just by the way they walked.
I think the difference is, like, and it's when people get into, I would even say any branch of the military, to be honest. I've got experience with two branches, but like the person that they think they're going to be when they come out of the other side of their formative process, they have this image of what they think they're going to be, and then they end up being who they really are. And at first, they're kind of like playing the part of who they think they're going to be in the beginning, you know, and because they haven't really become that guy yet. I think that's sort of what a lot of that bravado is, you know.
Are you talking about, when you say formative, are you talking about like boot camp and that kind of thing? Are you talking?
Yeah,
I forget what they call it now.
And I even call it, even in the fleet years too, because I'm in the Marine Corps. I didn't even really like take somebody seriously until they deployed, you know?
Mm-hmm. That's what
say,
my second thought was. Or is it until somebody's actually, you know, been deployed or combat or something like that?
Well, a deployment works because, like, you get to be nobody. And that deployment when you're a non-rate, you know, that really does a lot to let you know what the pull on the left of the have-nots, if you got to experience that as you later gain, you know, clout, I guess you'd call it, or whatever, and you start to become one of the haves, you still remember what it feels like to be a have-not, you know? And where a good leader is, if a good leader shares some of his extra resource and like stuff that works out in his favor, if he spreads that amongst the guys, that's a good leader. But you see so many that take all those perks and just squander them, you know? They hoard them.
Yeah, I was going to say, not everybody comes out of that.
But that's communism, man.
Part. Yeah. No, she's not here yet. Once the little one pulls up, I'm going to have to get off.
Well, it's like the capitalism shit. I get it, and I think that's a good way. The problem, I think, is that there's no moral boundaries. So then that's where the greed just ends up overtaking it, and that's kind of where we're at now. And greed, it's all about the almighty dollar. Not even the dollar anymore, but just greed.
I think that's better.
Well, the honor has been taken out. When you get educated in business now, the idea, a successful business is a failed business. You get a business, and look at Trump, for example. They were making fun of him for this, but that's the whole nature of the game. Like, you start your business, you have a bunch of just incredibly successful years, and then you kill your business, you file bankruptcy, and then you don't have to worry about, you don't even have to sweep the floor when you leave. You just leave, you know? Bankruptcy is the ultimate, like, it's the ultimate close down. You're like, oh, I went bankrupt. I don't have to pay you guys severance now. You know, I don't have to do any of this stuff because
Hold on.
I went bankrupt. I got a really, yeah.
Hold on one
I
second.
gotta go.
Later, Milkmaid. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great day.
You're welcome. Y'all take care. I'll be listening.
See you later.
Alrighty.
Bye.
All right, go for it, brother.
Man, she ran like hell when I showed up.
Well, they usually do bug up, but it's okay. I'm with you, brother. No, she said that the little ones was going to be showing up, so she is having to get some stuff ready first.
She probably had a phone call from Zach or something.
Hey, Outlandish.
You know.
Morning. Yep. So how was your day? How was work?
Well, my sleep got completely wrecked by this idiotic FedEx guy, so I was struggling to say the least. It was kind of hard to stay awake today, but I don't know, man. I mean, I made it, you know. And then I got some bad news about George. He's probably never gonna see the light of day.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Like it's at this point where he's at. They were like, yeah, it would rather than reintegrate him, it would be cheaper for them to sell him or just, you know, throw him in the blender, I guess, or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gee, I wonder how that brain works. Oh, I don't know. Let's find out.
Yeah, he had an injury too. So he had an injury which makes him not quite as marketable. That's why he was there for so long. Because and it's funny, the first thing that got him a bad rap for being aggressive was there was an actual aggressive animal there, and they had a fight, and George actually ended up losing that battle. But they kind of blamed both of them in classic, you know, corporate fashion, you know. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't know, man. My mind is more and more drifting to because this food crisis is going to be a real thing, and it's. Yeah. If you listen to the chatter of how they just have to put those U.S. troops into Ukraine now, you know, it's all they really want to talk about. It's, dude, we're getting roped into this thing. This is as much as we know better, just like the koofy koof jabby jab, where everybody knew it was bullshit. We know this is bullshit too, and it's going to happen anyway. And then later, all these idiots that are flying Ukraine flags on their Facebooks and stuff. I don't know. I don't have it, but I'm assuming that's what's happening because it's the latest thing.
Oh yeah, dude.
Later they're gonna. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just they're promoting that. They're trying to push that whole Ukraine shit.
Yeah, and then later they'll go, well, how could we have known? You know, and man, we got to remember these people, because the how could we have known people that had every opportunity to know. You know, historically, this jab, man, I've been keeping tabs on people, you know, and I give people a pass until they tell me to trust the science. And I'm like, hey, dipshit, I am trusting the science. You know, there is no science. And they don't even know what science is, because you know what? If they knew what science was, then they would never say the word climate science, because they clearly don't have any of that going in their favor, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, that whole, see, that's what I was just with Milway talking about. It's just, you know, when you look at, this was 330 plus million people here, just got totally mind jacked into following the bouncing ball. And so and we're going to, okay, so now we're following it over into there. And I guarantee you, the moment we're fully engaged there, then that's when poor Taiwan is. It's, yeah.
Well, you know how emergency power works is you have to have the crisis, you know, and then you have your solution. And in that solution lies what really was going on. And I'll give you a good example, man. You know Hurricane Katrina, right? Everybody remembers that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we lost as many people in Hurricane Katrina as we did in 9/11, you know? And you know how soon we forget, right? But did you know that there was a company that was in the umbrella shield that was connected to George W. and Rumsfeld that was contracted for recovering the bodies that were floating around in the water? Do you know it took them over a year to get all the bodies, and they wouldn't let anybody help? There were civilians that were volunteering to help because they wanted to, you know, basically for respect for the dead, they wanted to recover these bodies and inter them, you know? And they were like, no, we got this, you know, like this is our contract, we're doing it. And they were dragging their feet, but they were getting paid $12,000 per remains that they recovered, you know? And they were budgeting it and they were using it to basically float the company. That's probably a bad choice of words for recovering bodies out of water, but they were using that contract to float their company so that their other contracts were just pure profit, you know? And total bullshit, man, if you think about it, you know?
Yeah.
But that's just one of the abuses and that was when money was real, okay? When this one happens, money isn't going to be real, and they're going to be doing the same game, but with other stuff, like power, belief, distribution of wealth. Because if this money goes away, what are they going to replace it with? And that's, you know, it just keeps, obviously they want to go to some digital world currency with a social credit score and all that other crap, you know, but I mean, man, we got to stop this shit. That's all I'm saying. Like that.
Oh yeah, it's, and I can you, you know, do you think it's gonna be possible?
Well, we won't know till we're there, you know. I mean, because you know that, like, I thought there was no stopping this last thing that happened, you know. The people here were like, no, they'll have to, over my dead body, you know, my cold dead hands, you know, with all that other bullshit, talking all that smack. And I was like, well, you know, the way this is looking like it's going to go down, it will be your cold dead body if you have that attitude, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm just saying to these guys that I work with and that I know and stuff, I'm like, is this the hill you're going to die on? Really? Right now, you know, you with the kids in grade school and all that stuff, you're going to muscle up over this, you know? I'm curious, because that'd be pretty dumb, you know? And they're like, but it's a death sentence. Yeah, just might be. But it really is going to be a death sentence if you don't do it, you know?
Yeah.
I thought this time, this year, everybody listening and everybody talking, you and I, we all would have had 70 bajillion jabby jabs. I just thought, like, they were going to say, like what they're doing in Shanghai right now, I thought they were going to do to us, but they didn't. Somehow we weaseled through it. But, man, the next one, I don't think they're going to be so nice, you know?
No, that's why yeah. See, because it's like, okay, and I get what you're saying with Katrina and the others, but see, and 9/11, I get the intent, but you're not quite sure of. I just think that then it's becoming more intent. I'm not sure how to quite say it, but it's
no,
just.
You're right. And where these things before, these previous tragedies, I think.
Well, it's like Katrina was natural. They just played on it when it happened. It was kind of like, hey, this happened. Let's play on that. Only this right here is, no, let's push towards the edge of the cliff. This is now
right, but they've dialed in the infrastructure and the logistics every time one of these things happened, to where those things were litmus tests to bring us closer to like, remember when Rahm Emanuel was in the State Department before he left his job to become the mayor of Chicago, which who in the hell would go from federal to city government? That just shows you how crooked Chicago is. But and the Blagojevich stuff right after that was the other nail in the coffin, but you know, neither here nor there. But like, he was saying never let a crisis go to waste and all that stuff. And he was like, let's just push all of our green light a bunch of policies that people wouldn't have agreed with otherwise, you know, and they started paving the way for something like what's going to happen next. You know, they couldn't have done it overnight, and they didn't. We watched it happen, you know, and we knew something was up. But I think this is going to be the one. They're going to break the piggy bank and start counting the change on this one, I think, you know.
Yeah, this is because this has got the push to it. So that's what worries me with this. This is the full press almost. You know, it's like we're done tossing the ball around. This is we're oh no, this is on. It's how we come out the end of this is what's going to determine where we go in the future. I mean, we're there.
And I think that just like what you said, I think that I'm feeling the same thing about this. You know, I think this is I think this is their like real deal Holyfield. Like they need to get this done because man, 2030 is right around the corner, you know, and we're supposed to be eating bugs by 2030. Like this, we got 8 years. Think about 8 years ago from now, right? It seems like yesterday, you know. I mean, the last 2 years kind of drug a little bit, but 8 years is not a long time for us, man. The older you get, the shorter they are, you know?
Oh, well, this is fixing to be a major churn, though. I will give that, though. So I get what you're saying, but I can, because this year right here, what July and August that's coming is fixing to be a major shove over the barrel. Hold on. I do got a question, though. Sharon Smith has a question for you, and it's Bug Out. You going to get your nationalist passport, or do you have it already?
What is a nationalist passport?
That's the where you separate from the government type deal. I think that's what Devil Dogs talked about, I think, and some others.
Oh, man, I'm so intertwined in government that that really wouldn't be a good idea for me, to be honest. I'm skylighted, you know, like you guys think they're watching you, you know. I mean, I'm one of them.
Yeah. There's no getting out for you, Bug Out.
Right, and I've never been a member of government. And this is what's really weird because, you know, when people say Fed and all that other stuff, you know, I was never sworn into a federal position, but I've worked immigrations and customs. I've worked at like, you know, spook facilities, like, you know, black sites and all that stuff. Like, and I worked with the National Interdiction Unit over in Afghanistan, like rounding up drug dealers and shit. And then I worked with the State Department, you know, like driving around diplomats, making sure they don't get blown up and stuff. But I never was a Fed, but you'd never know it. You know, you would never know if you saw the jobs. I mean, it seems like you're one of them, but you're contracted. You're a disposable prostitute that they use basically like to get the job done, and they can fold it and pop smoke whenever they want to and just call it a day. And look at Afghanistan. That's exactly what they did. You know, all those guys went from being big shots to being nobody overnight. You can't do that to a government employee, you know?
Right. Oh, and Wizards up here said something about were there really assaults and rapes in the Superdome? And yes, that really happened.
That was a rape station. That was like all the crime went to the Superdome, you know? I mean, the communities were holding it down, you know? Until, you know, and I'd hate to say it, but they use contractors for that too. All that disarming and all that shit.
Yeah.
We've already done it, man. We're worried if they're gonna do it. They already did it, you know? I mean, that's a thing to think about that just kind of, it should be scary to people, you know? And I'm not trying to be a doomer and gloomer, but like...
Oh, no, there's definitely a dark side of coming. It is what it is. That's why we're getting to the thing. I mean, I don't, you know, and that's my thing. I don't sit here and I'm not going to bombard it like, oh my God, just, hold my poster board sign on the street corner. The end is nigh kind of thing. But it's people need to become aware, and it's just the simple facts, regardless of whatever political bullshit you fall under, whatever any of that is. It's just all I can tell you is there's thousands of freaking ships that are anchored up that haven't been loaded up, and that it takes literally a month and a half to 2 months to go from point A to point B. So those are just simple facts. It is what it is.
And another thing, every time one of these things happen abroad, I tell people to pay attention, but just let's push this one more time, which is, who did it suck to be in Ukraine when shit went down? The people in the big cities really hated life. That I bet the people out in the farms, they probably haven't felt a piece of this thing. I mean, sure, they've been affected, don't get me wrong, but their houses aren't getting blown up. Nobody's getting raped, or at least I hope they're not. But man, in the cities, it's like Mad Max in there. You see these videos of what they're doing to each other. They're already savages, man. And you got to figure everybody that's got that 3-day bag, I got my bug out bag. Well, you already starved to death. You're already dead because 3 days expired a long time ago. And you're in the same bread lines as everybody else. 3 days is not going to cut it. I mean, every collapse like this, Venezuela, all that stuff, you got to look at least a year, I mean, 6 months for sure, but a year. I mean, and then 3 years, really, then you have a recovery period. Because, all right, let's say we collapse. It takes 7-8 months. We get a few months of a wallow period, and then it's like, let's get back to work. Well, there's no more dollar. What are they going to pay us to go to this work that we're supposed to do?
Yep.
Got to wait it out again until they figure out the next thing. It's going to be crazy, man.
Oh, and Jewish redneck prepper is still in here. If somebody wants to drop a Mad Shad's link, Bear Independent Indy, if you got his link handy. There was somebody else I was thinking. Dusty Preparedness, Dusty's channel, because those are good preps. Sorry, that was on my brain.
Is Bear Independent going live or something?
No, he was talking about a good this seemed like a good channel to get links to other channels, other prepper channels. So I watched that conversation take place in chat, and then I meant to think, I was thinking, there's a couple of good ones. And yeah, because I can tell you, Jewish redneck prepper, I got no narrative, brother. I just talk my line of shit and do my own thing and talk to people, and we share. I do try to point out facts, so I don't do hyperbole kind of stuff. I figure it's my opinion, I'll tell you. But facts are facts, and right now, definitely, and facts are broad enough that people just need to see it for what it is.
I used to have facts, but there's been enough water under the bridge that all I got left is opinions, the truth, like you might know how it is today, but you let 3 or 4 years pass by and you don't know what the truth is anymore, and that's just the reality of it. It changes so fast. Like politics, especially foreign politics, evolves in dog years, man. It's almost like, the same as the computer industry, how fast that evolves. That's how fast our politics evolves also,
I got, I'm with you, Bug Out, because I could see that. I remember for the longest time, even though I wasn't involved, it's just, you get used to hearing typical rhetoric, always everybody around it. It was always, this one blames the previous one, and so he's supposedly going to fix it, but of course they never do. And then by the time they're voted out, well, then the newest one's going to blame that one for everything that's all jacked, and of course nothing fix it. But see, this is, dude, I think come November, November's going to be the tipping point. I mean, we're going to, economy-wise, it's definitely coming, I think, might even be as early as June. I don't know how 4th of July is fixing to happen this year whenever we're just things are going to be so bare, dude. It's just, I'm looking forward to that. But the election November, because in all honesty, I guess in my way and layman way of putting it, is if this one here goes, if this midterm does not amount to anything, does not stand for anything, then it's on like Donkey Kong, because they've already even said that. Hell, they're trying to pass shit now where they can just take control of it all. And then you're in a political.
I think they intend to cheat also. Yeah. I don't think they intend to play this one fair either. Like they got away with, I mean, blatantly ripping us off. They're not going to go, well, let's be honest this time. I mean, who would do that? You know, they can't be honest at this point, because they know that the second that they don't have power anymore, they're going to get shit on, you know?
Yep.
So I almost don't blame them for what they're doing now, because now it's a survival tactic. It was dirty when they did it. Now they're just trying to stay alive, because these dudes, chances are everyone that we see, all these talking heads are going to go to jail. And if it's not abuse of power, or pedophilia, or whatever, you know, I mean, just take your pick, man. There's so many things that they did. There's no limit to these people. They're degenerates. And this is the problem with our society. The degenerates are the ones that run the country, you know?
Yeah.
And all of our positions of power have been corrupted.
Oh, big time. Big time. But see, that's why I say November this, because one side or the other is coming out of this. Either the power is going to shift and things are going to start to change and accountability is coming into play, and we're going to start that momentum that direction, or the other side's going to win and then we get no more say and shit's fixing to happen and pass the way they want it to, and it's time to, I don't know, that's when you strap up and go to work. I mean,
I agree with you. I do. And like, here's how I look at it. The unit of measure of power, okay? Because we say power, and sometimes power means different things. Like you say, Bernie Madoff had a lot of power. No, he had a lot of money. How much power did he have? Well, he almost pulled off something really crazy, but he didn't. So he must not have had as much power as he thought he did. Dude, power, the unit of increment that we measure power in is faith. Faith is power. If you believe that that person has power over you, you'll be subservient to that person, you know?
Oh, yeah, you're giving it to them then at that point.
Right. And that's what they want, you know? They want fealty, to put it in a antiquated term, but
well, no, bug up. But think, I mean, what were we before we were created? It's emperor style rule. It's tyrannical. It's dictatorship. It's bloodline. It's heirs. It's, you know, it's that whole mentality of this is what it is. They don't like this elected shit because then you're not set in your position. There's nothing that makes you so special. You're just an elected person.
Yeah. Well, you also don't know who to pay, you know?
Well, that's why the worst thing we ever did was let lobbyists get in there and basically start buying. And that's, I mean, granted, I understand there's all kinds of stories about the whole selling out of everything else and stuff. But I mean, I just, from my little old layman country way of looking at it,
you're absolutely right. That's where it started. And then there's lobbyists, but then there's like, oh, I don't know, Saudi Arabia doing the same thing, you know? But here's the funny part, though.
They've made a business out of lobbyists, and that's how I told my wife, I go, damn, you know, when I was a kid and I was a teenager, my dad used to tell me, when you're looking for a job, you make a job out of looking for a job. Well, they pretty much took that same philosophy. They saw lobbyists go in there for some smaller companies, and then these bigger ones just see the play and they go, okay, step right over them, and they play a bigger ball. Because do you want that little one butterball turkey, or do you want a share stock in butterball itself? You know?
Yeah. And where you really knocked it out of the park here, talking about lobbyists, like, let's look at a lot of our driving problems right now. One, they just forced most of the world to be a customer to said lobbyist, you know?
Right.
If that doesn't give it away right there, nothing does. But here's the other thing. Everybody that picks up one of those pew-pews and goes to a Subway or a school or a, church or whatever and starts shooting at people, they all either should have been on happy pills and were on happy pills and shouldn't have been, or they weren't taking them right, or they were just absolutely batshit crazy. But like, pharmaceuticals had something to do with almost every mass casualty incident that we've had, according to firearms, and we can't. It's the first media blackout that ever happened. Was you don't talk about that because the people that put all these politicians in power said you ain't gonna talk about that, dude. And they don't, and they're blaming the gun industry for a mental illness problem, which the pharmaceutical industry is supposed to be handling, but they're just fanning the flames, and they're not getting anything done, And what they are doing is detrimental instead of positive, And it's and nobody's holding them accountable. So man, the lobbyists got to go, like, for sure. Yeah.
And I think that's where, I don't know, you could say I do my own little hopium type shit or whatever. I don't know, dude. I just see shit for what it is and go, hey, well, that's pretty cool. That's invention, or that's a pretty cool idea. I just call it whatever I see. But that's Trump. Trump exposed. I got to say, I had no idea just how intertwined and embedded and how, I mean, it was like sci-fi movie shit to realize that, just pick up the phone and call, and literally the message goes across the nation with the same message, and just to see all that play out, and to actually, it wasn't hyperbole, it wasn't an opinion. You watch this shit happen, and then it's like, then you watch just the facts as they happen just kind of have a better meaning for me, I guess, is what my thing is. And that just really was the eye-opener. So he was the interrupt. But I think the Second Amendment is their biggest fear, because the First Amendment, when you think about it, the First Amendment's playable because they've already started dissecting that in a way, because they play the word game. So now they've rearranged all the definitions of shit. So what's really a freedom of speech if we just change the whole narrative of what the words you just used mean in the first place? So there you go. But that Second Amendment, well, pardon the French, but
they've done more than just change the definition, though. They've done more than just change the definition, though. There was a time when if you opened an encyclopedia and looked up Hitler and Nazis, they said they were National Socialists. They were militant, fascistic, left-wing creatures. Now, if you open up Dr. Google and ask, they say it's an extreme right-wing movement. It was not an extreme right-wing movement. There's nothing. Yeah. Now
that's what I mean.
That's
what I mean, though, the First Amendment. It's just they can just shift that so they don't have to silence you so much, because they can just change what you say and what it means. That's all. But that Second Amendment, that's the ass kicker right there, because that actually calls them out. When you think about it, the actual wording of that calls them out directly. That's their biggest threat. It's a
it's the consequence. It's the consequence, and like, imagine, and you're what, 6'4", you're a big boy, right? Now, imagine you go on a date with a 5 foot tall young lady. Let's say she's pretty, but she's not as pretty as my girlfriend, okay? Because it's my story. But anyway, that girl the whole time says, I don't know, because you're such a big guy. If you smacked me, you'd break my skull. Oh man, I'm so worried that one day you'll slap me. Oh my God, I'm so worried. And then you get so concerned about her being overreactive to the potential that you have, that you go way the other way and get cucked by it to the point where you're trying to be so not intimidating. And then you find out that she banged all your friends later, and you're like, no wonder you were so worried about getting slapped in the face. You're like, you were screwing all my friends this whole time, you know? And when Hillary started yelling Russian collusion, I thought it was hilarious because I was like, well, who just gave them a boatload of uranium, first of all, you know? But second of all, like, that sure does sound like a psycho ex-girlfriend, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like, I know that one when I hear it. And that was exactly what that sounded like.
That had all the key words.
I didn't mean to sound misogynistic when I said that, so please nobody take it that way. I only have my own perspectives. In fact, I've dealt with a lot of man-misogynists in my day.
What?
I made up the word, it's my own, but women that hate men, you know?
Oh.
Like Janine Garoppolo types, you know? Like, just, you know, your toxic masculinity and all that other shit, you know?
Is that the MMA lady that went over to the work at the Blade or something? Or is that lady that was in the movie? Gina or whatever?
I don't know, to be honest, but
there was just some lady, I don't know. I remember that, a name like that. I don't watch none of this TV no more. I gave up.
She was a comedian, but she got some acting roles. But like, you know, your classic, like, you know, person that goes to the protest and like, you know, it doesn't care about anything that a male has to say because like the patriarchy or whatever, you know. So, holy shit! There's about to be a big fucking accident right here.
Uh-oh. Well, don't
okay, all right.
So what do you call men who hate women?
A misogynist. That's a real word. That's an actual real word.
Because Moonchild actually asked that. Moonchild was wondering what that definition was. And Karen Reese actually says this guy's funny. So
she's probably talking about you.
Now, I haven't been talking though, brother. That's the ironic part.
Well, see, everybody funny. Now you funny too.
Best of luck on the upcoming surgery, man.
Who's having surgery?
Well, I'm going up now. Oh wait, here you go, Mama. Oh, that's right, Mama Red's surgery.
Oh wow.
Yep, she's got her surgery coming up next week.
Man, so they got frequent flyer miles over there at the hospital, I guess, huh?
I'm guessing.
Yeah. Seems like there's been a whole lot of stuff going on over there, man. That's I feel for him too, because like one person being down is one thing, but two people being down at the same time, that's I don't know, that's a kind of juggling that not a lot of people get a lot of practice on, you know.
Auntie at Jack says Bushido. How the hell am I supposed to pronounce that? Misandrist. A misandrist equals women that hate men. It's a misandrist. MISANDRIST.
Yeah, the andro root word. I do get that. Which, you know, you want to talk about sexism? If something is a robot, you call it an android, but an android automatically assumes that it's a man robot. And hey, I didn't come up with that. That's not my fault. So don't throw stones at me.
I gotta say, you got a point on that one, huh?
Like, if anyone ever studied anatomy, if anybody ever went to college, you know, back in the clay tablet days, I might have done that in another life in Minecraft. But there are two types of pelvis. There's an android pelvis, which the man has, and then there's a gynecoid pelvis that the woman has. So yeah, I believe anti-adjack, and I've honestly never heard that word before, but the root word is the word. The second he said it, I was like, oh, that makes sense, you know?
It just all clicked and fell into place. Tony Lee says, "You are amusing, mate." So that's from across the pond.
Well, let's talk about something less amusing then. Let's get some people pissed off.
And then apparently, what you call a person that's all into themselves, bug out.
Zach Smouse.
Let's see. Karen says, "No, Bushido is funny. I wake up to this conversation and all I thought, what the hell is he talking about? Especially the made-up word."
Well, it's a real word now because it's inside of everybody's head. Rent free.
Blackwatch said, "We can assure you, bug out is a human. I mean, no one can program this crap."
Spurious logic. That's what they call it. That was if anybody who ever read Isaac Asimov, you know, there's robots have logic, but sometimes the logic is spurious. Those were the days, the Isaac Asimov days, man. That's when we knew exactly what was going to happen in the future. You know, we had like Gene Roddenberry, Isaac Asimov, Ray Bradbury. You know, like these people could. They're like, this is the future, and you believed it. You know, oh man, now it's like there's nobody driving this bus, man. You know, I mean, like we have no idea what we're doing.
No, well, and dude, we don't think for ourselves anymore. Well, I don't know. I hate to say it like that because I do, but people just, the majority doesn't think for themselves. It's I don't. We used to just read that, and that was like invested. You know, you just kind of distinguished if something was like there, but you kind of was like, oh wow, you know, it's kind of like the robotics. Yeah, we got here, but we didn't get here overnight. Hell, we've had robot movies out for decades. We just had this concocted ass idea of what the hell, and you know, nobody builds one like they thought it looked like back then.
And we definitely shouldn't have the apocalypse world war until after we perfect that sex robot that the Japanese have been working on for the last 20 years.
Well, the Chinese are fixing to take them over, so when it's all said and done, you can just get yours from the CCP.
When they perfect that Japanese sex robot, I'm not watching my calories anymore. I'm not working out anymore. I don't need to do any of that. Ain't nobody got time for that anymore. You don't have to. That's a thing of the past. I'm just gonna hook up to a colostomy bag and put a catheter in. I don't even have to go to the bathroom anymore because who cares? I got a robot girlfriend. She can't smell me, you know?
Anti-Ad Jack, the George the monkey, well, it looks like George is going to probably be moving on. So that's about
one way or another. Yeah.
Some form or another. But yeah, George has come to his final days. So the clock is now ticking, and there's a lady that says, Karen Reese says, this guy had too much coffee. Does he always talk so fast? And of course, then people are trying to let her know that, oh no, this is just bug out.
Well, here's the thing. I live in the South, but I clearly didn't always live in the South.
Oh, there you go. See, Huckleberry says, now we know Bushido is a super secret soldier that escaped from one of those 3-letter agencies. Surely there's a reward.
Man, if you saw half the people that work for those 3-letter agencies, like most of those guys got stuffed in lockers their whole life growing up, you know?
Well, what's the deal with this lasers on the shark head?
That's high tech right there. That's from Austin Powers, but it's a high tech reference. It became sort of a colloquialism, or however you say that.
Well, I'll let you cover for me for a couple of minutes.
Where are you going? You just left. What the hell are you talking about?
No, I didn't. I gotta go. I gotta visit the head. So it is what it is.
Weren't we just talking about catheters and shit a second ago? Oh, you're not doing practical application on our ideas, I see. It's like all up to me, I guess. It's one of those trucker's friends, whatever they call those things, where you have the little pee tube that goes down your leg. Nice. Sand. So yeah, when I drive home, I basically play Frogger with dump trucks because there's a place that these trucks gather fill to take into the city. And there's just, when I drive home must be after they fill them all and they send them all out or whatever, just thousands, or not thousands, okay, it's an exaggeration, but dozens of dump trucks just everywhere. It's crazy. And if I get too close to them, it knocks out my Wi-Fi signal too. Go figure. It's an art form, but I'm learning. So yeah, when Rescue was talking about think for yourself, with the instability that is definitely in our future, who knows how severe it's going to be, but it probably is going to be, this is going to be a big one, if not the big one. But think for yourself, that's the key. Be selfish. The intensity that these people are fighting over a Black Friday sale, you should be thinking about that right now with all the stuff that you're going to need. If you get it now, before there's lines and people hitting each other with waffle irons, probably better, you know? I was
And
just
we
thinking
weren't
about that
talking
earlier
about
today.
no damn catheters.
We sure were.
I heard that. And you know how hard it was to make it in there laughing while I had to go to the bathroom? Shit.
Now, Ray said that sometimes he wears a catheter. I guess because being diabetic, does that cause, like, I guess that gives you some PP issues or something? I don't know. That's what he said.
Oh,
I don't want to say it wrong, so I don't want to say too much, but he was talking about that on the show one time. I just, could you imagine the first time or two that you got to stick a tube in your pee hole? Like,
not consciously.
It's got to be a little weird, you know? And then I'm thinking like, and maybe go ahead.
Naturally, I know I don't like them naturally because my wife and the nurses down at the hospital told me that, because that whenever I got ran over, I woke up. Apparently, I don't remember, but they said I sat up on that gurney and I said, I got to go pee. And I proceeded to pull the catheter out, and they came up and gave me a shot of the shut up stuff, and I laid back down. So apparently catheters, I know, just visualizing that, it's like that ain't happening, not while I'm conscious, it's anyway. So go ahead.
Yeah. And, you know, in my mind, there's probably a whole lot more valves and like important pieces and stuff that really aren't there. But I would think that there's a bunch of like one-way flow valves in like the pee hole that a tube just wouldn't go through. But clearly they're not there because catheters exist. So like, I already know the answer, but it's just in my mind. I'm like, I can't believe we didn't evolve like a safe door or something in there. Because like the fish that swim in your pee hole that are in South America, you know, like, don't we have a defense for that? Like, hasn't that happened enough in the last 10 million years that our bodies went, hey man, we need a blast shield in our pee hole, you know, or something,
No.
right?
No, our brain said don't go in the water. That's what happened. But we just keep going in the water.
Well, I think, man, one of my potential theories that are out there, which I did borrow from the aquatic ape theory, which is a real thing, but we stayed away from the dangerous mammals on the shore by going in the water. We stayed in shallow enough water that we didn't fall prey to the sharks and stuff. So we had a very precarious relationship with the water, which is why we are born knowing how to swim. You know, we lose it because we don't use it, but a baby inherently knows how to swim and hold their breath and all that stuff. I mean, they can't even walk or crawl yet, and they can swim. So
how can they swim? What do they learn first? The breaststroke, the scissor kick?
See, I like what you're doing there. You're trying to ridicule me. And that was a clever attempt. It was. But trust the science. That's all I can say. Trust the science. How about that? When I say trust the science, I don't have to back it up with facts or anything because I just said trust the science.
Well, let's see. Does that mean I got to check with Fauci?
But you've heard of the hippies used to do it and stuff, the bathtub deliveries. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Natural birth. Floaters.
Well, why is it a natural birth if it's in a bathtub? We didn't have bathtubs 40,000 years ago. It's because we were in the water where the predators couldn't get us.
Then how come our skins weren't all wrinkled up like pickles?
Well, we weren't full time in the water. That's the thing. Like, we're clearly, look at every major city that's ever been established. It's always on a coastline. And man, all the lost history that we need to find to prove exactly what the hell's been going on, it's under about 200-300 feet of water because all those coastlines got sank, right? So we're going to figure out exactly what was going on with everything once we can get a bathyscaphe solid enough that we can start doing archaeology underwater. That's all I'm saying. We are aquatic creatures, whether we believe it or not. The water is a part of us, very important to us.
Well, yeah, it keeps us hydrated so that we can function. But I think that's why the majority of us don't have webbing between our fingers and our toes.
No, but we do have
wrinkles up like prunes whenever we stay in the water too long. So can you imagine if we stay in there for like 5 years? I mean, would there even be anything left, or would you just look like some kind of wadded up?
Okay, so check this out. We have a subcutaneous fat layer that is usually only present in aquatic mammals, and we have it. So explain that one to me.
Well, I'm sorry, but aren't beavers kind of fat?
They're also aquatic mammals, right?
Yeah. What about an elephant?
No, but a dolphin will have it.
And there is no budge.
Seal.
You said a thing. I said an elephant. Doesn't an elephant count? What about a rhinoceros?
But they don't have that.
What about a gorilla?
Buoyancy? There's a fat layer that's used for buoyancy that's in your skin, and it's really the only purpose that it serves. You know, and we have it.
But is
like
it for buoyancy
elephants and rhinoceros or rhinoceros?
Thermal insulation. See,
well, the regular fat layer is for thermal insulation. You know.
Oh.
But we have an additional fat layer that's inside of the skin. That's animals that float have it, you know, like animals that spend a lot of time in the water have it because it's just like, it's like putting a life jacket on, kind of, you know. It helps with buoyancy.
Well, birds don't have a lot of fat. They're buoyant.
They're not mammals.
I know, and they're buoyant.
Well, okay, never mind, dude. You win. No. Let's vote for Biden. You win.
I know, right?
And this is why I said think for yourself. And this is a microcosm of what's happening with all these ideas that we have, to a point where somebody can go, what about this? What about this? What about this? Meanwhile, I'm just digging my foxholes deeper and I'm stacking my ammo and my food, because when the final exam comes and somebody says, man, we never covered that. And it's like, no, because we got stuck on the first chapter. We couldn't even get to the 5th chapter, you know, like.
You got to get them to look at the book. They don't even nobody's looking at the book right now.
And it's clearly not going to be an open book test because they're going to start burning those any minute, you know. I'm sure that's in the list of things to come, you know. The censorship period that happens with every dictatorship, you know.
I would say,
I
man, yeah,
can't wait.
people need to, you know, and it's not even the prepping like supplies. That's the one thing too. I think it's going to take physical, actual interaction, getting out. It's going to take working the planting, you know, the increasing the tomato plants up a bit more. It's going to take shifting that time frame to do that and exercise. And that's the one thing that kind of, I don't know, man. I don't have to worry about walking. I can just drive. I just get my little scooter ass and go wherever. But
Oh yeah, the concept of man hours is going to be so different. I think personally, we're going to go back to the steam age. You know, I think we're going to take apart these giant, massive structures that we've built in the past and reconfigure them into hydroelectric power and steam power and all that other stuff, because that's going to be something that we could pull off. The days of the microchip are probably going to be gone if we have a total collapse, because none of that stuff's going to work by the time. And the grid is going to be a thing of the past. And if why we built nuclear reactors is beyond me. It was the dumbest idea ever. And everyone keeps talking about how awesome nuclear reactors are, but all they are is a liability. We have to maintain these things. If we have a dark age, which it's looking like we're going to, imagine if we have a literacy drop in the world, but let's just say the country, right? Let's say there's a collapse and we have a generation that's worried about surviving and they're not thriving. Well, there goes all your nuclear physicists right there. There goes all your high-end precision tool makers that are making the things that are adjusting these measurements that are in these nuclear reactors. They're all going to melt down. We're going to have 100 Fukushimas happening all at once. And that's, how do you walk away from that, you know?
yeah. Oh, well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, don't the reactors need to maintain cooling on the rods? And doesn't that require some form of electricity to run pumps to circulate coolant?
Yes. And therein lies the problem, you know? You can't just turn it off and walk away. You know, you can never turn it off. And we don't even know when we make a latest and greatest, cleaner, more efficient nuclear reactor, we're not even really sure how we're going to decommission the ones that we have. Like, we think we know how we're going to do it, but we don't really know, you know? It's like, this is kind of stuff that we might want to know before we start building this crap, especially at the magnitude that we're doing it, you know?
Well, that's, you know, I guess that's what gets me is we came, I had hope for us for the longest time because, I still find how where we've gotten to and the things we've thought of and the innovations that we've come up with, I think they're all good, but we're never satisfied. So we never, where we used to build, like furniture was rock solid. So when you bought the chest of drawers, when you bought the table, the chairs, when you bought the necessities, for your home, that shit was rock solid. I mean, that was the shit. And somewhere as we've got more things, we've got easier ways to do it to where we have shit. And that's why you look at now and I don't think people are prepared, dude. I just think it's going to get really bad.
Well, in that sense that you're talking right now, people don't even know what prepared is. Because, like, for example, the first Dark Ages, or at least the first that we remember, are what we refer to as the Dark Ages. You know, it was the remnants of the Druids, which were pretty much killed off almost. They ended up in Ireland because that's where the Celts got pushed, and that's the only place that the Romans never made it. So they didn't kill the Druids that were in Ireland. Meanwhile, over time, they converted to Christianity, and they became the people that were living in the monasteries. The plague hit, killed everybody. No one could read in Europe. Like, almost nobody. Their illiteracy rate was through the roof. Those people that were persecuted by the Europeans went back into Europe and taught people how to read again and made Europe literate once again. And like, you know, who's going to do that for us? And I'm looking at the Amish. They're not going to know that anything even happened, you know? Like, and your average Amish person has a 6th grade education, and then they go out in the world and start working. But, you know, every test and every movie and everything is made at a 6th grade level. So really, they're really not that dumb to do that, because you're kind of wasting time for some people to go beyond the 6th grade, because you're never really going to use it. Like, you know, I think of half the jobs I've ever had that said I needed a degree to do it, and I still operated in that capacity at a 6th grade level, because it doesn't matter how much education you give people typically are dumb, you know? I mean, most people are stupid.
You got book learned, and then you have what used to be called real learn.
Yeah.
Real education. Hands on.
You gotta talk for a second, by the way, because I'm gonna switch off of this Wi-Fi, and it's gonna kick me off for about 10, 12 seconds.
Roger. But no, it's like taking pride in stuff. It's kind of like with the furniture, and you know, we didn't get all dumbed down and stuff. Well, then we started thinking of things, and instead of actually thinking of something new and actually doing it and maintaining that until it's solid, and it's like, okay, now, and then it's like this became this chase in the little race to who can think of the next brightest little thing to do, until we end up with this cheap ass shit that's just thrown together, and we're so impressed and pay way more money than we should. I don't know. That's what blows my mind. It's just how we got here, and it's just, which, I mean, you know, hell, I was part of it until right now, and kind of have these epiphany moments. But I guess it's when you can slow down and you got the time to sit there and just process shit for no apparent reason. That's when you can kind of really come to terms with things. You start to really see things for as they are.
Yeah, kind of interesting that you use "as they are," because that fluctuates also, you know?
Let's see. Well, it's like discovering this and establishing these towns, and the fortitude and the backbone, the drive, and people, just society as a whole, what it needed to do that. Okay, now we're here, and it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's the car. Same thing. Hell, there's a time when the cars were solid, they were metal, they were dependable. Yeah, they might not have gone 125 miles an hour, but they did what they were supposed to do. They kept you out the weather. They got you from point A to point B in a good, sturdy piece that lasted. Well, now where are we at? Now we got shit that barely lasts the 3-year freaking warranty.
Yeah, well, that's what they build for.
And it's 10 times more than it used to be.
They build for 3 years because that's when the hardware warranty drops off. They're not worried about it. You got a 5-year loan and a 3-year warranty. Explain that one to me, you know?
That's it. I'll get you deeper in, because then they're getting their interest right out the gate. So that's the first that you're paying, is the interest out. And then now it's on that used vehicles, and it's like right now, hell, used ones are freaking, and that's what's coming. See, there's another back end of that little maritime shit we were talking about earlier, is those chips. So they went from, damn, what was that? So no, they were at like a week out on production. So, and now it's going to dwindle down to unknown, because it's not being even loaded up over there anymore off the dock in Shanghai. So if it's not even being loaded up, then it's not even en route. And that's a 1.5 to 2 month trip. So there goes vehicle chips. Well, if that's vehicle chips, that's probably going to have something to do with probably some washers and dryers and washing machines and all kinds of appliances that have.
Well, I don't know how they did it, but I ordered a weapon light from China, and they sent it and that thing is in Florida right now. So I don't know what's happening to all these other guys, but they got my shit out anyway.
Now, did it actually come from China, or did it come from a distribution hub here?
Yeah, it came from like Zandu or some shit. You know, a bunch of X's and D's and O's and U's all jammed together.
Well, then that's product. So product will still flow because that's a finished product.
Yeah, and dude, I don't know if it's cut off or not yet, but Gray Shop, the Russian gear vendor, they use DHL. I was getting stuff from Gray Shop sooner than I was getting stuff if I couldn't order something on Prime, and you order it like through the regular Amazon, and they're sending it like from the vendor pretty much. I would get something from Russia before I would get something from like 5 states away. Explain that one to me, you know? It's crazy.
That is crazy. Unless that's the bypass, because I mean, well, I don't know. I have to say that out loud. It's like that the mail here is handled different depending on the class and the way it's being sent. So I can send you a letter in an envelope and it'll go through one process, or I can throw a letter inside one of those express envelopes and it takes a whole separate route, which is more direct. And so there's a lot of other stuff that can fly through that other side that goes unscrutinized through the more old school detailed process of scanning and checking and all that. So that might have something to do with it. I don't know. The way they handle the third party shippers, like when they receive stuff.
I'll tell you what, man. I know I was sort of fishing around about, you know, could I get a job at the post office, you know? And I was like, hey, I did the Pony Express in Afghanistan. That's got to mean something. That pissed them off like what? They were like, no, you were not a postal employee. And I was like, but I delivered the freaking mail, you know? But they hate you because you do it. Because if I got a job at the post office, they'd go, oh my God, this guy fought his way through Afghanistan to deliver all these Girl Scout cookies to troops. You know, like, they didn't want to have nothing to do with me, man. They wanted absolutely nothing to do with me. And I'm like, if I can't get a job at the post office, then like, whatever, you know.
Morning, Yankee. By the way, Yankee says that Fang Fang smuggled it in for you, just for you.
I'll tell you what, if you guys want something from China, who's the turtle guy? Mitch McConnell. Make friends with him, because he married into that whole Chinese spy family, and
yeah, they got that shipping down.
Yeah, I'm sure he's getting his packages. I guarantee it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we know that a Republican candidate is married to a spy. We know this. And everybody's like, yeah, whatever. You know? Are we that stupid? We are that stupid, aren't we?
Yeah, hell, look at that. What's his name? Stallwell or some shit?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sleeping with the Fang Fang chick, and it's like on the news, and it's like, oh, yeah. Anyway, and it's like, okay, anyway. It's like, what?
Hey, Chinese spy lady, we could pay for your travel if you worked on my campaign for me, you know? Like,
dude, he's on the Home Security Committee, too.
Yeah, then we could be together all the time. You know, like, with the good idea fairy, man. That's oh my God. They're so used to being corrupt that they don't even know what looks corrupt. Like, you know how everybody knew
they're so complacent. That's what it is. They're so complacent
Right.
right now because they think they're all that shit, and they're just in your face with it.
Well, there was those kids growing up that kind of partied, but they knew how to sort of hide it and they knew how to be discreet. But then there was just that flat out stoner kid that you knew, and he didn't even know how to begin going about not looking like a stoner, Well, that's sort of how they are with corruption. They're just so beyond. They're so deep in it that they don't even know how to not stink like it,
Oh, it just, yeah. That's what I told my wife years ago whenever this all kind of just, the lying actually about Goofy there, Mr. Ego Man. Because, dude, you'd sit there and listen to him talk. And like I said, see, that's what gets out. Dude, it's not like I was some fan. I just listen. Okay, he did what he said he was going to do. And that right there's a shock and awe I know for me. So, but it was just, you listen to what he says and then listen to the new channel, change the channel. Nope, this channel. Okay, no, they're saying the same goofy shit. Next channel, same goofy. And you just kind of realize just how bad it is. And then you talk to people and you just, how we got here, dude.
Well, I remember
they've spoiled everything to the point where people, and I'm guilty because you just go to work, you whip out the phone, your kids want this, which I thought I did the best because I was like, okay, my kids didn't have full disclosure over stuff, but I also didn't I didn't teach them the damn Constitution. I didn't reinforce that. Hell, I just blew off what I learned in school. You just take the easy way out of things.
Well, but at the same token, and I just forgot what I was going to say, which sucks.
It'll come.
But the other thing the other idea that popped in my head and knocked that one out was, who really is the lucky one? Like a sheep that doesn't know they're eventually going to be led to slaughter, or the sheep that knows what's happening the whole time? Because you could have this kind of okay, decent life for a while, and then they spring this shit on you. Yeah, it's a big alarm. It's like, holy shit, how did this happen? But until the day before that happened, things were good. Where the person that knows it's happening, they know that day is coming, and they're always looking over their shoulder their whole life,
But see now, okay, what's the overall narrative though? Is there ever an option to get away from either one?
Well, dude, yes, actually. And that's kind of where, not participating, which you can't do today, but once the absence of power hits, refusing to participate with the new power, refusing to feed it, refusing to even listen to it, Like, if you're not telling me something I want to hear, if you're not telling me something that I can't, and this is exactly what the founding fathers did. That Second Amendment is like, we're so tired of being lied to that if you lie to us, we're going to freaking shoot you, Like, that's what they told Congress, told the rest of Congress. Like, they're looking at each other and going, hey, if one of us, or if we collectively screw our people over, they're going to shoot us, And that kept them honest for a while,
For a while.
But they even said that. They were like, this is going to wear off. This is not going to last forever. We're going to have to do this again. It's just human nature. And I think we understand maybe a little bit of the continuity of this because it happened to us, and we're the youngest country there is, Like,
yep.
Could you imagine the skeletons in the closet of these established countries, like Sweden, let's say, or Switzerland? Oh, do you think they don't have these problems? I'm sure they do. You just never hear about them,
See, do they? Or because one thing I guess I kind of see is that a lot of the older cultures still have the core of their culture left, where ours was kind of a self-defined culture over the past couple 100 years.
We are piping in a bunch of refugees in all these places with no crime. I like how we keep picking all these nice, stable, safe communities to send all these war-torn, illiterate goat farmers to. Like, almost makes you think that there's an agenda there too.
We've done a couple of busloads now. If I think we're up to 3 busloads to Washington, is what Abbott's done from Texas.
Dude, I love that. I think DeSantis is doing the same thing, isn't he?
He should be.
He's sending his to Delaware, I think, or something. I don't know. I'm telling you, man, if Florida and Texas joined together, we would have our own country, and the states connecting us together would have an option to buy into this, And dude, I'm telling you, man, the Gulf State Empire, it's going to be a thing. I'm starting it myself if nobody else does, because I'm kind of the one who keeps talking about it and dreaming it up. I might as well be the one that does it, but I don't have the money. It takes money. It takes money to secede from the union. I think. I'm not really sure what it takes, but it probably takes money.
Right. Well, that's what. See, November. If we can survive, which I hope that we do. What would be kind of, I guess, in a dark way, a good thing is that it does get bad enough that people learn to get up off the couch and go outside and do things and cook and, learn how to family time and investing in hands-on shit again and that good stuff. But then November comes on and then we can sway the shit and we can start to clean house, and then we don't have to reset everything, dude, because it's kind of like there's, you can do some remodeling or you have to like redo everything, but you can't do it all at once. It's just not, because that's not feasible. So it's not like you can just wipe everything clean and rebuild. That won't ever happen. There's too many wolves poised at the door just waiting, so you can't. Won't be like that. Not to me anyway. I don't see it.
Well, I think, and I am kind of rewinding a little bit here, but one, if I make a social and not social entitlement, well, yeah, I guess that's what it would be, a social entitlement structure, it's going to go the opposite way of how it's going right now. Like, for example, the person who works and busts their ass and pays their bills, if they have a kid, I'm going to throw the money at them. I'm going to say, hey, go ahead and put an addition on that house. Go ahead and make a room for that baby. Here, take this stuff. I'm not giving it to the people that have done nothing. They're not getting the money to have 9 kids. Like, it blows my mind how if you want to have kids in this country, quit your job, become dirt poor, go into the system and receive entitlements and have a bunch of kids and then start participating in the system, and you'll go, we dodged all that money. We're so smart. But they don't reward the people that try to do it the right way right from the beginning. And that just irks the shit out of me. And that's the problem with this country. It's all about shortcuts and like, you can't win, but you can always catch up in the end. No wax floors, dude. Like, everybody's trying to get over,
Big time, sir. Big time.
We got to get away from that, and like you said with the furniture, they don't even hand this furniture down from generation to generation anymore. It all resides at the antique store. Just go in there and buy one. They're still there. That furniture, it ain't breaking, but it's like people don't even value that shit anymore. They're like, no, I'll go to IKEA and get something. Like,
and change it out every 5-6 years or something. So then they don't even care if it lasts. Hey, Monique.
Yeah.
Morning, everybody in chat. Hopefully you're having a good day, getting a smile, getting a chuckle.
But yeah, that's that's where we start right there. Our mindset obviously needs to change, but
Man, howdy. I hate to kind of say it because I feel hypocritical when I say boots on the ground because I can't exactly. I'm limited on my boots on the ground, but I can put my wheels on the ground. But it's just a matter of trying. I mean, I talk to my kids, in which they're grown, so it's. But it's just you talk to my grandbaby, you try to. You got to learn how to take pride in what you do and try to do the best you can at whatever it is.
well, and you got to think about it. Like, most people are not boots on the ground material. Most people are regular people. They either don't have the ability or the skill or both to be messing around with these type of protracted engagements, but there are things that they can do. And for example, you're doing it right now. You know, you're becoming an engine and a device for spreading awareness. And it just, you don't laser focus on it to the point where people are, their eyes are glossing over and they're going, oh my God, here we go again. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Like, you know,
Actually, I think somebody said that a while ago. I think in chat, somebody said, here we go. I don't know what there was a reference to. I just thought it was funny how you use that very phrase, and that's what was said.
But, you know, every once in a while you get that beach ball out and you throw it around and you get people to kind of entertain the thought in their head that the direction we're going is troublesome, you know, and they can figure out what they want to do from there. But, you know, to cover it every once in a while is not a bad idea, because this is now more than ever. I've never been worried about the future before until probably 15 years ago was when I started going, man, this is getting bad. 20 years ago for sure. It was I was into this since the early 90s, but I didn't really like feel the pressure until recently. It hasn't just been until the last few years where I'm like starting to get a little sweaty in the palms about it, going like, man, this is like, I think this is it, you know?
This is the moment.
And
well, it is.
And nobody's ready for this shit. Nobody's ready, you know? It's
no, because there's no way to even. All you can do is theorize of the shape to things to come, because we are such. We had a history that was taught to a certain level of, you know, generations. Then it started to get shifted. So now that got blended out. Now it's almost damn near erased. So as far as something core, see, and that's where I think that's why we come to our make it or break it. There's no history to fall back on that we were still writing it. You know, we're only a couple hundred years old amongst nations that are thousands of years old. Because even though Europe is not listed the same, it's still freaking Europe, and it's still under the rule of the Queen, just like China might not be factually like it used to be, but it's still run basically the same. It's just now done on a more politically correct way to look better on the world stage. Look at the ironicness of that stupid shit. What, 5 years ago, we find out that these little pricks are sitting over here listed as an underdeveloping nation, while it's like, I'm sorry, what? We get so much shit from over there, it's unbelievable. And nothing ever happens and nobody says a word. See, that's right, we're just too. It's almost like shit's done so screwed up that I don't know if we get it right. That's what worries me.
Well, that goes back to your lobbyist statements from before. And there was a comedian that said it. They said that if anyone donates to your campaign, you should NASCAR style have to wear their logo on your outfits when you go to speak.
Yeah, I could see that.
So you could see who owns this politician, you know? And I was like, man, I think it's a great idea. It was funny and you get a laugh out of it, but at the same time, in the back of your head, you're like, man, when this guy is trying to act impartial, like when Obama was going, what should we do about this agriculture situation? And everything he said just happened to benefit Monsanto. And then he said, if I just had one guy in charge of all this agriculture stuff, it would really make it easier. And then he appoints a Monsanto employee. That was crazy, right? It's almost like they gave him $3.5 million, isn't it? It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever. Best president ever. First gay president. Guy's a legend. So.
Dude, but see, that's why I say I don't know. If we don't change from within, then who knows what's the outcome? Because the minute anything starts to really manifest itself, then if they don't get the backing from right here to do what they want, they'll bring in the UN. I mean, look at that's what they're wanting to do over there. They want to get so involved, and it's not so much it's so that we can get involved, but it's so that they can bring other toys to play, and that's what would be used against us. Another country would have no problem dropping in. And it's just, you got the nuclear reactors we're talking about. I'm sorry, okay, so you become located around that, well, then that becomes a target. Well, now what happens to those cooling rods now that it became a target? Do we accidentally have, oh shit, damn, yeah, now it's deep shit for everybody.
Well, do you remember when we sent all those troops to Sudan and Congo when they were having the same problems that Ukraine was? Oh, that's right. We didn't, because they don't have lithium and they don't have, they don't have what we're looking for right now. So we didn't send them shit. We said, good luck with that.
That's it.
And it's so obvious what we're doing these days. And we gave our lithium rights to China and Afghanistan, and I have no idea why we did that. That was the dumbest thing we could have done. And they used our soldiers as mercenaries. They used our fighting troops as mercenaries to clear areas out of Afghanistan so the Chinese could set up mines there. That's
more than DM. Well, see,
that's some bullshit, dude.
Was it an accident? I mean, when you kind of look at the laptop, you look at the whole association trickling over, you look at software, that's been used over here, the data of it goes back over to that same location, and then who already has the majority of the lithium goes to that location. So you that's why I say at one point we use words that really shouldn't be used anymore, because it's intentional shit. It's like, we didn't, I don't know what stupid decision that was to just pull all the military out before the civilians and then leave all that stuff. That was a bad decision. What? Man, you could ask any grandmother or grandfather or a grandkid across the country would tell you not to leave all the toys behind when you leave.
Here's the funny part. They didn't even tell the local national gate guards that they were leaving. So those Afghans that were doing security on the outer ring of Bagram, they went to work that day. Those planes left, and they were like going, so where's the guy that brings the clipboard of everyone that's authorized to come on base today? Where's that guy? Well, maybe he had a meeting. Man, he's still not here. Well, maybe he had the day off. Maybe we'll just, we'll do twice as many people tomorrow. Maybe they rescheduled everybody. Well, at the end of their shift, they're going in there. There's no more Army there. There's no more Air Force there. There's no more anything there. They were all gone. They didn't tell the Afghans that worked at the damn base that they were leaving. Then they didn't know what to do with the stuff, And let me tell you this, man. Thermite grenades are there for a reason, They could have destroyed all that stuff. They could.
Oh, exactly. That's what got me. And then see, it's like people that know but never said anything, even though like they tried to say how that really wasn't anything there. But people that actually serve know that that's not the way that's supposed to go. It's kind of like the doctors with the mask. You know, this whole narrative is bullshit. So why are you allowing it? Why are you participating in it? And then it's just, for me, I just see one thing after another, man. I mean, it's just like, that's how plain do you have to get right there? My God, are we just going to go ahead and you're going to show us the invoice where you're sending them the whole new batch of shit that we're going to make? I mean, how obvious is it getting people's face? Instead, well, I don't want to say that. I don't might make people mad, but just run around like chickens with a head cut off. And it's like, okay, you know, we might want to address the butcher that keeps walking around the damn yard right here, catching them one by one, because that's shit's happening. And I don't give a shit what happened in the past. I give a shit what's happening right here, right now. And it's why as far as staying active, I would say prepping, which is getting canned goods, doing the canning of food. If you know how to do that, if you don't, learn how. If you're capable, if not, then get capable. And start exercising. I would start watching diets. Hell, I'd start watching the sugars right now, because what you're going to do, you're going to go through a sugar withdrawals when shit isn't on the shelf no more. That's serious shit. I'd maybe plant something. But then I'd also go talk to your damn local sheriff and figure out where you're going to be, what's around you, what kind of atmosphere is fixing to be around you when shit goes south, when they come knocking, wanting pew-pews.
Yeah.
See, that's another thing. Sit and get focused all on the forward or way on out there picture. You might want to look at who might be representing your little county, your little area, right there where you're at. And who gives a shit who's fixing to sit at a desk in Washington and say, go get them pew-pews? You might want to check who's around you that might be coming to actually knock on that door.
Well, my theory, man, the people that are going to knock on your door are like in Romania and Uganda right now, you know? They're going to get hired by the UN, and then they're going to go over here because they're not going to send anybody that they're considering indispensable, because pretty much any person they send over here, they're pretty much going to write off as being a dead man, you know?
Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't see that, because are you talking like a door-to-door style type shit?
I'm saying if I don't think that our government, corrupt government, when I say government, I mean our reptilian overlord bad guy government, right? I don't think they trust the military, and they don't trust the law enforcement to uphold the crooked shit that they want them to do when it comes crunch time. And they're going to have...
The FBI has already proven their worth. Hell, they've already done so much sacrificial shit to show that they're loyal. Look at what they've done.
That's the FBI, though.
That's who's coming knocking.
The agencies,
minute,
but no, they don't have enough people, man. They're going to have to use and network. They need more muscle to do this. You know, they don't have enough people. I mean,
pull them in. Can't they pull whoever they want? So, I mean, couldn't they reach over and pull somebody else? Damn, I just blanked, I think.
It's too risky to use Americans to do this. They're going to use foreigners to do it, because a foreigner doesn't give a shit. They'll hire all those Sierra Leone child soldiers. They were using them in Afghanistan, you know, and they're all adults now, right? Because those days that was a little while ago, you know, and those guys are still carrying rifles, man. Like, they'll hire those dudes and bring them over here. And you think they're going to take any shit? No, none at all. Those dudes have been schwacking people since they were like single digit in age, you know? I mean, that's just killing people. It's just a way of life for them, you know? Those are the kind of people they're going to send over here, you know?
Yes, yeah. Well, I would probably have to go with you depending on the area, I guess. Because, see, I can't foresee that around here. I even kind of just expand, kind of going a couple hours away. And man, if that started to happen, if that was even happening in Houston, it's gonna just like be instant. I mean, you would have to like, I don't know, and I don't know if that's everywhere. So maybe it's just here and kind of the vibe.
Okay, no, you. Let's do this. Be the other team for a minute, okay? You have an area that's staunchly conservative. They all believe in traditional values, including your sheriff and your law enforcement officers. You're exactly the town that I would want to put my goons in, because the goons are going to be looking at the sheriffs going, hey, dude, aren't you supposed to be knocking on these doors right now? You know? Now that guy's got pressure and he's got to make a decision, you know?
Well, that's where it's the constitutional sheriff or not.
Well, I don't think they're worried about the Constitution. What they're like is, can we put enough pressure on these people to force them to do what we want? Like, asking is going to be a thing of the past. It's going to be like, go ahead.
I'll give you this. I'll say that the state, that's where it comes down to the state, in my opinion, because the pressure's coming from the federal level, but it's going to be up to the state management, which will be your state governing body. Luckily, I'm in a legislative state, but, and the backbone, it's kind of like DeSantis with the surplus, and it's like, okay, can you function without, it's kind of, can you cut ties, because that's what it comes down to, because that's how they blackmail everybody. That's how they get the farmers to give in. That's how they get everybody to give in.
Okay, let me be your lawyer for 1 second. Use seatbelt laws for that as an example. How the federal government forced every state to adopt seatbelt laws. That's exactly 100% what you're saying right now.
Pretty much, but it's going to, and see, we've taken it up to now. That's where I think that when the line is slowly narrowing in the sand. And there's going to be that moment. It's either not stepping over it or allowing people to step over it, because
one more dynamic is to stay with the House right now, to stay with the system that's in place is going to become less and less worth it as time goes on. The people that pull plugs and walk away first are getting the biggest payout. And the people that wait until it's over, well, the people that don't leave, they're all going to die eventually. If it's not the new country, it'll be one of the former countries that were our adversaries that are going to take advantage of their weakness, But, like, the sooner that you sell, it's like buying into, remember when Domino's Pizza gave a code where you could get Bitcoin stock every pizza that you owned?
No.
And now look at the price of a Bitcoin share, I mean, dude, it's like, it's crazy. That's how much it changed. They had a, I don't know if it was an entire share, of course, but there was a share of Bitcoin stock on every pizza box that Domino's put out. That's it went from that to like one of the best stocks you can buy. So, like, that's how fast the value of something can change. Well, it goes the other direction too. You don't want to get stuck holding Apple when Apple's only worth $5 a share and you bought into it at $200 a share. Like, it's working the other way for you. But people are going to be like, now's the time to get out, and they're going to be looking for something, because that ship's going to start sinking, dude.
Yeah.
I think the sooner that we start a ship that floats, the better, because people are going to be coming to us, and then we can be shot callers as these two states. And Texas and Florida are the two perfect states to get it started, because they're south enough, they're isolated enough, and they can control the Gulf. And if you look at your map there, the Gulf is getting a good lion's share of the shipping that's hitting this country right now,
Oh, yeah. Well, that's all that shit that he's buying from Venezuela's got to come up in here, and that's the port it's going to come into. But I will say when the dust settles, I don't put a lot of faith in the cryptocurrency, just because, dude, that is the CCP's backyard. And all you have to do is look up some of the stories on Intel. I mean, not Intel, but NVIDIA. And, dude, they've had raids over there to shut down warehouses of mining gear because they literally will steal a whole warehouse of stock of NVIDIA cards and would go set them up literally in a warehouse full of crypto. That's why I think some of this might, I personally, I'm not a finance guy, so, and I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn and I don't play one on TV either, but I just know when it comes to this digital world that it's like, to me, it's bogus money unless there's something physical to put it associated to that. Okay, I own this mineral or whatever, because this is in their ballpark. They control all this.
If you can't bury it in your backyard or stuff it in your mattress, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And I'm not trying to sound like some Puritan that's like talking about that new rock and roll music that's making the kids shake their hips when they dance or something. I'm talking like people want to be able to go off the grid. Yes, there's crime that occurs, but there's always been crime that occurred, like since the beginning of time. This is a willing, acceptable risk that people are willing to take. People want to be able to squirrel away money that the system doesn't know about. That's just how humans work. You know, I wish I had enough money that this was a problem I was facing right now, but unfortunately, that just isn't how shit worked out for me. You know, but like, if you can't bury it in your backyard or stuff it in your mattress, it is not going to function as a currency, because grandma wants to have a little nest egg that nobody knew about that she can pass on to those grandkids. Like, think about it, man. You know, you can't do that with crypto. Like, all your transactions are going to be taxed and recorded and kept track of, and they're going to say, where did that come from? That's going to be the next thing. Well, I sold a ring on eBay. Well, where is it? Why isn't it in your report? You know, now suddenly you're being fined for having an income that they didn't know about. That's where that shit's going, man.
I think gold, copper, silver, I think solids.
Well,
Jewish
dude,
redneck says gems.
I think, well, I kind of agree with them. That's exactly what I'm getting at here. I think anything that, if you could make a sliding bar of value, I think lumber could be used to back currency. I think oil could be used to back currency, which is what we're doing right now. But gold, silver, I think there could be a myriad of things. Like if you have, let's say you're in let's say you're
copper in your jewels, because that's part of your whole electronic, your circuitry stuff. So you have so much technology based off of those very core things.
Oh, dude, that's going to be the basis of what the rest of the commodities are based off of.
Yeah.
You know, like, so that none of that's going to change. But what I'm saying is there are things that people could use to basically allow other people to take loans against something. You see what I mean? Like, so if you have 16,000 acres of forest and it's all California redwoods, let's say, you know, some sought after wood, you say, well, I have this stuff. I'm willing to risk this as a collateral in promise of this. So those units of currency represent the value of those trees, you see? And then you can take those and spend it. And even though it's not silver or copper, that could be used to basically bump the amount of currency that we have. The problem and the reason why they got away from the gold and silver standard was they needed more dollars than they had gold and silver. They needed to expand it. And there was a guy in Texas, by the way, that was using other materials. And he said, I'll donate this to the government so that you can stretch it. But they already had it in their mind that they wanted to go to this fiat currency. Like, that was part of the deal in the beginning. They made this problem happen, you know?
Yeah. Morning, TJ.
So, first thing we do is get a bunch of nice, big old, crazy guillotines with dashboard cameras on them and neon flashing lights and shit. And we go to the Fed and we start with their hands and their feet and we work our way out with tourniquets and stuff. And then by the time we cut their heads off, the people that watched it on pay-per-view definitely got their money's worth, you know? I mean, like, that's what we should really be worried about, because those guys, they got to go, you know. But it's not just they got to go. It's like we got to make a big production out of that, you know. That's gonna be the Bastille Day right there. You know what I mean?
They need to go, and they need to go with a big statement and a message behind it.
Like Justin Timberlake and Gene Simmons will both do a duet for the first time ever at the halftime show of the Guillotine Express, you know?
Oh, dude.
I mean, it'll be bigger than the Super Bowl, man. Bigger than the Super Bowl. That's what I'm saying. It'll be like when the Berlin Wall came down. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. There were people who are like, this is a once in a lifetime thing. I better watch it. You know, it's going to be one of those.
Get a Hasselhoff on the wall.
With the light bulb suit, man. We're going to have that. We're going to have all that.
Well, hey, you know, we need to get that little dude that does his little Uncle Sam outfit and get him all decked out on stilts. He can talk to him up on the platform of the guillotines.
Oh, dude, you know who needs to be in charge of the guillotines? Alex Jones.
Oh,
that should be the dude, because everybody said he was crazy for so long, and those people shit on him and ruined his life. So he's like, let me tell you something. You know, like, you can give a speech to each one of them before he lops off an arm or a leg.
We all have our daydreams. But actually, I don't know. Hey, man, there's no telling. There's stuff.
I was going to say, daydreams, man. I hope somebody's writing this stuff down, because we're doing this, man.
There's stuff coming out, I got to say. I just hope that it's enough. And I hope that there's enough focus. See, because that's what you have that. It's kind of like that tag team stuff, you know, and you're kind of going and it's round after round. But there comes a moment when you know that you're reaching yours, but you're wondering about your partner. And it's like, okay, where are you at? Well, you just kind of reach a moment when you kind of go, shit, man, okay, if I can push on, but all of a sudden I don't have the backup, well, then this is all for naught. And that's you start to kind of go, shit, man. Because I don't think there's no smooth ending to this unless one side, the more conservative side, actually comes out on top. Because other than that, it's just giving in. It becomes Venezuela. It becomes Cuba. And it becomes a land of play, too, because that's the thing. Nobody really gives a shit about those countries because we were always in motion. Once we're not in motion anymore, dude, I just don't. Who knows?
Yeah, but see, even if there's not a change of government, our political structure and even our candidates remain in circulation that are already in play. If we destroyed the Fed, the problem already, we probably would have avoided the crisis by just doing that. So just that is enough, you know?
That would have a big impact.
So with that just being enough, you say we start there, and then you measure your successes and have your pace plans set up. Like, do we take it all the way? Did we, is the team a little tired? Did we have too many people have an injury in the first quarter? Like, can we finish the game or not? You can kind of evaluate it as you go. But
you still got people showing up, because that's the catch. Or is that one of the moments when all of a sudden you're like, okay, and then you kind of go, wait a minute, it sure does seem kind of quiet. And you kind of look around and realize.
Think about it. If you have any measure of success, there'll be more people showing up, because that's the nature of people. You look at, like, for example, and I'd hate to sound like Ron here, but like to bring up the revolution, but, nobody showed up on the first day. They were like the Bad News Bears, man. They were some pretty junky looking people in the beginning, because they didn't have a pot to piss in. They had no idea what they were up against. They had They did have the French and Indian War conflict under their belts, some of them, and those guys are trying to pass that combat experience to people, but that just it was too much too soon, and most people that stepped up were not ready, just like it would be today. But by the end of that war, there were people that said, I'm never going to get involved in this. It's stupid. They didn't even pay attention to it in the beginning. You know, those guys were out there holding a rifle because they started to get faith, and power is faith, man. You know, when people started having faith, like, I think this is going to work, then next thing you know, they're jumping in too. You know, the people that bail us out when we break are people that they're sitting on the couch watching football right now. They could give a shit about this stuff. They don't even watch the news, man. But who knows? Those might be the people that save the day, you know?
See, it's just like Milton said, they had heart, and it's because of that we were in we pushed forward in those days. That's what we did. We did the tough stuff. We worked our land. We foraged. We didn't kick back. You know, that's actually what sparked that was some of the lazies got greedy, and it perked more interest, and so it caused that. But it's where we're at today, and this whole, it's like look at how different the narrative is just in the digital world. You got to talk about something and you just getting people focused. And can you imagine if we could just get everybody to focus on their local county clerk? You know, does everybody you talk to, does their county clerk, you know, kind of on the conservative, you know, I guess however you'd want to identify a person nowadays, I don't know. But, you know, on the right side of Republican, conservatives, American, just somebody that believes in the damn Constitution and shit. But I mean, but how many people don't even focus on the county clerk? You see what I'm saying? That's all I just don't know. Hey man, I have my dark moment. Everybody else has theirs. That's just, I have mine.
Well, you know what's even worse for me is I gave up. Like, I was politically aware, and I was into this, and I gave up, you know, which is almost worse than just not ever giving a shit in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
I lost faith. And this is like, I lost faith and said, I'm all alone. Yo, you know, you're on your own. But now, you know, the last couple years, I'd say since those two cities caught on fire, that's probably the beginning of Act 2, let's call it, right? That's when a lot of people started really waking up, you know? I'm starting to think like, man, maybe we do have us a team here. Like maybe we can pull this off, you know? Maybe it's a pipe dream, but, you know, I can't help but think that there might be some potential here, you know? And I'm not advocating like, you know, any crazy action or anything like that. But what I am saying is enough people are watching the scoreboard now that if there was as many people watching the scoreboard now as there was during the election, for example, it would have turned out differently, you know? On the same token, if they would have waited 6 more months, all those 18-year-olds or 17-and-a-half-year-olds would have turned 18. That election would have went the other direction just by leftists coming of age that have been indoctrinated by the system. So we would have won. 6 months later, we would have lost. Even with all the people that have woken up today, we might lose this. 2022, 2024, we might lose, man, because there are people that can vote now that are not on our team. Exactly. All the people that got groomed their whole life in this public school system and all this other stuff, they're going to hit the polls too, man. You know?
Exactly. That's what that now you're talking my language. And hey, what's up, Possum? Oh, hey, real quick, let me read this bug out, because Eric says, you know, it's always nice to hear what Bug Out has to say. You know, Bug Out talks about anything and everything, you know.
I do say you know too much, but that's because I'm you know, I'm a recovered Yankee, you know.
I was going to say to what you said, Bug Out, is basically while we were worried about able-bodied people that could vote, they were worried about their children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's what they focused on. It's the same Nazi tactics. It's, if we can get the children to, you know, think a certain way, then everybody's going to follow.
And the illegals.
It's crazy. But I see a trend though with Generation Z that they're becoming, a lot of them are becoming conservative.
And they got to knock that wall down, because the natural immigrants are starting to not really see eye to eye with leftist politics. You know, they're starting to figure it out. So they have to get people that have to depend on the system. That's why they're trying to legalize illegal people. But the second they legalize them, they're going to look to their neighbors and they're going to say, hey, this is how it works. And the second that they realize, once you naturalize an illegal, they're one of us, whether they like it or not.
Well, see, and it's having those smaller communities starting to build and intersect is what'll give us our, I think that's be part of the spark. Now, it won't be the spark, but it'll be part of the spark, because it's going to take this kind of this little wave, the same wave that we just got hit with on all a lot of the metropolitan streets and shit. Well, you need a similar wave, just a different vibe, but a similar number size.
Yeah, and I just recently was introduced to the difference in culture from place to place. That friend of mine that's here from Montana, for example, he was saying, yeah, they don't have foreigners there. Like they maybe in Missoula and stuff like that in Montana, but you know what he was saying was, he was like, he went to a Mexican restaurant, they didn't even have hot sauce there, and he was going like, okay, so you don't have hot sauce, all right, whatever. You know, do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have this? He was like, do you have jalapenos? And they were like, we don't have jalapenos. And he was going like, I thought this was a Mexican restaurant, you know? But that's a Mexican restaurant in Montana. And like, with my perspective, like where I work, the security guys and the veterinarians, they're the only people that weren't born speaking Spanish that work in that place. You know, that's just normal to me, you know? And, right. And like, I'm thinking like a Mexican restaurant with no hot sauce. And I'm laughing, and he's going like, dude, I'm dead serious, man. They looked at me like I was stupid when I asked for it. And I was just like, wow, you know, but that's, you know, it's happening at a different scale in different places, you know, and that's good, because if something goes wrong, you know where to go. But if something goes right, you know, but what I'm saying is these people that I'm around, they want all the same conservative values they're basically born with, you know. Then they came here because they wanted to emulate those values. You know, they want to be part of the system. I'm pretty sure some of them are probably legally challenged, you know, but like they want to play ball. It's a game that they want to play. They just aren't in it yet. And God, the Cubans and the legal Mexicans and all that stuff, they're like almost staunchly right wing, like more than I am, you know, not as vocal, obviously, but like they left a place like that. They don't want to go back to it. You know what
exactly.
I mean?
Yep.
I love the Cubans, man. During you know, the election, the last election, the Cubans showed out, man. They made me feel patriotic. To see what they came from, the type of communist, you know, dictatorship that they were a part of. That's a group of people, Cubans, that man, they're on our side 100%. Every single Cuban I've met, a couple Cubans that weren't conservative, but for the most part, as you said, they're overwhelmingly conservative.
Well, they've had their rocky roads too, and you look at like when Castro was sending all of his prisoners and his quote unquote undesirables, you know, which at the time, sorry, communist leftist, but he was sending all of his homosexuals putting them on boats and sending them to America. You know, anybody who he didn't want in his country, he sent over here. And some of those people do tend to gravitate towards the left. I'm not saying that Cubans are immune to being left-wingers, but largely it's what you said, 1A. I mean, you could almost go to the bank saying that a Cuban tends to be a right-winger. You know, that's been my experience anyway.
You know what really is very humorous to me is when I see a person who's gay wearing a Che Guevara shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, do you not know what he did to gay people in this country? And they're just like, they didn't do any. And I'm like, I'm not even going to get into this discussion. You know, because it's just hilarious that it kind of became a trend. You remember like when you were growing up, and it happened when I was growing up, you know, it started with people wearing band t-shirts, but they've never even listened to the music of the band.
Yeah, that's my daughter, you know what I mean? By the way.
He says, my daughter. And you're like, whoa, hey, that's awesome. You're wearing that shirt. What's your favorite song?
Name 3 songs. Yeah, name 3 songs.
Yep. I see it all the time. And I'm like, that's the collectiveness of just trying to fit in. You know, and I used to be that kid. And then I realized I was like, I'm not even focusing on what makes me happy. I'm just trying to fit in with the crowd. And I quickly realized that it's not an enjoyable way to live. Just to go with the momentum. That's not fun.
Everybody, I'm saying unfortunately, it's actually part of the magic of coming of age. Everybody has to struggle with their identity, which means everybody has the choice at a certain point to figure out who they are. You know, the luxury is, like in your case, for example, you examined the situation and you said, well, this isn't who I am, I'm this. And you went that way. The problem I think that we're having is there's a lot of people that have never made a decision one way or the other. And there's so many distractions here, and we call it first world problems and we laugh about it, but it really is the truth. We have so many other things to keep us busy. People are more worried about their Farmville or Candy Crush than they are about their government, you know? And that's just where we're at, you know? Kardashians, man. Like, the fact that Kardashians happened is one thing, but the fact that they're still, like, I've actually, they took down the cable company that I have. They took OAN. I used to watch the news on OAN, and they just shut it down. And I get so tired of listening to Fox News that my wife was just like flicking the remote control, and she stopped on one of those, you know, like kind of public talk show kind of deals, you know, like tabloid shows, and the Kardashians were all over it. And I was looking at my wife and I was like, people are still on this shit, like still, you know? And I'm just like, my God, like, is there any hope, right?
Hey, Rescue, do you mind if I address Mama Red's comment?
Go ahead. It's fine.
I was going to say, Mama Red said, unfortunately, look how many people took mask as a trend of fashion. Shaking my head, was so sad to see that. Well, if you notice, about 2 years before the whole thing happened, all these high-end fashion companies were pushing masks as a fashion symbol, getting people conditioned way before they decided to do that. Baklavas, anything you can imagine, it became a trend way before that happened.
Do you want me to kick that can one kick further?
Do it.
Right before that, when the cities were burning down, all the right-wingers were saying, how can those people wear masks? That should be illegal. And then, boom, they threw a koofy coof out. And then those same people said, how dare you not wear your mask? Dude, well played. Well played, reptilian overlords. They got the same people to say the same thing, just like how they got leftist communists to support Nazis in Ukraine. Like, these dudes are good, man. Now, like, you got to give them credit for that. They know what the hell they're doing. Like, this is, I don't know, like, if they said, hey, and then we're going to do this, or if this was just a target of opportunity that just happened to work out. But that shit is brilliant, man. Like, you got to give it to him.
Yep. You all right, Rescue? You there, brother?
He might be having a chicken soup interlude. He might have thought you were going to.
I didn't mean to like interrupt or anything. That's why I was quiet. I was trying to.
Oh, but when somebody starts going, I notice he bails out and does chores and stuff.
He's gonna throw it on Rescue.
Well, I mean, it's airspace.
Right.
Airspace. Airspace is what you do with planes. Oh, I don't know what you call it on the radio, where it's like, you try to keep it flowing, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, Donkey.
What up,
Want to rescue? Bug out. 1A.
What's up, brother?
Oh, same shit, different day.
Now, if we could make a reactor that we powered with shit, think about all the problems we would solve. We could be working on that, but instead, we're focused on some doofus that just runs a Eastern European country that just made a selfie video where he clearly was drunk and stoned on cocaine, Like, whatever. You know how many billions of dollars we already sent that country?
Too damn many. Getting chicken noodle soup. I'll be back.
I thought you just did that. What the hell, man?
No, I didn't say shit. I just let you babble.
No. Okay, whatever. Fine, go ahead.
What are you talking about? I wasn't babbling.
Not you. Bug out.
I wasn't even the one talking.
Babbling Bug out Bushido.
You didn't even know who was speaking at the time. I think he must have been walking his wife out to the door then. That must have been what he was doing.
Well,
where you at,
I mean, I'm in Iowa still. They kind of ran my clock down yesterday when I was waiting to get loaded.
Oh, dude. Give us a rundown of your impression of Hawkeye's place.
Of Hawkeye's restaurant?
Yeah, like his whole setup, the area, all that stuff. Should we make a last bastion of freedom there, or not?
Food's really good. Food's amazing. The restaurant, solid. I mean, it's an old power station, but a couple tank rounds, dude, and we'd be fucked. They bring in a couple M1A ones, yeah, we'd be toast.
But what I'm saying is, like, the area, the community, all that other stuff. I mean, how solid was the whole thing?
Good looking area. Typical small city. I mean, it's kind of like Iowa City. Definitely do some guerrilla warfare there. That's for damn sure.
Because, dude, like, these guys keep talking about, like, centralizing a location. And this is stuff, these are some awkward conversations that we probably need to start having. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like what you were saying earlier about, they're not going to send our local sheriffs and city police to take anything. They're going to bring in those child soldiers of Sierra Leone.
Well, I mean, that's what we do in other countries anyway. You don't trust the local anything, Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it. Why wouldn't our government do that? These aren't their people that they're supporting that's coming in. These are UNs. And like I've already said before, the minute I see blue helmets and boots on the ground, I'm taking pot shots. We're going to see how durable them little blue helmets are.
Hell yeah. Well, look at our southern border. They've been bringing in sleeper cells for how long? You know how many damn compounds there are here?
Oh, yeah.
different types of people that are just waiting for a, you know.
Oh,
a
they're
sign.
doing it. Yeah. Check
So,
this out, 1A. No shit, dude. I mean, you brought this up. I just cut you off. I'm a fucking asshole, whatever.
Very good.
But
Yeah,
We know.
you know, we caught Al Qaeda. We caught them in 97 or 98. We caught those fuckers sneaking across the border. Then
Bro, they got compounds all over. They got one that's fucking like excuse my language, but they got one that's like 50, 60 miles from where I live. It's a full compound, and the reason why they don't mess with it is because of their religion. They won't do anything. The FBI won't do anything. The State Department, they won't do anything.
yeah. And now, I always do this to you, man, and I don't mean to do this to you, but I kind of do the devil's advocate thing, and I just want you to know I'm not targeting you. You know what I'm saying?
No,
but what I'm saying is, for me to think like them, if I was of, let's make a weird religion up, you know, and if I was that religion, and I'm not saying
Bushidoism.
Right?
Oh, Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Or let's say I'm a Scientologist or something, right? But you come into a country that has had problems and wars against that religion. You get here because you want the freedoms, but then you realize that people look at you funny when you're at Walmart and stuff, and you're like, man, I don't feel safe here. And then what do? You get together with your like-minded, people that are from regions like where you're from. You would make a compound. That's what I would do, you know, where I'm like, okay, now I feel safe. And that's the fine line of at what point are they exercising their freedom, and at what point are they a threat to our freedom? And that's,
you made a good point. The point is intent. What is your intent?
Yeah.
When you come to my country and I give you these freedoms, that doesn't mean to use those freedoms against the people that gave you. Because if I go to your country, there ain't no way in hell I'm going to be able to set up a compound. I ain't even going to be able to walk to a Walmart to get looked at weird.
You know what I mean? Walmart's over there.
It is 100% a different set of rules over there. That's for sure.
It's like, you know, people don't like the word assimilation. I think that word is very important. You can respect where you go and still hold on to your cultural values, your morals, your religion. But it's all about respecting the new space that you're in. It's simple. It's like if I move to a different city, that city operates differently. People aren't the same. So you got to kind of assimilate to an extent. I'm not saying change who you are as a person.
Unless you're from New Jersey.
A certain way, you know, that's how it goes.
People from New Jersey can't do that. They don't have that gland in their body.
Yeah,
that's a fact, dude.
To a degree, he's right.
You're gonna have to trust the science on this one, dude. I'm telling you, man. That's how it is.
New Jersey's like another country, just like New York City. They're they're a different breed. They were not cut from our cloth.
Well, a lot of people that leave New York City, they're done with the city. They're truly done with it, you know.
Yeah.
And a lot of people that come from New Jersey, they're kind of done with the politics of New Jersey, but they're definitely not done with being from New Jersey, you know? Because, man, they drive like it, they talk like it.
They act like it.
Yeah, yeah.
They treat people around them like garbage.
One of my neighbors about 3 years ago moved from New Jersey. And, you know, I live out in the middle of nowhere. And he started trying to act like he runs things. You know, he just runs shit around here. And I was like, bro, that's not how you come to a new place. And I try to explain it to him, like, hey, man, you know, we live a certain way out here. It's kind of simple. You shouldn't, like, pressure people and try to intimidate people to think the way you do. And he didn't understand it. Well, about 6-9 months later, they moved out. You know, so yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Oh, dude, I actually was a little worried about that here because this little spot that I'm at, it is like you can almost hear the banjos play. And actually, it's not even banjos; it's Mexican polka music, you know. But But I was like, man, I'm not so sure if people are going to be okay with me being here, if you know what I'm saying. But it's kind of worked out pretty good, actually. And they kind of felt me out. I felt them out. And I think it turned out okay, you know. But yeah, there's that ingratiation period, man, where it could go either way. And if you got the wrong attitude, it does not help matters at all.
Nope.
And the bottom line is, if you live kind of somewhere that's a little rugged, you need the help of your neighbors. There are times where you can't do it yourself. You got a tree that falls, you can't do that yourself, you know? I mean, if you're a bad MFer, if you can, but, you know, a little bit of help goes a long way. And there's kind of like a respect and sort of like a social credit system, I guess you would call it, where people help each other, you know? And that's, you know, you show up and you act like a big shot and you don't even know anybody. It's like you've already tarnished that reputation before anyone's even had a chance to see what kind of person you truly are. You know, your facade got in the way.
Right.
So what type of chicken noodle you eating? Rescue? You got Progresso, you got Campbell's, you got...
Oh, Campbell's Heart Healthy.
There you go. Good stuff.
You ever switch it up like on your birthday, or are you going to go crazy and get like a TGI Fridays?
I think I'm going to splurge and I'm going to eat me a big old bowl of ice cream too. But then I'm liable to pass out on live stream, so.
That's okay. If we've got bug out up here, we won't even notice.
I got to work tomorrow, so I'm going to miss most of it, man. Did you like how I pressured Stuart? That was your stream. Was that this stream that I was pressuring Stuart to go on? And I told him I'd go on if he did, knowing that I was working and I wasn't going to do it.
Oh, that's messed up.
Yeah, it's totally messed up. That was a total asshole move. But that's why you can't trust people.
All right.
Oh shoot, Mermaid, that'd be awesome. Some homemade chicken noodle soup.
She won't do it.
Yes.
Well, no, she doesn't live close enough, but
She can mail it.
She could do it if she really wanted to. She doesn't really want to, though. That's all I'm saying.
well, I'm just saying I feel her pain, so I'm okay with it. I know, totally defuse that for you, bug out, but
I was trying.
you did. You get an A for effort, brother. Now, I figure I would say tonight, but it'll really be in the morning because it'll be 2 o'clock my time. But hell, I got nothing else to do. So I figure I'm just going to hang out and I'll start a stream. I might even tinker around with my my little tracks, my car. I want to try to get it going. I need to get me some fuel though. See, that's now talk about little things when you live in the real rural area, goofy shit like that. So I just want some fuel for my RC car.
Does it take nitromethane?
No. Damn, what is that?
It's a little nitro fuel. I know what he's talking about. You put it in with a eyedropper.
Well, here. Well, no.
I used to have one of those.
I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, it's one of the tracks.
Traxxas trucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have about 3 or 4 of those things. I would trade stuff and get them. And
the nitro engine.
Yep.
See, if you guys
melted
ever
one
wanna,
engine.
If y'all ever want to really have fun, take more than 100 milliliters of that red nitromethane race car fuel through the airport. That's a good time.
Hey, Zach, what's up, brother? I'm sorry I had my head down. I'm eating my soup.
Which Zach is it?
It's what? The good Zach.
Which one?
The
Fight
only
patriotism.
Zach.
Oh, that son of a bitch, Zachary Smouse. That one?
Yeah.
You said,
Yeah,
Bullhead is up
that'd
there.
be the
One and
one.
only. Matter of fact, I think he was saying hi to you, or what was it? No, I think he was saying, "Oh, Butthead is up there." Well, close
See?
enough to hi.
He's oppressing me because of my religion. That's what he's doing.
Are you sure it's that? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Better be careful, bug out. I think Zach will kick your ass.
Yeah, you keep focusing on those hands, and he's
Zach
gonna come up and put you
Be
upside
all
your
up
head.
in that. You'll be
Oh.
wondering why your phone keeps dialing weird numbers and stuff, and it'll be like some kind of weird Zach laugh in the background going.
Man, if Zach had an outfit where it was the male side of Velcro on one side of it and the female side on the other, he could just jump on people and spider monkey them to death.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Stuck on you. I think there's a song about that.
Kind of like a cat. You know, when a cat jumps on you and freaks out, you can't get him off. You're trying to pull him off, and he's on your back. I've had that happen before. It's not a good time. Cats are vicious,
Yeah.
and they want to.
I saw a cat run on the water one time, and it's still to this day, I was like, that does not check out with physics, but whatever.
Good for you, little buddy. You know, good for you, little buddy.
Yeah.
And
I
you
was
got a
fishing in
deer.
a lake, and the cat was like, let me lean over, because it saw, I don't know if it saw like some little like bait fish or whatever coming up to the surface, but it just, curiosity killed the cat. You know how that goes. And man, that thing went over the side, and it made it to the shore, but it looked like it was running on top of the water. And I was just like, that's not possible, you know? It had a wake, like like it was a cruise liner or something, you know?
Probably
whatever.
flames coming out of its ass.
Yeah, you hear the turbo whine, you know.
Yeah.
Man. It's
love-
unrelated, I mean, related, but not important to anything we were talking about. But when I was a kid, my folks, they were breeding Newfoundlands for a while. And when those dogs would get in the water, well, and they have web feet, and they're just like total water dogs, right? But when they get in the water, they don't really care to swim fast or anything. So they're like U-boats. You know, there's just this little dog head sticking out of the water, and they're just like cruising along, just floating. It's like relaxing, you know. And in the summer, they get real hot because they got a real thick coat, you know. And so they get in the water, and it's like AC to them. And man, it reminded me of submarines, you know, like just this little head stuck out of the water, but there's this big ass dog under the surface, you know.
Yep.
Dude, cat. You know, the first time that I really respected cats is because I was 15 years old. Me and my dad went to Panama City Beach, right, on a vacation, and we were walking down the strip, and there's a hotel room, and for some reason all these frat dudes, or you know, whoever they were, whatever they were doing, decided to throw a cat off a 5-story building, but the 5th level of the hotel. And people are like screaming, "Don't do it!" But you know how people act down at PCB. They're retarded. You know, excuse my language, but they're stupid.
Oh,
And
dude, I would have beat the memory out of those people's brains.
There's about 50 of them.
I
You
would
know
have
what I mean?
lost it, dude.
Somebody had already called the cops. You know, they're on the way. So we're just like, I ain't gonna deal with this. And they threw the cat off the 5-story building, and it was just flipping in the air, landed directly on his feet, and walked off like nothing happened. And everybody cheered, and everyone was flipping off them at the 5th story, like, you know, F you, you know, the cat survived. You know, it was one of the craziest things I'd ever seen. You know, at that age, I was like, and then I realized that I wasn't like those people. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you're wild as hell. Hey,
well,
you know about that.
It is true, man. Like when you're young, you don't know who to look up to. And I always thought it was dumb when I was growing up hearing the term role model, you know, I was like, man, that I was so corny, you know, but now that I'm older, I'm like, shit, man, that's exactly what we need is role models. And I don't know if that makes me the corny person that I used to just roll my eyes to, or if maybe they were onto something, you know?
Oh no, they were onto something. That's the role models, and what shifted was is we went from characters like John Wayne, Lucas McCain, the rifleman, the shows of kind of a moral thing, to all of a sudden the complete opposite became what's popular. So your role model becomes Rodman and shit. So all of a sudden, yeah. So you go from John Wayne to Rodman. You tell me how we got here. That's about the best way I know to sum it up.
Well, Dennis Rodman is a prized. He's a prized ambassador to North Korea. I think you totally have overlooked his service and contribution to American society.
Oh, I'm sure I have. Did the best I could.
I think Carmen Electra went to the same university that I did, by the way.
Those are us?
He said, damn.
Well, it had a decent representation of that category, to say the least.
Did you learn how to dance really well too, Bug Out?
I had a couple of good years. Let's put it that way.
But did you learn to dance good?
No. There was a pretty good cycle because a lot of the people that went there, most of the people that went there, they were from a sort of privileged family. And if you're a young woman that's from a privileged family and you go out, it means you drink a lot more than you should for your body weight, and then you dance, and then about an hour before closing time, you cry. So I would always move in during the crying phase. That was my game. I was kind of like a hyena at the watering hole, you know?
Oh, God.
I'd go, oh, I can't believe that guy did that to you. I can't believe that someone stood you up on Valentine's Day. What an asshole. I was that guy, you know?
You want to fuck?
Well, I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt, Bug Out.
God damn.
Man, like if I go to prison and somebody says that to me, I'm like, wait a minute, I used to do this, you know. I know where this is going.
Bug Out was the first dude that would take the honey bun or Snickers bar in his pillow with the 5 people sitting on his bed. Oh, y'all gonna help me out? I'm hungry.
Oh shit.
Dude, the first thing I would do if I went to prison is I would paint like kiss makeup on my face with my own shit, and I would draw a pentagram of poop on my chest, and I'd be like, fuck yeah, let's do this. And they'd go, all right, man, you can have your own cell. We're just going to leave this dude alone. I don't know. That's how it's going to work out in my mind anyway.
Then they're going to put you in the psych ward in solitary and feed you.
Dude, you get all the Jell-O you can eat, and I get the finger paint all day. Fuck yeah.
The Thorazine shuffle.
Or they're going to beat on you like there's no tomorrow.
You call it Thorazine shuffle. I call it time travel.
No, you don't understand. See, they give you the Thorazine. You're all doped up. You don't know. They beat the shit out of you. When anybody says anything, you did it to yourself because you're fucking batshit crazy anyway. So,
dude, all I know is you gave me 5 years and I spent 4 of it on Thorazine. It's like, man, I'm getting out already. That's all I'd just be looking eyes on the prize, man.
You're gonna forget about the prize.
You're gonna forget your whole life. You've been on Thorazine for 4 years.
Yeah, in solitaire.
You know,
doing a shuffle.
Man.
So you're saying I would have an opportunity? I'd have an opportunity to start a new life. That's exciting.
Well, this is true. If you want to look at the silver lining, yes, you would be starting a new journey in life, sir.
There
One
we
that you
go.
won't remember and you won't see it coming, but you will have done it.
See, I could be rehabilitated. I think it could happen.
You can always find the silver lining.
Oh, that's funny, Bug Out. That's funny.
Oh Lord, Auntie Ed Jack says they're going to make you their Peter, Chris, and Beth you all day and night.
Yep.
So you had to go with the Kiss makeup reference.
Well, see, Bug Out, they're gonna look right past your little facade where it's like, oh, I'm wiping shit on myself. They're like, we've seen that before. We're throwing you in population. You can deal with it there. And then,
Later,
if
my
something
friend.
bad happens, then they're gonna take you out.
Get you some rest. Back later, brother.
And I'm trying to remember the name of the prison that he went to. It was in Lebanon, Ohio. It was like one of the bigger prisons, Lucasville, maybe. They had a riot, a big old riot one year. But anyway, he was like, shit, I'm going to prison. And he, saw all the movies and shit. So the first thing he did when he got in there, the second that somebody said something to him, was he just went at the guy and started swinging on him. And he was like, dude, for like 2 months after that, people were coming up to him and going, hey man, why did you attack that guy? That's not cool, man. We don't do that shit in here. And like it wasn't like a really violent place. It was, I guess it was more like higher security. So people were like, dude, you do that shit, they take our privileges away. You can't fuck around like that. And he said people didn't really attack each other that much in there. And I just thought it was bizarre because I was like, that goes against everything I've ever heard about prisons. But maybe that's the one weird one.
It's a daycare. Some prisons are sweet. Some jails are sweet. Most of them aren't. You get lucky enough to be sick,
Some of them have state time too, and it's kind of like a state jail time, and those are ran. They look like prison units, but they're really not. They're daycare centers. And then again, nowadays, this is 2020, so who the hell knows what it looks like, dude? This is how you get freaking sissy cards in the military now because they're being mean to you. Who the fuck? I just see. Sometimes you just start to kind of go through a memory little lapse thing, and you just still goes back to what the fuck moment. As much as I try to find a way around that barricade, I just keep hitting the WTF letters.
Yep. Like when you're serving in the military and you have a moment, so you get to go to a safe space.
Yeah,
like what the fuck?
Yeah, but when you have a bad moment when you're thinking about prison, it's like gang fights in the shower with homemade weapons and stuff. When you have a moment when you're talking about the military, it's like that one time I got drunk on turpentine in a foxhole, like it's kind of different, I think.
Yeah, but is it anymore? I mean, I could sit there and tell you about when I was in and go, yeah, okay, I get what you're saying there. But then again, that's back whenever, they'd chain your ass up, take you outside. There was a water wagon that followed you and you beat the ground. And you went out there and you picked the cotton when it was cotton season, and
that's what I'm saying.
You worked at daylight to dark. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's too hot. It's 98.9 degrees, so it's too hot for them to be out in the field now. And it's like, well, it's funny because it's not too hot to get out here and work a job.
Did you ever see the movie Tango and Cash back in the day?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so that prison that they were in was a closed down prison. But it was the workhouse that was outside of Cincinnati. That was the prison that they used for the movie. And my uncle was in that workhouse for like 12 years. And he said some of the stuff that he told me was like, that was what I thought prison was. Because like he would talk about it a lot, especially after he had a couple, And he was like, man, at night you would wrap yourself like a mummy, your head and everything. And I was like, why did you do that? He was like, because the roaches were so aggressive and they were starving too, just like everybody else. Like you were starving and you were like always thirsty and stuff, but so were they. So when you would fall asleep, they would go and they would suck the saliva out of the corners of your mouth while you were sleeping. And you'd get these sores in the corners of your mouth from them like picking at it, So he's like, you had to wrap yourself in a sheet so they couldn't get to you because the roaches would just like be all like in your eyes and your mouth and shit while you were asleep. And I was like, oh my God, I don't ever want to go to prison. And then when my buddy goes to prison, he's like, no, man, they gave me art supplies and like I hung out and like talked to these counselors all the time and stuff. It's like, it wasn't bad.
You can go in there and you can get education. You can get a damn master's degree.
Oh yeah.
It blows my mind. I mean, you know, I'm okay with trade schools. See, that's, oh man, if they would just let me revamp Texas, I guarantee you, brother, we'll have the cleanest state in the union. We the lowest recidivism rate. And by God, if we just won't have a few more morals around this son of a bitch at the end of it, because it just get out there and, you know, beat the ground. There's something to be said about get your happy ass up out that bunk every damn day and go out there and you're going to do something. You don't like it, then don't come back. That's as simple as that gets. It's not a hard concept.
Oh, but dude, when it happens, I'll send some trainers from Desanistan over to Texas to help you do that after we take over the East Coast.
Hey, I'll take care of the, what do you call that? Is that part of the judicial system?
It'll be whatever we want to call it, dude. We can call it Tiddlywinks because we're going to make our own freaking country.
You see what Still and True said? He said, in prison or not, the last place I want to get in a fight is in the shower. Well, that's where there's no cameras. That's where it happens.
Well, and that's usually where the look. Do you see? That's what. I mean. Don't get me wrong. I don't think when the shift happens that you got to worry about the shower incidences. But I will say, just kind of, I don't think people are prepared to have to end somebody over the simplest, stupidest things. And that's,
oh, dude, it's high school and steroids.
Like there, it's a damn envelope, a piece of paper, a notepad. Hell, the fact that you just looked at me a little wrong and too long, and it just the stupidest shit, dude.
But Rescue, you just knocked something right into the page, though, because if you don't have a mag or a group of people you can rely on, what if there's let's say an invasion type scenario, right? And you kind of have your shit together because you're a prepper. You go, you find some, I guess, like-minded people, and the fact that they don't want to die and they don't want to get occupied or taken over by the other guys. So you have this community, but you don't know any of these people. And then you're by yourself. They start taking advantage of you. And dude, I can reference this off of it's a great book, and I forget the name of the guy, but the surgeon for Andersonville prison, the Confederate prison that they would send the Union soldiers to. He kept track of all the prisoners that came in there, kept track of who lived, who died, categorized them, all kinds of stuff, where they were from, what units they were in, and all that stuff. And the guys that came in that were from some weird state and county unit, you know, that like a militia unit that was from like some small town in like Ohio versus like if the 5th Maine and the New York units were there, and they were huge, massive units like McClellan's army and shit. Those guys from those little small town units, they would get victimized by the organized units that were together because they all knew each other and they would prey on the other people, you know? Well, that shower situation, that might be a thing, man. You know, like you could never drop your guard. You got to have somebody fucking watching your ass, you know? You can't trust your own team. It's not going to change when this thing happens. People aren't just going to become good people when this shit happens, you know? They're going to have an opportunity to become pieces of shit, and some of them are going to catch in on that, you know?
When you're in prison, Bushido, your own people will take you out. Like Rescue was saying, just the smallest difference or something you do, or you gossip or whatever it is, they're going to treat you
You
just
have
like
the
you're
lunch with the wrong person. Sit down at the lunch table with the wrong person, and all of a sudden you'll find out that, oh yeah, there's a message fixing to be sent to you. What? About what? You had lunch with so and so. So? Oh yeah, there's no guidebook to none of that kind of shit.
Let a punk come into your room, right? Let you be found in the same place as a punk, and let a rumor get started.
And it just everybody takes your shit. I mean, you become. That's why I say when those people get churned loose, Because when the shit goes to south and law and order is kind of starting to fizzle out, you're going to want to be in a collective area that has some kind of stability to it. Otherwise, I suggest find a place that you can bunker down and try to stay out of sight, out of mind.
Or don't go to prison, right?
Definitely don't go to prison. Nobody should do that. It's too easy to stay out of it, man. All you got to do is follow the rules. And people go, oh, well, all the time. Not all the time. People in the wrong place at the wrong time. But when you really break that down, if you really weren't pushing that boundary, you probably wouldn't have been in that place either. So then that probably wouldn't have happened. So really, it just kind of come do right. Do right. Most of the time, right shit's going to happen.
Right. It's the fact that your intent was wrong, and that's why you were in that situation. Something drew you to that situation, and it wasn't a good reason.
Actually, Wizard, there's more of a stable system probably in a prison system than there is on the outside. As scary as that sounds, but yeah, because you don't get to do whatever you see fit to do. You'll do what the collective is okay with you doing. And
See, Rescue, this is how I see it happening, okay? I show up, I do the poop on my face thing, and the alpha types are like, oh man, this dude might be crazy. Let's give him a little bit of space for a minute. But they're all going to go, oh, look at this dude. Pretty sure I want to rape this guy. But the alphas that are like, I want to have sex to that guy, they're like, oh, no. This dude's crazy. I'm going to back off. So then I just got to worry about the people that want me to have sex with them. And I can just be like, listen, sir or ma'am, I'm flattered, but no, thank you. I kind of got this thing going on where I don't do that. So like, thanks for the offer, but no thanks, and then I think I'll be fine, right?
I gotta say, Bug-Out, somehow the way you said that with the tone, I could picture a little prancy stance even following up with that. So then I picture about 4 bucks fixing to run through your door and have their way with you, brother.
Oh, yeah, you got the wrong idea, but you really did.
I know. I'm just trying to carry the football here.
Somehow your perception is way off. I don't think you're going to be headed down a friendly avenue. Well, it might be friendly, just won't be for you.
Well, Bug-Out, just remember, the first one through the door, you fuck him up beyond recognition. And the other 3, they like cockroaches. They're going to leave.
No, not at that stage.
No, I think they firmly probably understand the law of averages,
Oh, it gets done to them. See, it gets done to them. That's called the sort team. And when they want your ass in that 8x10 and you're like, I ain't coming out of this 8x10, come get me, motherfucker. Well, they do that. They just do it in batches. Might be 4, might be 6, might be 8. Hell, might be 12. They might just go ahead and pile in there till another one doesn't fit through and you can't move or breathe.
I've always wondered that, man. And this is just from watching the prison shows, but like, why do you say, no, I'm not leaving my cell?
Because somehow you're a moron and you think that somehow because you're standing there mouthing that stupid shit that it's going to come into play and that it's going to matter. I watched it happen. My God, I can't begin to tell you. It's kind of like the escaping. Where do you escape to? I mean, okay, you hear these little stories about, oh, it's really, and so you got all that figured out. You're not going to run. Where are you going to run to? What kind of life?
Well, the thing is, Bushido, in a lot of prisons and jails, bigger jails, the House Department of Corrections, in bigger cities, the first thing that happens when you walk through that door is you get a TOH, you get a test of heart.
Hey,
you may fight 1, 2, 3, 4 people. You have no control over it.
That doesn't seem like a very neighborly thing to do, though. I thought that was a community in a prison.
Well, they're testing you. They're going to see where your heart's at. Are you weak or are you strong?
It's down in Texas. It's broken up between the Aryan Brotherhood, the Mandingo Warriors, and the Mexican Mafia. And if you're not wanting to side with one of them and you're not one of those races, well, then you might want to figure out a way to dance. Me, I had the luxury of going into maintenance and kind of walking my own line, because then I could cut your shit off if you pushed too far. So I cut a whole cell block off, so it kind of gave me a little bit more stroke, but that was the benefit of that. Because they were back in the day, Texas, if you whatever you went in, they would put you to work with whatever you had experience with on the outside. So if you were kind of an equipment operator or something, they'd put your ass out to work out in the field on equipment.
You're an electrician. You went to work in the electrical department.
Yeah, buddy, talk about suck ass. They put those stainless toilets and sink shit in, and then because we'll see any electrical work in a prison unit, they don't cut electricity off to the cell. That's what powers the locks and shit. So that you ain't doing that. So you change out those fixtures and those switches with live 110. And all I can tell you is best advice is the tighter you squeeze it, the less it hurts.
That's sort of the opposite. That's kind of the opposite advice of when you're getting raped, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I don't know, Bug Out, and I'd like to ask how that went for you, but I really don't need to know. I'm just saying.
Hey, Bug Out, if you walked into any type of dorm, open bay, whatever it was, and you started talking like you do, they'd tell you to shut up. Bug Out. People.
Wait.
That may be wrong, because they may.
But they tell you what?
What's up?
Did you say they say shut up, or did you say something else?
No, they tell you to shut up. But what I'm saying, but then on the other end, there's always those crazy people, the people that talk a lot, that have a lot of knowledge, that people just gang around and listen to because it's entertainment. So you could flip it the other way.
Dude,
I don't know.
No, 10 out of 10. If I go to prison, I'm starting a cult. I mean, I'm definitely 100% doing that, because that's my niche, I think. Because I'm a man of faith, I've been known to be, and I'm pretty sure that I could find a band of dedicated disciples.
Oh yeah, in there you can find a band for anything. Hell,
plenty of idiots in there.
You could probably worship straws and find some followings. The next thing you know, you have 3 people sitting in your little cell all wanting to know all you need to know about straws or some shit. Who knows? There's some crazy people in there. And the funny part is it's like a revolving door, because who you met today, 6 months from now, all of a sudden you're looking at that dude going, dude, you've lost it, right? I mean, you're like, you done gone stupid, or, oh, damn, you done gotten played so far, you're now, you're gone. And there's just, it's weird. It's definitely not the place to be, I know, down here.
I think the world could use another cult.
No. We have one.
I figured. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Donkey.
Oh, I was going to say, I figured that'd be what put him in prison, was starting a cult.
No, they just pull a Waco on your ass for that.
The Bug Out's Bushidoism.
Well, if it got more people to pay attention, it's probably not a bad idea. Here's the problem. Everyone keeps trying to reach these people that aren't worth reaching. Like, why are we worried about all these people that just haven't got it yet? Why don't we just focus on us,
Well,
stupidity.
I know it's stupidity, but I'm saying, like, everyone's always trying to spread awareness, and we got to get the people to wake up and all this other stuff. But it's like, man, if they haven't caught the football by now, like, they don't have their shoes strapped on. I mean, like, they're just not worth it, Are they going to be the anchor that drags us behind for everything that we do when we decide we got to do something? Like, we don't have tigers anymore. If we had tigers, we wouldn't have to worry about those people, because you'd say, hey, man, don't hang out at the watering hole at dusk because you can't see into the trees because of the shadows, and those tigers are going to get you. And they'd go, whatever. I was told it was perfectly fine. All right, well, you were told. Great. And they say, trust science or some shit like that. Trust the animal science. All right, well, then when those dudes get carried off and then they're dead as hell, you're like, good. Tigers won. Humans won also, because we got rid of an idiot, Everybody wins.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
I
have
say,
time.
you know,
Go ahead, Donkey.
But
I'm sorry.
I say if you come across those people, you tell them, well, here, you know, take a steak with you. I'm willing to give up a nice cut of steak, you know, to get the tiger a little more interested. You know, like as he's walking away, you know, maybe hanging on his backpack or something.
Well, yeah, we can just go with that one. That'll work too.
Isn't a cult, the whole thing about a cult is preying on weak and feeble-minded people?
Who's not?
Because the people that are strong are going to go along with it.
Well,
The headless Hawkeye.
you know, in theory, but
Well, bodiless.
Oh,
He's
what
in
are you
this-
gentlemen up to today?
Morning, Hawk. Hi. How you doing?
What up, man?
these guys they're really trying. They're getting really rapey on me, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
I've been listening. I had to come in for just a second. I was just like, wow, this is yeah, but you kind of started the whole thing there, bro. You know,
They're determined to sexually assault me in prison, and I don't know what I did to them, but
You got a party mouth, boy.
they probably are beta testing Zachary Smouse's phone app or something, and he's got mind control waves on him or some shit.
oh my god.
Oh shit.
By the way, how was y'all's visit yesterday?
Oh God, it was a blast, man. You know, nobody
Awesome.
comes up to Iowa, so it was so nice to just see somebody up here. That's why I say, you know, as cold as it is up here, nobody, if shit hits the fan, nobody's coming. You know, nobody's gonna come up here because they, you know, this is worse than the shit hitting the fan. You know, living in 20 below zero, nobody wants to do it. You know. So it was a blast. It was a blast seeing him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was
And we
only
had a
one
little-
downside to it. I ate too
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. My wife kind of doesn't go halfway, does she? When it comes
No,
to
she
food.
don't. She wasn't half, and man, that stuff was just as party as could be.
So you got you some home cooked food, huh?
Oh man, the best chicken Caesar salad I've ever had in my life. Big too. I mean, it was a filling meal in itself.
Oh,
And then
God. Yeah.
this slice of white chocolate raspberry cheesecake. That, I mean, it looked, when she served it and set it in front of me, on one hand I didn't want to eat it. It looked like a work of art. I mean, it was so pretty. I took a picture of it and sent it to my wife. And my wife was jealous.
And then we asked him if he wanted to wait and eat it, you know, later on and he looked at it and he says, "Hell no." He says,
No, we're
"I'll
going
take
just
it right
now." Yeah. And and I took a fruit salad with me, which I ate last night before I went to bed. That was good.
Yeah,
Fresh
she does
fruit. Oh,
fresh fruit.
Isn't-
Yeah. Yep.
Isn't that technically any salad that you eat?
A fruit
no,
salad.
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this one girl I met, I tossed her salad one time. There wasn't no fruit in it. A little corn there. A couple peanuts.
But weren't you the fruit?
I was a fruit toss in the salad. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, that one was nasty. I'm sorry.
Bushido, what didn't you do to everyone for them to want to do it? I don't.
Who said that?
Anti-at Jack.
Oh God, what team is he on? Not mine, I guess.
He's worshiping the straws. He's part of that straw cult that Rescue was talking about.
That's my cult, man.
I know. I can see you sitting in a corner and just looking at a straw and thinking that's the ultimate information of the universe. The straws are.
There you go. Hit gal's on your side. Bug out.
Bug
says,
out.
I'm
Got a
with-
question
I'm
for you,
with Bug
brother.
out. Says, I'm tired dragging dead bodies. They're going to get me killed. I can't carry dead weight forever. I'm not carrying. If they got it, they blind. If not.
Hey.
So there you
Yeah.
See?
Hey, Bug Out,
That's
can you
all I'm
receive
asking.
and send text messages from work?
Well, technically yes, but technically no, because my reception's so bad. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I can.
I
It's
was
just
wondering if you could get text, because I know sometimes like phone calls and stuff won't go through, or
yeah, it gets spotty. Like some of the messaging apps work better, but I don't really have a lot of those either. But like Facebook Messenger, works great there apparently, but you know, since my IP is permanently banned, I'll never have another one of those, I guess.
all right. Well, I'll text you later
It's easy.
when I stop. Just wanted to ask you a question, and I might have a couple things for you if you can use them.
Okay. Kind of. That's a pretty broad spectrum, but yeah, okay.
very clandestine.
I couldn't use them.
Yeah, I checked with him with Hawkeye. He doesn't have any of them. There's some. Oh
So
hell, I'll put it on here then if nobody
it's
minds. I mean, it's
pew
nothing
pew
bad. Yes. The reloading dies.
Oh,
For some rather special calibers. I'll just list them off and you let me know if you have them, if you'd be interested. 7.7 Japanese.
like Arasaka? I don't have one anymore. I did at one point.
Okay. 280.
No.
250.
It's probably going to be no to all of them, dude. I've actually downsized like most of my numeric inventory. I'm down to the basic bitch shit at this point.
Okay. Yeah, the only other one is a 338
Lapua?
Winchester Magnum.
Oh. There's a 338 Winchester Magnum?
Yeah. What it says on the paper.
Huh. I've heard of 300 Win Mag. That's a popular one.
Yeah. Apparently the 338, I guess, I imagine was probably in competition. But Zach's dad gave them to me. And I figured I'd check with a couple people, see if they had them. I
They
checked
probably
with my
have-
brother. Well,
They
my
probably
brother,
have
I thought he
listening
had a
devices
280.
on them.
Yeah, they might have. Boy, that's some raunchy farts they was
on.
listening to.
Zach probably
No, I
put
doubt
mind control bugs in him, and now he's controlling your thoughts.
Oh, God. No, I checked with my brother. I thought he had a 280, and he's actually got a 270.
Yeah, 270 is a pretty common round.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But he did have a 22. He had a 22 250. I used to have one of those. That's actually a pretty good varmint. So.
Yeah, my brother's dad's got one, but he's already got dies for it. So, and he was like, "No, I don't need an extra set." So, I'm like, well, shit. So the two calibers I knew I had a home for.
Well, dude, I would
Or at
never
least I
say no
thought.
to any of it, to be honest. I mean, because I always come across people that have some pretty obscure shit out here, but I mean, I don't, but like I could keep it moving, if you know what I mean. Like, because I bump into people that have the craziest stuff out here, because this is a mix of like incredible, weird tactical guys with people that just have done it the old school redneck way, which is like, you know,
If it
your
goes
270s
the old
and your
redneck way, if it goes
3030s.
bang, we keep it.
Well, like, for example, a really good, what I don't know why it never caught on, but a really good bullet was the 300 Savage. it was like you know, like the 357 SIG. It was in its time, it was a thing that people were like, "Ooh, man, that's a good bullet," but it just kind of lost favor to other bullets, and those rifles are now in the hands of people that couldn't afford them when they came out, but they can afford them now, and you know, that kind of stuff.
Because nobody else wants them.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. You know, so.
But you know, it's like that 357 SIG. It only fit one gun, so
exactly.
You know, it just never. It was a great round. I've shot a ton of them, but it just.
And it's proprietary.
It's
so
proprietary.
There's like pretty much one person that made like 45 gap. You know, everyone's like, you go to the gun store and they're like, yeah, you can get the 45 gap. And I'm like, no, because I'm going to be buying Glock price bullets for the rest of my life. You know, no thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or trying to reload them yourself.
It's like, you know, another one of those like niche proprietary bullets that I actually kind of like. And Hawkeye, you probably are going to know what I'm talking about. But have you ever heard of the 22 TCM?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is an incredible
and you like
bullet.
that?
Well, when I was playing around, a guy I knew had one, and I have to admit that I was kind of impressed with the performance of that bullet. I was like, I kind of see where they're going with this, because he had it in a 1911 platform, and he could switch the barrel out because the case head and stuff was the same as the 45. So he just switched the barrel out, and he could shoot 22 TCM, switch the barrel back, he's shooting 45. He's not out on the gun. He just got the barrel and the ammo. And I was like, okay, that I can see. I can get behind that. You know, he didn't have to buy a whole new gun and all that other crap, you know, kind of like when somebody goes 300 blackout, you know, like all their other stuff still works, you know, but
I bought a Kimber. I have a couple of 1911s, and I bought a Kimber 22 long rifle barrel for my 1911. So I can put the Kimber barrel and slide on it, and then I can go shoot all day 22 long rifle, and then when I'm done I just take it off, and it's a blast to shoot because it has no recoil. It's a 1911, so it's got that great feel to it, and you know, and it's a Kimber. So
well, there's a friend of mine, he had the Glock 44, the 22 long rifle Glock.
Yeah.
And when I would come back on leave, I would go out and he would let me use his pistol, and I could undo my bad trigger habits with the pistol, you know, because with the no recoil and all that stuff, I could get my finger kind of redialed in, because it's, I don't know, bad habits are addictive. Apparently.
Morning, Jimo.
See,
why did you acquire bad habits?
I got a broken trigger finger. See how crooked that is? So I'm kind of limited to I kind of have to, when I'm pulling the trigger, but it's perpendicular to the trigger. So it's actually when it got broke and it was repaired, it actually fits the gun better. It fits the trigger better. I wouldn't tell anybody to get their finger broke.
Not recommended. But
trigger better.
Hey, Doc, break my shit. I need to better my times on my 3-gun competition.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of dudes running around with big old band-aids on, like those old Chinese women that used to bind their feet to have small feet.
Yeah.
You ever seen the x-rays that when the x-rays started coming around and they were x-raying the Chinese ladies' feet that would bind their feet the whole time, and how crazy their bones looked?
Oh, man.
Hey,
I saw a special that talked about that one time. Like Discovery Channel, History Channel, something like that. And they were talking about the things women did throughout history. Like with...
like give uranium to Russia.
Jesus. Well, I wasn't talking about
Yeah.
that, but okay.
Oh, okay. My bad. I'm sorry. I thought I was helping.
Well, no, like when they were wearing the
Too
shit,
long
and I can't think of the
version.
name of
Like
them.
the rings on the neck. Like you remember, the African.
Yep.
Yeah, there's those. They talked about them. They talked about corsets, the feet binding, things like that. And like he was saying, they showed X-rays of these mummified and skeletal remains to give you a better image of it, to see what it was. And man, I mean, you'd have thought these feet went through like an accident or something, just all deformed and shit. I'm like, how in the hell?
Bug out. I hope she's got on her deathbed. I hope she's got all this stuff put away for a book, and the book is going to be called "My Life: The Things I Got Away With." And then we have a list of everything, because we know what they are, but there's got to be that's got to be just touching the surface. Everything she got away with.
Oh man, like,
Damn.
I'm reluctant to just totally discount conspiracy theories anymore because so many of them aren't anymore.
Just wait 6 months.
Yeah,
Right.
and that's like,
Just give it a little bit of time for the truth to come out.
but yeah, when you start getting all that weird
No,
frazzle
donkey. I was
drips
talking
type
about the
stuff.
elongated neck.
What's up when it with
With those
long-
gold rings, though, that is kind of sexy.
Has anybody
though, in
ever
a way.
seen that in Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The women in Africa, they have they put the gold rings on their neck, and it stretches out their neck. That's horrible. It's like, I understand it's a custom, it's part of their culture. It's like, but nobody thought like this was a bad idea.
Well,
But
here's
hey, man.
two things about that.
Yep.
One, it's a sign of status in their village, in their culture. The more rings she has, the higher her stature is in the tribe. And the second thing, they can never take those rings off once they get them so high.
Oh,
If they were to take them off, their head would flop over and it would break their neck.
Well, how about some of these kids that are doing the gauges on their earlobes? Jesus, that's
That actually comes from an African tribe as well.
And I totally get it. But have you ever seen what they look like when they don't have the gauges in there and it's
Oh,
still
yeah.
floppy skin? That's
More
a-
following.
Oh,
And
that's
now
a
we're at the
nasty
point
stuff.
where people are like kind of trying to rejoin society because they're like, oh, I need to join corporate America, and like there they are, it looks like a tired old God, it looks like a wet rope just hanging off of their ear,
Yeah.
Dude, I get culture and history and everything, but at some point you learn not to do things. That's the way I see it. So
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
We used to have a gentleman or a guy that worked
I
at
ain't
the
quiet,
convenience
man.
store down the road from my house when I lived in Lakeland. And he had them big gauges in his ears. And I used to joke with him about them. And he was a pretty good guy. He took the jokes well. He laughed. I told him one time, I was like, I just want to come in here and hang my keys. Just put my carabiner through there and hang my keys on your ear. I want to see if it'll hold them up. He's like, that's funny. My wife tries to do that with hangers. She says, hey, honey, my sweater's wet. Come here, let me hang it up. And I was joking with him another time. I was like, so now that you got the ears set the way you want them, you gonna get the plate in the bottom lip too? He's like, nope, ain't doing that. I'm like, but think about it, man. You walk around, you got your dinner plate right there, you flip it up, and he about laughed his ass off on that one.
Lord have mercy.
Okay, gentlemen, I got to fly. I got to get to work. So
It's like you are flying. Your head's just kind of hovering.
I know I got this bright green shirt on from my welding shop, my local welding shop, and I noticed I'm I'm a talking head.
Your green screen. Oh no.
See you guys.
Later,
Yeah,
buddy.
see you
See you
later,
later,
Uncle
Hawkeye.
Bye.
What you going, Possum?
Oh no, I was just saying about Hawkeye.
Oh, okay.
I gotta head out in a minute,
Man, that
though.
looks like me.
Well, about your bedtime, isn't it?
It's getting there.
Hey, Rescue, look, brother.
Oh yeah. What you got there? Oh, some
Got mine
vape.
right here. Yeah,
Oh
some
yeah.
Solus, man.
Oh,
The
hell
hell
yeah.
is it?
There you go.
I can't tell.
This is, but see, the thing is, where's my vapor? I got a damn. It's called a Cali burner.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's something for them vape things.
Yeah, the e-cigarette.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that stuff there.
It's not. It basically is. You can call it e-cigarette. It's called a Cali burn.
Give
There
them
you
one
go.
habit for another.
It's not bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, actually, this habit's a whole lot
and I
easier
still
to
smoke
chill on.
cigarette. So.
Oh yeah, I don't do that. I just hit this up, and that's that. Sometimes I hit it up a little bit more than should, but that's usually you can get a zero nick too, so it's just the flavor. But hell, I've done that instead of snacking. Vape on that on something that's got a sweet little flavor to it. It's good enough. It ain't real sugar, so it's not like it's taking in the sugar. What's up, staying high?
See, that would just irritate the shit out of me, because I get that sweet tooth. I want to have like a piece of cake or a pie or some ice cream.
Well, you don't
I
have
just
to
did
have
the-
a sweet. You know you can
I
do.
can't get away
there's
from the
tobacco
mint.
flavor. There's pipe flavor. There's coffee flavor.
Right. Oh no, I'm just thinking. Like you said, do that instead of snacking, and I'm like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, but I my tummy's still empty.
Well-
That's where I'd have the problem. Is it tastes good, but it's like I'm still hungry.
It's mind over matter, brother. If you don't
Well,
mind,
dude,
it won't matter.
if you just
But I do-
eat the foam in your couch cushions, you'll never be hungry again. You'll never
That's
be
some of that
hungry
culture.
again, man.
That's some of that cult shit right there.
No, see, when Rescue starts his cult, he needs to.
Right.
Everybody needs to eat the couch cushions because they're only going to live on chicken noodle soup, and like they really, literally, only can live on soup after they eat a stomach full of couch cushion. You know.
Nope. No rescue cult. Nope. No rescue cult.
Yeah, see, you keep saying that, but I'm going to start it for you. I'm going to give you a startup program.
And it sounds like it's your cult. It'll be your cult then. It's the Bushido.
No, dude, it's going to be your picture is going to be in all the books. You know, it's going to be about you.
Oh, so you're just going to be like typical government and just spit a bunch of lies. Okay. It's your cult. Not me. I learned my lesson. Me no follow nobody. And I ain't leading nobody.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm going to tell him. I'm going to be like, he's going to test you. He's going to say that he doesn't want to follow you.
He's gonna tell you he's not your leader. Don't believe him.
This is not the droid you're looking for.
Oh shit. Oh, we lost 1A.
Yep. He'll be back. He said he's in chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right, Yankee Branch Davidians. No, thank you. Dude, I don't follow nobody.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't even have a subscriber list. Like, he don't subscribe to nobody's channel.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of people, but I got no routine. There's no certain nothing. That just it just I don't know. We'll see what happens when the dust settles. I'm willing to help anybody helping themselves.
Yeah.
I've been down that road, so I'm okay with that. I ain't carrying nobody. Ain't nobody carried me. If you're supposed to make it through, I say have faith, push hard, and see you on the other side. If not, well, it is what it is.
That's what I tell all my illegitimate girlfriends when they're delivering babies.
Just push through it.
Yeah, just push hard and have faith. Well,
go get a bigger salary, sir. The bills are coming.
I promise this is a real doctor. That's another thing I say a lot when that's happening.
Bug out is going to become Shoku Ashira. Shoku Ashira. Yeah. I don't know what that is, but that's you, Bug out.
I think Shoku Asahara, is that the guy that tried to put the sarin gas in the subway system? If I remember right. I gotta Google this.
I have no idea. Or is that the dude over, what was it, in California, got them all to drink Kool-Aid or some shit and go to sleep or something? Let's see what comes up.
Yeah, I was right. It was sarin gas. I mean, yeah, and this is where it gets weird because it's like, that's some crazy shit, but that guy had to have some kind of mojo or are people just that stupid and willing to just follow anything? Are these people good at what they do, or are other people just really bad at being people? Like, where do we put the fault here?
Option B. Yeah, option B. Because
people have no common sense anymore.
Yeah, when you look at that, show me one of them that had like, oh, okay, I can see that pitch right there. I mean, I don't see a one. Heaven's Gate, that was a Yankee. That was the ones that were all here. Let's all drink this, and we're all going. It's like, what?
But dude, they put those Nikes on. Those things were flashy. Let's admit that. Can we at least meet in the middle on the Nikes, because that was a nice touch. The jogging track suits. It pretty much was like, we're gonna go to the afterworld and we get to be Serbians. I mean, if they had put on gold necklaces, they would have been Serbians.
I guess that was the heavenly version of Heaven Ain't Got No Talent, or what?
Heaven Ain't Got No Talent?
Yeah.
That's funny.
They didn't go to heaven. They went to the mothership. Were you guys paying attention to these dudes when they had a website? Am I the only one?
Heaven's Gate?
No, yeah. I didn't go to that shit and look at it.
Oh, come on, dude. I was following that stuff before they did it. It was like, they went to the mothership, and I was kind of rooting for them, and there's really no saying that it didn't happen because, our bodies are just vehicles that carry our soul. So you don't need the car, you just need the driver. And that's what they did. They shed their earthly bindings, or whatever the hell you call that. They got rid of their corporeal constriction to the planet, and then they could go out into the ether and go on to the mothership. I think they scored a field goal, to be honest. I bet they're up there right now, drinking a big ass beer, eating a bloomin' onion from whatever the hell that place is, Outback Steakhouse. There you go. They're eating bloomin' onions right now.
Yeah, somewhere, maybe. Don't know. I don't think it went to the mothership. I mean, if the mothership was there, you could just beam me up, Scotty. But
well, you had your chance, dude, and you missed it. So
no,
now
I
you
had no desire.
Now you got to stick it out with the rest of us in the bullshit with the muck and the grime and the pedophile empire and all that other crap.
I'm not a branch for the branch. What is that? Davidian?
Branch Davidian?
Yeah, not one of those neither. You know, Jim Jones kind of guy.
Jim Jones. Now that guy had quite an approach. You ever notice that, like, I guess they all kind of make sense when they start, and then they get rock star syndrome, and then they get really weird.
Well, actually,
there's no like checks and balances.
What's ironic though is to see if you look at the photos of him and is that not classic CIA look?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, straight up, it's like they forgot to even do the a masquerade or something. It was like, no, just go ahead and go to work. Okay.
Well, that also was in washed up Elvis time frame, so that was kind of acceptable for people to look like at the time.
Okay. I still like my theory better, but okay.
No, your theory still remains true. I'm just trying to give an alternate Pepsi explanation to your Coke. But yeah, I mean, I think all these guys were MK Ultra, to be honest, man. I think the only one that wasn't was Manson. I think that dude was legitimately bonkers.
Yeah, he was straight up on his own. He still is.
I used to park my car at one point in one of the orphanages that he was raised in Cincinnati. And it's just kind of funny that the building that he lived in had been torn down a while back, but one of the buildings that was part of the orphanage, originally it was a church later, which is weird. A church that, like, you know, Manson was in every day, like whatever. But I would park my car there at night because if you parked at night and you left before the morning, like, you know, you never got ticketed or anything. So I'd always park my car there. And I just was like, man, Charles Manson probably played hopscotch right here. You know, every time I parked my car, it's kind of weird.
You know, you want to know how I found out about Mr. Crowley and Heaven's Gate? The cult was from Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, he had that song. Did he make a song about Heaven's Gate?
He made a song about Aleister Crowley.
No, did he make a song about Heaven's Gate, though? I thought that was kind of after his time.
Crowley was the leader of Heaven's Gate. So it wasn't so much Heaven's Gate was to take away from him, because there was a lot of celebrities and very important people that followed him.
No, Aleister Crowley was the leader of the Church of Satan, dude. He was like the OG Satanist.
That wasn't Aleister Crowley. Was that Aleister Crowley?
Anton LaVey was later. Aleister Crowley was the old school Churchill era, like educated pipe smoking weirdo.
Maybe right.
Anton LaVey was the.
I think you're right. You're right.
He brought the hedonist aspect into Satanism. Like, it should be all about drugs and partying and like sucker and heavy metal bands and the album deals and shit, you know.
Aleister Crowley, 1875 to 1947.
Yes, you're correct. I had them confused.
That was a highly educated dude, man. That was a. And
either way, I stand wrong. I stand corrected, but they're all pieces of shit. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I mean your point still stands. Yeah, I'm more impressed with like an Aleister Crowley, because I could lose a debate to him on a topic like this, you know, because he knows what he's talking about, and he knew a lot of the old history. Where like Anton LaVey and the guy from this Heaven's Gate thing, they were like the New Age stuff, and it just doesn't hold up to the microscope, you know. The what's his name? The Waco guy, David Koresh. That dude knew every word of multiple publications of the Bible. Like, he could beat people in scripture. Like, he knew all of it. That was how he got famous in the first place, you know? Like, that's a formidable weapon. And it's kind of a shame that he turned into what he was. What he could have been, if you think about it, was...
All those people died off when the internet came around. Because then people could actually look at the information at hand. Because for so long, the easiest thing to do was keep information secret. With the internet, not only did it give people a way to learn, but it gave people an anonymous way to put information out there. Now it can be bad or good depending on the person.
Yeah, but you know, like for example, the concept of a sermon is a plain language interpretation or a dissemination of a biblical like passage, right?
It's already wrong.
Well, and in that case, every sermon is wrong, you know, because it's always a human's perspective of something that was written, you know.
It's supposed to be a chapter and verse. You read it as it is. You don't interpret it at all. It is what it is.
But exactly 100% what a sermon is somebody reads the chapter and verse and then says what they're saying is, and then they talk for 15 minutes, you know? And
that's what they've made them into be.
That's not okay when it comes to religion.
That's exactly how the church works, though, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know that. That's why I don't go to church.
Right. I get it, but I'm not trying to like start a fight or anything. I'm just saying, like,
put them up.
Yeah.
No. We're having a good conversation, a healthy conversation.
But like, see, David Koresh was on the cusp of becoming what could have been a legitimate spiritual leader, but he got washed into like what I call rock star syndrome, you know. But like, these people believed in him, and he finally felt elevated, and he felt like he had status, and then he immediately abused that status instead of using it to do what he probably intended to do when he started. He failed himself before he failed anybody else.
The whole point is that's where human beings fail in so many places in life. Is we worked so hard to get to this point, this level of status, and once we get there, it's not anything like we imagined. It's completely different.
Yeah, and it doesn't end. You know, like the struggle never ends, because you struggle to get there, and then you struggle to maintain the standard. You know, and that's like, you look at all these politicians now, and they don't have term limits, and they know that they're in there forever. It allows them so much more distance to slide backwards. You know, and they have. And you look at this stuff like Ukraine, we got 4 major established politicians that really should probably spend the rest of their life in prison, that probably won't ever even go to court, because we never seem to prosecute people that do this shit. But I'm telling you, man, one of these days the people are going to have had enough, and they're going to be coming for these people.
We were talking about Alex Jones earlier running a guillotine. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember you saying that. And the funny thing is about Alex Jones, did you see where he supposedly he filed for bankruptcy? I'm like, okay, cool. He pulled a Trump. He's rich. He can do what he wants.
Well, you know what's funny, and how about this for taking a long time? I guess some stuff kicked in from what stuff he said about Columbine way back then, and he folded. He declared bankruptcy and cut his ties, I guess.
Morning, Dakota.
You want to know my
No, I thought
What's
it
up,
was the
Rick?
other one, not Columbine, but the
It was Sandy Hook.
Sandy.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He got sued for it. He has to pay up like it's like a $100-something million settlement, I think.
Well, he doesn't have to pay anything now. He went bankrupt.
Yeah.
Well, that day was all a power move. It's just what everybody does when they get sued. But you know where my beef with Alex Jones is not that he's crazy, and he does that to draw attention because more people watch him to hope that a message will creep through. My problem with Alex Jones is when back during the Cold War, when he did a broadcast where he was telling people the missiles were hidden there in Texas, and people started freaking out. There was actually one couple that left and ended up getting on in an accident on the freeway, and they ended up both dying.
I didn't even hear
And
about that one. What's that one called?
I haven't seen it, dude, in probably like 7-8 years.
Okay.
And I'll look it up. You know, I can find it. It's out
Well,
there.
no, I was just wondering what it was like called out because I wonder if
Okay,
I could
it was back during the Cold War era, and he was basically saying on live radio, while people are listening in, that there's missiles and bombs hitting. People are dying, and he amped it up.
Oh, wow.
And that's a fact. I mean, I know it because I listened to it. I listened to the broadcast multiple different times years ago. And that's my only beef with him. That honestly, that's my only problem with him. Besides that, he is actually factual in a lot of things he says. They're
Well,
called conspiracies. But
in his
they
defense,
always come out with that.
at that particular point in time, he was in possession of Zachary Smouse's reloading dies.
Oh shit! No wonder.
Jesus
That
Christ.
solves the whole problem. That solves the whole problem.
You got issues, bug out.
He said
Bug out needs some freaking therapy.
All right, G-Malls likes those two stupid people freak out, and it's that guy's fault. That's it.
That's pretty much how it works right now. It's like, coffee's hot. What? I need $1 million. You know?
I still laugh to this day about the dude that sued R.J. Reynolds, smoked for 40 plus years, got cancer, and sued him. It's like, really? How does that really
And won.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I mean, if somebody drinks and drives, you know, I'm just waiting for the lawsuit to come out. You know, somebody's kid gets hit or their husband dies or something, so they sue Ford, Jaguar, whoever built the car.
Oh, it's
You know,
coming.
Hyundai.
They'll sue the alcohol that you were drinking too, the bar.
Oh yeah,
That's why they want your guns. That's how that's coming to play.
yeah.
It's
And
the
it's-
guns that kill people. It's not people that kill people. It's the guns, the evil guns.
Well, that's like these people that, you know, they've got a family member that decides to go out and do some dirty shit, some unlawful shit. Police catch up to them. They want to fight the police, end up getting killed, and the family sues the police department. Why is that even being allowed? I mean, if the department or its officers were negligent, they screwed up, they were wrong, by all means, absolutely, you got a case. But if they did everything by the book and they've got video evidence and everything, why are judges allowing these suits to go through? They should be looking at them and going, so hold on. That little asshole wants you to commit a crime, get caught, fight with the police and end up dead, and now you want us to give you money. Go fuck yourself.
the problem relies, Donkey, between the book you're talking about them going by is their policy.
Well, really, it's like the left gets to be right both ways. And here's how they do it. It's the gun that kills somebody, so you have to control the gun. Unless it's a cop that uses a gun to kill somebody, in which case it's the cop, and they need to be controlled too. So they do understand that it's a person that kills someone as long as it's a police officer. Otherwise, the gun is this mind control device, and it goes off randomly and shoots people, you know? And it doesn't make any sense. It's just like everything else they believe. So I can't make any sense out of it unless we go into a cartoon, and then like we got to have the shot. In My Little Pony world, that could make perfect sense, but in real life, it makes none.
Not the My Pony world.
What I was going into with you, Donkey, was basically the fact that all officers operate on a policy, but they're not informed or educated when it comes to constitutional or civil rights. Now, in certain situations, I understand when they got to push an envelope and do something because it's a threat and they see it. My problem lies is where do we draw the line at a certain extent, okay, when a lot of cops are abusing their authority. Now, if you did everything right, then no, I don't believe you should be charged with anything. You did everything the way you're supposed to, whether it was policy, constitutional rights, it doesn't matter. You did it the way you're supposed to. Now, no. But I also see a trend of a lot of cops in this country right now, and it's amped up over the last couple of years. It's gotten really bad. Cops are going outside of their authority. And with a lot of the pandemic firings and hirings, and there's a lot of people that are not qualified out there to do their job. They don't have the proper training. And they're out there just with a badge and a gun, just doing whatever they feel is necessary. And that's kind of scary.
Dude, I was a cop for one day, and I went out on the street, so I smeared poop on my face like in a kiss pattern, and they fired me.
Oh, God, here we go with that shit.
Oh.
I was like, man, none of these criminals are going to mess with me if I got poop on my face. Right?
Always got to go back to poop.
It's the monkey poo.
Hey, did you see my joke earlier, Rescue? I said bug out. I put a comment towards you, bro, and I said plot twist. I was like, George is just bug outs, split personality.
Oh, we lost.
And that's the reason why you can never find George.
Oh hell! I have to scroll that.
I thought it was funny. Shit, that's my humor.
I was scrolling up in chat. Man, damn, I missed so much. I don't know.
So it's like Fight Club.
What's Fight Club?
Take it easy, Donkey. Later, brother.
Yeah, we lost Donkey.
You're about to lose me too.
Right, Joe, brother. Hell, it's been 8 hours. I might call it because I do want to go tonight. What time is it anyway? Damn, 10 o'clock. I need to chill. I'm playing out. Got me some water and make me some tea.
You never know, man. Later you might get a little adventuresome and maybe eat some chicken soup, you know?
This is true. I have every intention for supper.
Shit, bro. If you're getting ready to shut it down, then I feel you.
Yeah. I might just go ahead and, like I said, hell, it's been 8 hours. You want to go live?
I can't.
Okay.
Because it's not that I can, I would, but I'm still waiting the 24 or 48 hours of bullshit.
Oh, well, and yeah, I need to put you back on
because
my
I deleted my account or my channel. It crossed me off on StreamYard for you, so I can't do it.
What'd you delete your channel for?
You too, Mama Red.
I just got tired of it, bro. I don't really want to do live streams like that anymore. And I just, I'm too many things go on, you know, amongst people, and I'm not for that anymore. You know, that's not what I came here for. I came here to be positive, have a good time, and things get deep sometimes, and I'm not for that anymore. It's going to be nothing from now on. It's going to be nothing but positivity and just having a good time and just not caring about what everybody else is doing.
So before, when this happened, you didn't happen to have reloading dies from somebody else, did you?
No, they weren't mine. And I didn't take any of them.
Oh.
That was Donkey.
Well, before Donkey got him, maybe they came from, maybe Zach gave them to him after he gave it to Charles Manson and the Branch Davidians.
No, that might have come from Manson because Zach's dad is the one that gave him to Donkey. So,
are you saying that Zach might be Charles Manson's son?
No.
Oh. Because I could totally see that. He kind of looks like him.
Well, it sounds like you said that, yes.
I didn't. You said that.
No, sir. No, sir. That would be an easy rewind and replay.
I was just picking up I was trying to support you and your show. I was trying to be a positive impact. I just listened to 1A, 2A, and I was like, I like it. I'm going to do the same thing. And now look at what it got me.
I know. Well, you were doing good until, you know, the last few moments, and then it's bug out, come to show.
The thing is I'm not deep in it like most people are, bug out. And to me, it's not like, it's not that important to me. I appreciate the relationships I have with people, and that's why I come up on panel. But if I'm going to do a live stream, it's only going to be because I feel like I want to.
I have been leery, dude. I think I know what you're talking about, and I've been a little, I don't want to say worried, but I've been a little apprehensive about even doing a live stream because I kind of see that that pull, like where you, if I see things getting turbulent and I get caught up in something, I can just leave. But if it's your stream, you're kind of stuck in it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's still an end broadcast, and it works.
Yeah, but I mean, it's different though. There's a little bit more weight on that, you know?
Yeah, you do kind of get a little bit more patience because it's just
I'm young. Rescue. I'm 30. I just turned 31. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, you almost as old as dirt. Shit, what you talking about?
I'm just saying I'm young, so I don't approach situations like the OGs do. I'm a little more straight to the point and tell you how I feel, and that shit don't work. That shit don't work anymore. Used to.
Well, yeah. See, well, that's there's because the definition of getting to the point. You can get to the point, but you can do it in a way that actually stays on point, or you can do it in a way to where you totally overshot the point.
Yes,
so
you can.
It's all the delivery, and that comes usually, no offense, but it just comes with age, kind of, because you just kind of learn where it's kind of like a pinball machine. You kind of learn the path after you bounce off quite a few of them bumpers, and then you kind of come back and you go, okay, when I do this again, I know what to avoid.
Well, you know what? At the same token, I've never, from what I've seen of 1A, he's never had a problem conveying himself in a way that isn't anything but acceptable, you know? So I don't know what you're talking about, 1A. I don't know what you mean when you're saying that. So I'm speaking out of ignorance here.
When I'm blunt, people forgive me. When I'm honest, people forgive me. When I do subtle shit and really make it hurt, people disappear. So it's like I feel like it's like no matter what I do, how I convey it, people are going to have a certain problem with it. And It's okay.
That's people.
Okay.
Well, that's a you I haven't experienced, I guess. You know, because
Well, I mean, you know, I'm
you're like
hurtful in my
actually
words
kind of the
sometimes.
opposite to me, man. You're like a really you don't bring any bullshit to the table, and it doesn't really follow you. You know what I mean? At least
You got to push me, bro. You got to really keep pushing me until I finally snap.
It's a recent current troll event too that kind of fired everything up.
Because like you talk about me personally, I don't care. I'll laugh that off. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't bother me. But when you talk about the people around me and the people that I care about, yeah, it pisses me off.
Hey,
And the only times I've snapped is to protect the people around me. That's the only times I've ever snapped on somebody.
I get really pissed off if somebody talks shit about Betty White. I would get pissed off.
No, nobody talks shit about Betty White. She's like universally like chosen.
Well, I need you to add you back to co-host up here on mine. I just wasn't sure what happened. You didn't answer for a couple of days. I was like, well, I don't know. Did she get hacked or what? Because it was like there was a morning you had a deal up. I went to go look at it because I saw where you did it. You went to go, all of a sudden unavailable, and I'm like, well, damn, that's strange. And all of a sudden it was like, oh, well, yeah, this channel doesn't exist. It was like, okay, so I don't know what all just happened just then.
No, I needed no human contact.
I know it's good, brother. I wasn't sure. That's why I just
at least 3-4 days.
took the email out because I wasn't sure. I'll put it back.
Sometimes it's just it feels like you have an obligation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, well, in my free time that I could use, I have so many things I could be doing in my free time, but I give it to people because I care about them. And so, and then it gets where then when it affects my personal life to a degree, it's like I have to make a decision. I got to step back. I got to find a balance where I can do things when I'm able to, and I don't know. It's hard to explain sometimes.
Hey, Hudo. Yeah. Oh, no.
Okay.
This.
I'm jumping off, y'all. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm starting to fall asleep already. So
Right,
I got to run before you guys start hearing me breathe funny.
All right, bro. Hey, thanks for coming up. Bug
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. See you later, buddy. Take it easy, 1A.
Later, Bug Out. Appreciate you, brother.
What's up, you people?
Yeah, tell him to go live.
You gonna go live? Or I can add you. See, I think if I add you,
well, see, the thing is, it won't let me I can't even go live on that account anymore because I deleted my YouTube channel. It won't even let me do it. But it was a different one.
I was gonna say, is it a different email?
Yeah, it's the 1A one.
Yeah.
Yeah. See if you can add me and see what happens.
Okay, let's see. Bam, bam.
I don't know. Trying to keep this going. I don't know if anybody's going live right now. I'll check. See what's up. All ball said R.I.P. Joan Rivers. Why? That's such a random person to throw out there.
That should be that and that.
I didn't, Mama Red, but I will. I'll check it.
Okay, so you have to check your email.
Okay. Let's see if I can do it on this device real quick. Probably can't. Okay. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna drop down, but I'll just buffer.
Okay. Amy, yeah, it's just it's called night driving actually. In StreamYard, it's called night driving. Somehow I do not see where anybody thought this is the best music to have if you're driving at night because, well, you know, I'm not seeing good things on the end. You're seeing somebody nodding off and being in the ditch or the median. I wonder if that'll work. Sorry, I was. Oh, damn. When I ended up playing the old edge card. Oh, there it goes. For a minute, I thought you just froze because it was just like.
No, I was trying to make sure I wasn't frozen. You know what I mean? I was trying to sit there like, but yeah. So I entered through the studio. So
Yeah, I don't know if that'll
good?
help. Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know if that helps. With the YouTube side of things on yours, or if it's just for right here. Or...
Well, do you want me to just go back to a regular StreamYard studio?
No, you're fine.
Okay, because how long do you want me to go for, brother?
Oh man, whatever you want to do, whatever.
I probably can go for like an hour and a half, being honest.
If you feel like it.
Yeah. Because, I can't shut it down on this side. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's right. It won't let you in.
Remember that. Yeah.
So, well, I wonder. So, if I So hold on, let me read what this shit supposedly does. Okay, so oh yeah, they got some kind of weird giveaway tool or some shit. Okay, so gotta do admin.
So that, like I said, hour and a half. I'll do an hour and a half. But
see why
probably as long as I could go.
Okay, now you should be able to end it.
Really?
Yeah, so
Well, I don't have the X button.
try refreshing your window.
All right. Well, it's gonna make me go, but yeah, I'll do it. Come on, man.
There.
Refresh.
Look, Bugatti sitting there saying, making his face hurt. Poor thing. The only reason it makes your face hurt is because it realizes how good you could have looked. So now. How's that?
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Grand, bro. Hell yeah. That made me smile. I was like, okay. Nice. All right, yeah, because, the thing is I don't want to wake you up, man. You know what I mean? I don't want to. Yeah, man.
Cool.
If something goes crazy or, you know what I mean, or anything gets different, you get what I'm saying, I have the opportunity of just shutting it down.
Well, and if you end up with some heated thing, just either y'all just call me, wake me up, or at least timestamp me.
Yeah.
So I can maybe then look and then know I'll just be in the loop on whatever it was.
Well, see, I'm not going to let people get to that point.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like when you step outside certain boundaries, then it's time to go. You know what I'm saying?
There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, I got you, man.
All right, brother. Well, hell, then I guess chat. I'm gonna leave you guys in the hands of our King Opossum.
The 31st now.
The 31st.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go and kick back and chill. You guys have a blessed day. Here, let me turn my camera on. Smile or be the reason somebody smiles. I will see you later tonight whenever I start my birthday little bash. And I don't know. I'm gonna try to figure out something to do and make it entertaining or whatever. Oh, but much love. Y'all take care. And I will holler at you later. 1A, just let me know if you need anything, brother.
All right, man. Hey, you have a good sleep. Love you, man.
You got
I
it, brother.
appreciate it. I got executive privileges.
That's it. Be safe. Later.
What's up, y'all? How am I going to get people up on panel? Garrett said. Well, I mean, to link his pin. So anybody can jump up. 1 second. Me and Rescue basically share the same birthday. Hey Sharon, good to see you. It's kind of crazy. Hey Outlandish, good to see you. Yeah, I've been here all night, but it's been a party. I appreciate y'all. It's my birthday today, kind of tomorrow. Hey, we can talk about anything, Blackwatch. You know, we just gotta. That's the great thing about having these type of people around, is that we always sit here and we have good conversations, and they're organic. We don't bring up any sort of topic. We just let it flow because we're all great, mature, respectable people. Yes, Christina, I am. I got executive privileges. I can end it and do whatever's necessary. So, what's up, Monty? What's up, Christina? Hey, link's pinned. Y'all want to come up? Have a good time? More than welcome. We're going to run this rescues way. Because I got executive privileges. Christina, try to come up on panel right now. Come up on panel. Monty, come on. I ain't talked to you in a minute, Monty. Come on. Link's pinned. It's all you. Okay. Yeah, I forgot you were. Outlandish Patriot. Let's see. Right here. King of Possum at 31st. You were laying in my front yard with your guts hanging out on this Sunday, and a vulture was rippling at you. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah. Our people can become a statistic. Okay. Cool, Monty. Sitting in my beanbag chair eating Cheetos. What's your go-to? Hey, Bushido, have you moved that treadmill yet? I've been waiting on confirmation for like 8 months. Hoping you finally moved it. You know what I mean? I know they suck. Carry them up the stairs. It's a bad time. Well, dang. Well, Outlandish Patriot, all I can say to that is RIP to a fallen soldier. He did his duty. He got taken out too soon. Black butt. Yeah, it's funny. Hey. Gmod's got a good point though. Think about it. What do you throw your clothes on if you move the treadmill? I don't know. Closet, you know. It's a good point. I've done that in my life. I had a treadmill in my room for like 2 years. I finally moved it. Oh, Lori actually validated those receipts. Okay. I see. hey, it's something we see every day when we drive anywhere. You'll see a possum. Yeah, it's okay. Y'all need bug out to hire bug out to come move your treadmills in. Glory, now Landis. That's funny. The guts fell out. Yeah, yeah. You try to move an old treadmill, yeah, it'll just collapse on you. My grandparents and my parents had treadmills. What are you talking about, Lori? And if you pack the first bucket. No, probably not, Hoot Owl. That seems like the recurring theme. That's why they're so dilapidated. They just fall apart because they've never been used in the correct manner. Nobody ever runs on them. Nobody ever fixes them. They just exist. So, some of them have wheels on them. Black White. The older ones don't, but some of the newer ones, like the 80s, 90s model, they had wheels on them so you can move. Right. Just hey, work with what you got. You know what I'm saying? Get it how you live, G-Mon. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Checking the mail, y'all. Checking the mail. Taking y'all with me. I'm back, William. Don't even try that. What did Patrick post? Proper use of a treadmill. Patrick posted a link to a proper use of a treadmill. I was sitting here thinking, I was like, I'm going to play some music. I was like, hell yeah, I'm going to play some music. And I was like, oh, wait a second. This isn't my jam. Can't do that. Ain't going to do that. We don't want no copyright claims up here. Yeah, Gmail, when I was younger, like one thing I really enjoyed is I'd make trails like through the woods. Yeah. It's actually enjoyable. And then it's always set there and you can take care of it every year. Always have a place to go. Father. It's a good time. Treadmill fails. This turned into a treadmill conversation. We've been talking about treadmills for the last 15 minutes, or at least 10 minutes. That's funny. It's actually hilarious. Patrick, I would play it, but I can't play videos on this stream and rescue stream because I don't have the capability to do it. Two, I don't want to push those limits because I'm not the host, I'm a co-host. So there's a big difference. All the cats that I have around here on Landis Patriot, it's I'm definitely cleaning up hair all the time. It becomes something you do. It takes about 45 minutes of every day I have to clean hair. So because if not, best life, right? Brother, you should come up here, Billy. I ain't talked to you in a while, brother. Wish you would, man. If you could. I'm hosting the channel now. Gma. Hey, I like working. It keeps me like I have a constant of purpose. It makes me feel, like I'm doing something right. Especially when it's where you live on your property. There's a sense of, accomplishment and well-being that you have from taking care of your property and growing things. And I feel like that's something that was lost in this country that we all need to get back to our roots and focus on those things. There's something that can be learned living on a farm, going and working on a farm for the summer as a kid, or a different way of working in life. You can learn from all types of cultures. You can find something good in everything if you're willing to approach it that way. I thought it was Patrick. I thought it was cat or a dog or something. I would bring it up, brother, but like I said, I don't have the capability. I'm hosting, co-hosting, but can't bring videos up. That's one thing I will be working on, possibly. Because then, I know all the ropes and how to, get by, copyright strikes and just get claims, but have to be able to actually do it. All right, Nikki? There's always something to do, no matter how much work you put in on a property. There's always something you could do to make it better. No? Billy, I need to find something good. Here, I'll bring it up. Hold on. I'll bring Billy. Let's see. I need to find something good in cleaning the dang house today. I'm thinking a nap as a reward. Right. And welcome in, Nikki. It's good to see you. The link is pinned, so not that I know of, Patrick. To be honest with you, brother, that no news is good news to a sense. Sometimes it means, there's something more, ominous, on the front. I don't know. Most news isn't good, so I only follow what I need to know. It's hard. Right, Hoot Owl? Gmaw's always been yeah, she's always kicking ass. That's a fact. It's weird. I have another phone up and I'm looking at the comments, and the representation on my good phone is so much better than the representation on my old phone. It's kind of weird. The qualities are the same. Kind of strange. I don't know if Virginia was here last night, Best Life. Maybe. Exactly, T-Girl. Rescue, he's a good dude, and that's why people gravitate towards him, because he has a calm approach. You know what I mean? He has a calm approach, and he's open-minded, and that's why we love him. I'm trying to carry on right now, co-hosting, just a calm demeanor, and let's have a good time. I wish I could play, like I said, music, but damn, can't. Right, T-Girl? Yeah. Well, I turned 31 today, so today's my birthday. My ID says 420. I was born on 11/57, 419. So today is technically my birthday. But ID wise, me and Rescue, we shared the same birthday. So it's kind of funny. It's kind of weird, isn't it? And I've met like 6 different people that have very close birthdays in this community. It's weird. It's really weird. 31 years old. Feels weird. I don't feel any different. But being it's just a constant reminder. You know what I mean? It's a constant reminder. You're getting older. Doesn't matter how young you are or how old you are. It's just, I look at it kind of like any other day, but I try to be positive because you want to age with grace, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? You want to age with grace, and you kind of want to take the punches as they come, but also, yeah, I don't know. But I'm having a great day. You know, I'm alive. My family's healthy to an extent. My grandparents aren't very healthy, but they're still alive, and have a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be blessed for. You know, everything's going to be all right. I'm in control of my own future. That's why I got to step up and do more than I'm doing now. Rather be a leader than a follower. So. Gma. You said it. Uh-oh. What up, brother? Uh-oh. It's coming. What up, big dog?
Not much. I'm tired.
I'm tired. Hey, you remember? Okay, this is something funny, bro. You should look it up, Monty. There's a rapper named Young Thug. You ever heard of him?
I don't know.
Okay, he's really popular, but he his daughter.
I remember Little Bow Wow.
Right, Little Bow Wow, right. And his daughter was in a video saying "mother effer" to her dad, the rapper. I'm tired, but say it like Tide. And everybody did this meme with like I'm tired, and they put the Tide picture up, and it was around for a long time. It was funny though. Everybody could laugh at it. Kids, you know how kids are. You know what I'm saying? They say stuff.
Say what, nigga? Happy birthday. Happy birthday, 1A.
Wait, you turned 50 Friday? Shit. What's up, April girl? Happy birthday.
My daughter's birthday's in April too.
Isn't that crazy?
April the 3rd. Well, yeah. I'll just say it's the beginning of the month. That's all I'm saying. I ain't gonna divulge anything else because there's people out there. There's people out there willing to.
Bro, I'm prepared for tomorrow. Just know that.
What?
I'm prepared for tomorrow.
It's your birthday. You can cry if you want to. Cry if you want to.
Cry if you want to.
I'm not gonna sing the rest of this song because I haven't smoked a cigarette and had my morning coffee yet. And to you that's out there texting me saying, you're so adorable. You know what you can go do.
Bro, before I had manager duties. Now I got the executive privileges. I can end this. I can add you. I can do whatever I feel is possible. But all within the respectful realm of this channel.
Yeah, that's why I didn't come up here and say, what's up? The actual words. I said it in a roundabout way. I didn't say it fully. You know what I'm saying?
No. Thing is, we got to be respectful because I'm co-hosting. I am the host.
I know that.
Sense co-host.
Right. That's what I was meaning. But hey, I just wanted to jump up here.
Oh shit! Talk to
and say, hey, sir, hey, happy birthday! I didn't know it's Nikki's birthday Friday. Happy birthday to you, Nikki. Hope you all have wonderful, blessed birthdays. Hope you did on your birthday, Nikki. You too. When is it tomorrow?
No, it's today. This is the thing. Like I said, okay, I was born on 11/57, but I can prove it, but I really don't want to because that's kind of like putting some, I guess I could doctor it up, but and make it, where you can't see anything else. But I was born on 11/57 on 4/19, but my ID says 4/20.
Did you say 11:57? Oh, the time? Okay.
Yeah, on April 9th, but my ID says.
I thought you was meaning the year 57. I'm like, what?
I've never corrected it. And I don't know why it's there, but I'm not going to say nothing. It helped me out when I was younger. So.
All right, I got you. All right. I got to go and jump up over on Robert's backstage and help him.
All right, man. Well,
much love. God bless.
Yeah, love you, man. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, I hadn't been seeing you around in a few days, so good seeing you. Love you, brother.
Love you too, man.
Love you all in chat. All right. Bye. I'll catch y'all later.
Well, I mean, I would ask somebody else to jump on panel, but Monty's got some big shoes to fill. You know what I'm saying? So, some big shoes to fill. See what the chat is up to. Have a happy birthday to you, Nikki. Belated birthday. Well, funny thing is I'm used to this. Is that usually on my streams when I start them, sometimes it's 30, 45 minutes, sometimes it's an hour and a half. Somebody jumps up, and that's cool. So I'll find entertainment in the chat, bust out some random things. It's all good. I bought a lottery ticket this morning, T-Girl, and I won $25 on the $2 ticket. Bam! You were right. Just felt like doing it. I was like, my birthday, I'm going to spend some money. $2 ain't really spending money, but I still did it. I paid with it in quarters because I saved change. I'll be honest. I didn't really care. Like, all the cash I got, it's not in the bank. That's all stored. I don't put my cash in the bank, but that's me personally. I wish I could spend 100K. Black Watch, I wish I could spend 100K. I wish I had that type of money to buy, you know what? You don't realize. I always stay humble and live within my means. I don't try to go, extra fancy. Get something with all the bells and whistles. If I don't have the money to do it, I'm not going to do it. That's just how I operate. But boy, do I wish. No, I don't, Best Life. But if you had enough money that you could just throw 100K at something, right? What would you do? What would everybody in the chat do? If you had $100,000 today to spend on whatever you wanted, what would you buy? Honestly, what would you buy? Would you save it? Would you invest it? Would you buy property? Would you buy a new car? Would you pay off your debt? What would you do as a human being? To me, that's interesting because everybody has a different way of spending their money. Because we all have different things that we need to spend money on. Jennifer Esposito said I would pay off my house. Absolutely. That's a good move. Go ahead and get it out the way. Now you can save money. Now you can really move forward. That's a good, hell yeah. Okay, you bought a cheap house, Best Life, but it's your house. You found a place to live. That's positive. Now you can move forward from that. I try to help those I love. It made no lasting difference. Yeah, but like watch, that's a personal, insight because I agree. No amount of money can change certain situations, and that's just something that you have to learn to live with. Money can't help everyone. It doesn't help most people. But the whole point of this question is, if you had $100,000 today, what would you do with it? How would you spend it? But there's a million things you could do with $100,000.
Morning.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey,
How you doing?
happy birthday.
Thank you. A happy belated birthday to you as well.
Well, thank you.
How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. Working on the garden expansion some more. Just taking a break. $100,000. That's a tough one. I heard the question. I would probably buy more garden equipment, to be honest.
Okay. Well, that's
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that, especially with the directions you're taking, and you're trying to expand what you're doing.
Well, that and
That's what I do.
probably I would invest in some lumber and store it in the shop, for future expansions on animal cages and so forth. But I wouldn't move. I wouldn't even buy a new truck. My truck's old, but I love it. I'm gonna drive that sucker till the wheels fall off, man.
That's kind of how I feel. I'm not gonna invest money in something when I don't need it.
Right. Me too. Same here. I'm pretty
Like,
simple.
If I break down on the side of the road, okay, cool. Well, now it's time for me to go get another vehicle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or get it repaired.
Yeah, absolutely, depending on the circumstances, yeah. Because you won't find me buying, like, nowadays, you just wanted like a 3 or 4 year old Toyota Tacoma, which, don't get me wrong, that's a nice truck. It is. But if you're going to go get that, you're paying $50,000, $60,000, depending on the package that comes with it.
That is absolutely outrageous to me. I can't even imagine paying that much for a vehicle.
Yeah, why would you? It's not worth that. It wasn't even. That's double the price that it was originally 5-6 years ago, and then you have to add on the fact that that vehicle is probably worth $10,000 when it comes to manufacturing costs. I mean, what the hell,
Is that too loud? Do I need to go in? It's really windy today. Can you hear that? Is that bugging you?
No, I can't hear it at all.
Okay. Okay, good. Let's check.
You got a good phone. You got pretty good noise cancellation. So
It's good. It's loud to me, but man, it's a pretty day though. It's sunny and windy all at the same time, so that's nice. Yeah, I paid cash for my. I bought my truck used, and I just paid cash for it. Like I hate having a car note or a truck note or really any bills.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna drive it forever probably. Plus, I really don't do a whole lot of driving. It's just kind of our, Jeremy does most of the driving, and he has a diesel, and his truck's actually older than my truck, but I kind of like it better,
We know how it works. You always like what you don't have.
Well, it's a work truck. It doesn't even have power windows. I'm doing like the old school rolling down the window in his truck, but I still like it. I don't know. Maybe it's just
fits. It fits.
Yeah.
I get it.
But I like mine too. It's okay.
That's one thing that I realized. It's like, it's easy to go down. You're excited in the moment and buy a car and get it, but we have all experienced buying a vehicle and then later on going, why did I buy this? Like, what the hell was I thinking? You know what I mean?
I think I did that once or twice in my 20s. Never again. Yeah, when you're younger, you buy cars for, I don't know, the cool factor. I had some really worthless vehicles back then, but I'll never drive anything other than a truck anymore. But, get older, wiser. What would you do with $100,000? I missed what you said you would do.
What I would do with $100,000?
Yeah.
Probably invest in something. And I know that sounds stupid right now, but nobody knows where the direction we're going to be taking. And there's a lot of quick investments where you can make quick money off in investments. With $100,000, the first thing I would do is get about 50 out and store it.
Right.
Like, I don't believe in banks. I don't believe in banks. I don't like banks. Never have. And hold on to that. The other 50, If I have any debts, pay it off.
Mhm.
If I have anybody in my life that has lent me money and I wasn't in a position to pay them back, I'm gonna pay them back. Whatever I have left from that, I'm gonna do what I have to do, pay the mortgage, off to a certain extent, and then the other 50, I'm just gonna hold on to.
Yeah.
That's just me. But
Yeah, we don't. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess we're still working on paying the house off. So I guess a lot of that that would completely pay the house off.
yeah,
And we
that's
don't,
what I tell people. First thing you
yeah,
should
we
worry
don't
about
have
if you got a mortgage, like I do, like pay that shit off. Get that out the way, because then after that, your regular income is gonna, now you can save that.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like now you can save just your regular jobs that budgeting. I try to tell people budget your money. Stop living a lifestyle you don't have the money for. Until you can get to that point, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we definitely save money every month. We don't. I mean, but we live. I mean, well, y'all have seen where I live. I mean, y'all see the yard and the garden and stuff. I stay home 99% of the time, take care of the animals, expand the garden, do the lawn, the yard work and stuff like that. And I don't leave the house like 99% of the time. I mean, my parents live in the next neighborhood, so I go over there. Like I had to go dad sit. He has dementia, and my mom had an appointment yesterday, and we can't leave him alone anymore because the last time he was left alone, he wandered off. He walked off trying to find my mom when she left, and I was like, oh no, oh no, can't do this anymore. So I feel you on the taking care of the grandparents thing. I'm sort of doing that with my mom and dad. Not in the same house. They do have a caretaker that does errands and stuff like that, but we're over there a lot helping out, and
it's all about having a family unit. It's like those people helped you growing up. My parents were very beneficial in my life in all types of ways, and it's my duty as a grandson to give that back to what they gave to me.
Right. I mean, my parents were stubborn and determined to live on their own, basically on their own for as long as they possibly can. Something happens to one of them, the other one will probably move in with me, but they love their house and they want to be there as long as they possibly can and do as much as they can for themselves and on their own. That makes sense. And we want that for them, as long as it's safe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's hard because there's so many different things you have to deal with when you have to take care of someone, because like you said, as you just said, they don't want it.
They don't.
And it's like you have to force it on them in a way. Find different ways to, and it's stressful and it hurts because they were raised different than we were. They're not the same. They're not the same as we are.
That is so true. That is so true. Oh, my mother is so stubborn.
Being stubborn is a good quality until it affects your own personal health, and then you got to draw a line.
Yes, in fact, so stubborn. Not many people know this. I don't think I've told very many people, but last year, it was last April, because it was right before my birthday last year. I had to go over there and stand in front of her in the living room. She had an ice pack on her chest and an ice pack under her left arm, and she was sitting in a recliner talking about, oh, I'm fine, I'll be fine. And, and after 15 minutes of this, I just stood there and looked at her. I said, you have two choices. I'm going to call 911 and I'm going to help them load your ass in that ambulance, or you're going to the emergency room with me right now and we'll figure it out. Oh, but I'm fine. It'll be okay. She was having an active heart attack. We sat in the emergency room for 15 minutes and they hooked her up on the EKG, and they saw the pattern that they refer to as tombstones. So it was the bottom portion of her heart. She was actively having a heart attack, telling me in the emergency room, "Oh, y'all just go home. I'm going to be here for hours. It's okay. No reason for you to stay here." She ended up having 4 emergency stints that day, going home a couple of days later, having another heart attack, and we had to take her all the way down to Houston, or get her transferred to Houston for a triple bypass. Sitting in a recliner talking with ice packs, talking about, "Oh, I'm fine." That's the kind of stubborn I deal with.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's where you draw the damn line. And you're like, nope, I don't give a shit what you're talking about. This is what's gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you what you gotta do.
I had to do that. And then, she was actually mad at me because she spent about a month in the hospital, between the hospital and then the rehab, for recovery before she could come home. She was mad, downright mad at me for a while. And I thought, well, it is what it is.
I've had that happen to me. You know what? The only thing I can fathom is that they wanted to die.
I don't think so. I think she was just in
I'm not
such
saying
denial.
I'm not saying your position, but me personally, sometimes I feel like people just, hey, this is how I want to go up. They don't care anymore.
That's true. That's sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
And
Good times. But she's here. Woo.
that's the way I look at it. It's like, well, you went through that, but you're still here, so still got to deal with your stubborn ass, and still love you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It gets
But it was
hard.
cool. I went over there yesterday, and Dad sit. I had to, Dad sit, but he sleeps late, and so I was kind of bored, and I took some. The last time I went over there to hang out with them while she had an appointment was a couple weeks ago, and I did some rogue gardening for her. She was always about the flowers and the pretty plants and flowers and stuff, on her patio and front flower beds. But I took some squash and some okra and some green bean seeds, and I popped them in the ground here and there, cleaned out a couple flower beds. And so I went back over yesterday, and they had come up. Quite a few of them had come up. She is now growing a garden, whether she likes it or not. So yesterday I planted 2 little San Marzano tomato seedlings in her front flower bed too. So that's cool. I'm doing rogue gardening in my mom's yard for her.
That's awesome, though. That shows you really good. It becomes a different ball game sometimes.
Right.
And the Best Life said, I had to do the same. Let me bring his comment up. He said, I had to do the same with my dad one time. He said, I'm fine. I said, no, I'm taking you to the hospital. He was there for 2 weeks. Yeah. And
right.
What I figured out a long time ago is they don't want to see us upset. So they try to act like everything's all right. They don't want to see us, have to deal with it. It's like, no, I'm going to deal with it. That's you're my mom or my dad, or, we rock as a family, and
absolutely.
They're built tough. That's that stubbornness. They're built so tough that even in their worst moments, they're like, no, don't worry about me. I don't want to deal with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. My mom actually has, my dad has the dementia, but Mom, mentally, she's good, but she has MS. And so it's really hard for her to walk, and she has a walker and everything. But there were times when she would fall, well, not really fall, but kind of not fall down hard, but slide off the bed because she couldn't get her footing, or her legs were kind of, weak and giving out. And she would just lay on the floor. She would get my dad to just bring her a pillow and blanket and lay on the floor and not call anybody all night long. And man, I used to get so mad at her. I'm like, call me. We even got her basically a form of that life alert thing where we had her, she could wear it around her neck, she could wear the bracelet, and it would call my cell phone first, and she still wouldn't do it. Stubborn. Good Lord. They just don't want to, they don't want help most of the time. It's okay.
Yeah, we could get into deeper points of different aspects about that. Yeah, so yeah,
Yeah.
I think it comes down to, I mean, really an age thing, kind of in certain aspects, but you know, everybody's different. You know, that's just life, and we don't choose our genetics. We can choose our ailments to a degree, you know, and what we go through based off what we put in our body. But some things you can't control. I mean, it's genetic, and it's how life works. And I'm dealing with that now, with, you know, high blood pressure and things like that.
Mhm.
You know, and a history of strokes and heart attacks in my family. I'm dealing with it on my own. That's one reason why I quit drinking, and I need to quit smoking. I need to do all types of things, but I'm stubborn. I like what I like. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I should quit smoking too, but not yet. Not ready.
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
a stubbornness that runs in your family, just like mine, just like my family. No,
Yeah.
it's a no. You don't even think about it sometimes. I don't either. It's like somebody brings it up to me, I'm like, nah, I'll think about it some other time. You're good. That's how I operate. Like I said the other day on someone's streams, I sound sometimes after I smoke, you know, the other thing and smoke cigarettes all day. In a way, I cleared my throat. I'm constantly hacking. I sound like Marge Simpson's twin sisters. You know, on The Simpsons. You know, it's like, hey, how you doing, Marge? You know, like, yeah, I sound like that sometimes.
I sound like that in the morning, early in the morning.
I do too. That's what I'm saying.
The wind is crazy. So how's the? Sorry, it's hard for me to hear y'all or you because the wind. So it's loud to me. So how's the grass going? It's funny. The stream I was listening to the other day, you were watering the grass, trying to get grass to grow, and I'm trying to kill mine.
It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. I just got to deal. I'm trying to deal with the moss that's starting to creep up, and I don't care about weeds really, to an extent. You know what I mean? Like that'll fill in places that aren't. You know, like I'm cool with that to an extent, but no, the moss is trying to take back over, and it's a war. I declared war. You know, like I rode through the yard Paul Revere style. You know what I mean? Like there's no, I gotta get rid of it. I know what to do, because no matter what I do, it keeps coming back. And the red Georgia clay is no help.
Right. We have clay here as well. It's not red though, it's black. It's really just thick black clay that I'm fighting with under the grass. It's gonna take me years to build that soil in the expansion. But whatever. It is what it is. I have a few years left, I think, so I'll work on it.
Our
I
clay
keep
here
team
don't
chat, by the
have
way.
minerals or anything. Like you can't. It's hard to grow anything. Like you can
Yeah.
grow stuff. Like you can, but it's not easy. It's not
No,
easy.
not in clay. I'm having that problem as well.
Yeah, it's like, you know, man. What I adopted was raised beds, so I could just, you know, it's easy.
Yeah. Those are good. I have a few with small raised beds that I started when I first started the small enclosed garden, and they're doing okay. You know, like growing carrots in one of them right now, Bella, and some sugar snap peas for my grandson and his little raised bed, and some asparagus I put in the other one, and I'm trying sweet potatoes for the first. Well, not really. I tried them last year, but where I planted them, the deer kept coming through and mowing the tops all down, so that didn't work.
The deer here, because I put up deer guard around my garden.
Mhm.
And you know they don't mess with it because they can't get in it. But
Oh.
the deer around here, they love our I don't know how to pronounce it. Hostas.
Hostas. Oh yeah, hostas.
Okay, yeah, I kind of inclined to like to show y'all right now, but I have like 20 of them around, like in the garden beds that are around like the front of the house on the side, and the deer love them. They'll lead them down to nubs,
Yeah.
and that pisses me off because they come, you know, that I love that they come back every year. I don't got to do anything except water them.
Right.
Nice.
I need to get some of them actually. They grow fairly decent in shade as
Sure,
well.
bro.
And I've been thinking about doing the whole front middle section that's mostly weeds because it's all shade. I've been thinking about putting a bunch of hostas up there because, you know, hostas are actually edible.
Are they really?
I mean, for people.
Yeah. No wonder the deer love them. No,
Yeah.
they're. What I love is when they come up first. Usually they're purple. Like they come up in these little purple nubs and just come out of nowhere, and you're just like, damn, like you came out after winter. You're a soldier. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't, you know. Then they just come up on their own. You're like, oh, I love that. Yeah, I love that fact of nature. That to me it's beautiful. Yeah, it's beautiful. I appreciate the nature around me so much because God gave it to us. It's there for a reason, and it's we have a mind that's way more intelligent than these plants and these trees. You know, everything that's around us in nature, but yet we don't fully understand it.
It's true.
So it's like, and that's why we learn from it. You can learn more from what's around you, other than humans and nature, than you can from a human being.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. I'm excited this year. I only really started the garden. Yeah, last year was my first spring and summer garden. And I broke ground just the fall before, so I only planted a couple of, you know, fall things. But I have some volunteer basil and carrots and stuff that's popping up that I didn't plant this year. And I'm like, how cool is that? You know? I love it. Anyway, in fact, I have to get back to the garden or else I will sit here and talk for hours, especially about gardening. But anyway, I just wanted to pop on and say hey. And
I appreciate it.
I will be in the chat listening, but I got to get back to work.
All right. Well.
All right. Y'all have a good one. Happy birthday again.
Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Where you at, Ray? Where you at? Jump up on panel, bro. Come on, now. Don't leave me hanging. I appreciate it, Nikki. Coming up on panel. Enjoyed our conversation. You know. Oh. Oh, shit. There we go.
Leave you hanging. What you talking about, you goddamn garbage scow? I don't
Damn,
leave
bro.
people hanging. You left me hanging yesterday. You didn't get up on my panel, motherfucker. How you doing? I'm just waking up.
Well, that's good.
No, it's not. I woke up 2 hours late for work.
Yeah, well, I can see that's a problem.
But I'm getting away with it. I'm getting away with it because they didn't call me out on it.
Oh, really?
I already signed the attendance sheet yesterday for today.
You must not be the only person coming in late for work.
No, it's just that I signed my attendance sheet for today, but I did that yesterday. Does that make sense? So yesterday I said that I came in at 7 o'clock today.
All right.
So they didn't give me shit for it for the first time. But we won't make it a habit.
All right.
Oh, no.
Probably
so-
shouldn't, but I mean, you know, patterns of behavior in any facet of life will get you hammed up. Not in that way, but it gets you in trouble.
Apparently, I needed the sleep though. So I do feel better. I feel a lot more rested. I was lurking around while rescue was up on panel. Both when he first started and then about 4 o'clock this morning. So oh.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I feel like I did a good job yesterday, though. I'm happy with myself.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're happy with yourself, brother.
Helped out a friend. He was going through a divorce, and
Are you talking
she
about
took,
Yeah, never mind.
yeah, she took the dog, and so he really needed, you know, he needed company, and he needed a dog, and he found the right dog with the right name at the pound. He said, "Will you give me a lift home if I go pick up the dog?" I'm like, "Yeah." So he took public transportation all the way down here, picked up the dog, and I picked him up and took him home, and we had a couple beers, and
Bro, you were lit, bro. I ain't seen you that lit ever before. You were fucking lit.
you gotta remember I had about an 8-pack within an hour. I had 8 beers within an hour, and I had not eaten all day. So that beer was hitting me, but I had fun. We had to go over to McDonald's so I could get something to put in my stomach to absorb the rest of that beer.
Right? Should have hit you. You should have got some Postmates or some DoorDash or something.
I would, but my phone, ever since I cracked, it's like every time you crack the screen on a phone, the phone just starts working wonky regardless. And I have DoorDash on my phone, but it kept saying I was out of area. So I'm like, you know what?
Yeah,
Screw
they
it.
weren't willing to travel with the inflation rates, or like, screw that.
Yeah, now they
gas is
now
damn
they're-
$4 a gallon.
Now they're adding a convenience fee to
They
DoorDash.
better,
And,
bro. I ain't
and
gonna deliver
shit.
nothing, man. Those people get screwed over. Like,
Yeah,
straight up.
well, you can get screwed over, but you can also make damn good money. I've done DoorDash and Uber delivery. I've made some good money.
Yeah, they like to be canceling, you know, mid-trip.
If you
And
play
most
it
people
smart-
don't have, you know, the cojones to, you know, kick them out the car. I would. I get an alert on my phone. You canceled me taking you somewhere mid-trip. Goodbye. Get out. You don't walk.
Yeah, that doesn't happen too often. Not when you've already picked them up. But no, I did you know, the food delivery, and you know, if you play it smart, you can make damn good money.
I'm thinking about ordering some food right now, bro. It's my birthday and I'm hungry as hell.
Well, happy birthday.
I appreciate it, bro.
You got your birthday today and rescue tomorrow.
Well, my ID says 420, so. But my birth certificate says 419.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
Somebody didn't pay attention to their ID when it was given to them.
Yeah, well, I know it works out, you know. So
Except for when you were 19 trying to turn 21, then you had to wait an extra day.
No, it was already that was already taken out days in advance, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like that was already, you know what I mean? Like it was already on deck. Like, and didn't need no ID. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we already had the cakes on demand. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, everybody's getting lit. My 21st was the same day that I got my first, well, my only DUI.
But yeah, last night he needed that dog. He needed a companion.
Bro, listen, this is what's sad. When I got a DUI, and this is what, like, I always think about. I drank the night before, right? Like, a lot. I drank, like, half a bottle of Grey Goose, 6 or 7 beers, and then I had drank a bottle and a half of Mad Dog 2020.
Huh.
We were playing wine pong with the MD 2020. Okay, so we're playing pong with it, and I woke up like 5 hours later, and I was like, I'm going to McDonald's. Well, that was a bad choice. You know what I mean? Like that was a bad choice. Yeah. You know, and then you sprinkle in the party favors with that. It's a bad time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yep. Yeah. Sometimes this is how things work. You know what I mean? Like it was a blessing in disguise. When I look at it. Because if that wouldn't have happened to me, then I would have kept doing that over and over and over again. It's the only thing that put me in check. I had to work and pay for my probation. Almost $2,000 out of my pocket with no help. That shit wasn't easy. All I could do is drive back and forth to work.
Best life, shut up. It's too early to do math. You got.
I know what he meant, Billy. I got something. Yeah. Let's see. Gmos said, I entered the armory, called up all my musician friends, and threw a rager for my 21st. It was fun. See, yeah, that was back in the day. You could do that. You could get 50, 100 people at your party, and it was no big deal. Because everybody in town knew the cops didn't care as long as shit didn't get Aubrey. You know what I mean?
I did not do parties at all.
You did what?
I didn't do parties at all. I didn't want to be around people.
I could tell, bro. No, I'm just kidding. No, you're more reserved. I can tell you want to be open. Like, bro, I could dissect you, but I won't. I could dissect you right now.
Oh, I could tell you I'd love to be open, but yes, I'm very reserved because I don't trust people.
Yeah, neither do I. No, but there's a difference, man. You just got to find that fine line. You know what I'm saying? Like the biggest part of people that don't trust people is they alcohol. Have to. Oh, I see. That's the problem. You might be. I don't even want to ask that question. Can't do that. Not right.
No, what were you saying?
Okay. I'll say. Are you paranoid?
No. I just don't like people.
Trust people.
I just don't trust them. Everybody wants something. Everyone's going to stab you in the back at one point in time. That's
no matter what, to what degree they're going to do it. That's what you
exactly.
Yeah. I've never stabbed you in the back. I've known you for a minute, not a long time, but never stabbed you in the back.
I'm not saying that you're going to. It's just that's the way I'm raised. I trust people as far as you can throw them. And I'm a weakling.
Yeah, but then you got to find the in between where you give people a little trust and not all of it. and you let them, if they abuse the little trust, the little, things that you give them to be trustworthy about, then they're not qualified to be your friend in the long run, right?
Yeah.
So don't, you know what I mean? Like, because you're never going to find a good relationship with anyone and a bond until you give them a little bit of trust, see if they're worthy of, you know what I'm saying?
I
Of having that trust.
I have 2 relationships right now that
It's mine, Christina. What's up?
I have 2 relationships that get me through life. I have the relationship with my doggy, my baby girl, my turtle butt, and my relationship with God.
See, look, I'll bring it up on the screen real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Huckleberry said a bit. Hold on. Damn it. Trust is earned. Trust is earned. But
yes, Huck, it is.
You have to give people, Huckleberry, thank you, Christina. You have to give people the opportunity to earn your trust.
Oh, I give people plenty of opportunity. If you can make it through the gauntlet that I throw up for you.
Well, see see, you're fucking up, Fat Man. Because when you do that, now you're sounding like you're setting somebody up to disavow your trust. See what I'm saying?
Oh no, I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree. I don't disagree.
Okay, these shouldn't be setting people up for failure that they don't even know what's going on. It should be organic. But I get what you're saying. I do. But
hey, Christina, how you doing, sweetie?
I appreciate the birthday wish. No, I don't either, Gmo. Ain't no victim trying here. Like, I just speak my mind. If I feel like my feelings are hurt, I'll tell you.
Now, if you're closer to me, I would come over and we'd have some 3-1 beer together. And
no, we wouldn't. No, the fuck we wouldn't. Don't it?
Now the 3-1 is completely. That's like drinking root beer, homemade root beer. If you're gonna get drunk off of that.
It sounds really weird already. The way you said it, with the voice, I can't get behind it.
My half-ass waking up voice. I'm serious. I rolled out of bed, came into the computer room in the office, and looked at the time. I'm like,
who is T-Man? Do y'all know T-Man?
I don't know. I don't see chat.
I'm not trying to be rude, T-Man. Seeing it backstage, I'm just trying to figure out what's up. He's authenticated. Yeah, he's backstage. He's authenticated. But
all right, you know the rules. Show your face.
Now his face is up, so I'm gonna bring him up. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Oh, okay, yeah. He's acceptable. He's acceptable.
Oh, not much. What are y'all doing?
I've dealt with him.
Hold on, someone's trying to come off, so it's all good.
Christina,
I got this. I got this.
Hey, Monty.
He's not out there to cause problems, guys. What's up, Monty?
Not much.
Tell me, what's up? Remove? What's up?
Well,
There you go.
Well, I could have vouched for him. He's not that bad of a guy.
Well, that was kind of weird, man. So, but what do you expect me to do?
I don't expect anybody to do anything that they wouldn't do normally.
Okay. That's the whole thing, is you come up with a filter. Okay, that's fine. And then he uses a moniker that was a throw at somebody. Okay, well, I gave it my best shot. Nothing bad happened. It's okay.
T-Man, it's just going to take a while, buddy. There's still a lot of
It's not even
emotions
that.
running deep.
I just address it. I'm co-hosting, so I'm not trying to make those decisions. But I did.
Oh.
So it is what it is. So it's all good.
Speaking of Turtle Butt, she decided to come in the office and join me. She says, okay, in about 15 minutes, you got to go take me out so I can go potty and leave you a package.
I'm going to go back to bed.
You're not even 3 feet away from your bed.
I'm tired.
Well, you were partying all night.
But bro, you ain't got to worry about nothing now, so it's all good.
Besides, Monty, I like hearing you talk. I like the way you talk.
Hey, Blaren, how you doing? Monty, I don't hear you singing or making any obscure jokes. Kind of worried, bro.
Monty must have been hitting some serious chats and just wearing himself out.
No, he's just tired.
I'll let y'all later.
All right, brother. Love you, man. Take it easy. Hey, I don't care that said person came up because nothing happened.
Shalom, Jewish redneck.
You feel me? You feel me?
Yeah, I know.
So it is what it is. I'm not.
Right.
We're gonna move on from it. So stop letting this fucking tension, excuse my language, this tension linger in the air, and let's keep it pushing. Yeah.
It's gonna take a minute, Things calm down, relax.
Nobody's upset. That's the thing. Nobody's got to calm and relax. What's up, Jewish redneck prepper? Or from now on, I should refer to you as a JRP. So, Fat Man, what you doing today other than working?
Actually, today, I think I'm gonna, after I'm done working, I think I'm gonna call it a night early and just really, really crash. I gotta get a hold of a friend, see how court went. I can't find
Yeah, because right now they really want the money, so they ain't giving no good plea deals or.
Oh no, it's an eviction case. And,
that's even worse.
I told her how to fight it because they gave her a 30-day, but they didn't allow the 30-day notice to run fully before they filed the eviction. So I'm like, well, you can get the eviction tossed out based on them not allowing that 30-day notice to go through fully. Because once they give you a 30-day notice, they have to allow you the opportunity to resolve anything within that 30 days. They cannot file within that 30 days for the eviction. They have to wait until after that 30 days expires. However, if they file during that 30-day eviction, that 30-day notice, then you can actually throw out the eviction because they did not follow the law.
Mm-hmm. Same thing with an unlawful arrest. If they didn't follow every proper procedure and guideline, that's pursuant to the law, then you can have that thrown out in court. That's how people get off on murders, all types of heinous things, is because the arresting officer or the investigator did not do their job properly.
And normally I can pull up the case within 5 minutes after it's been decided by the judge. I can pull it up online, but the court system is apparently bogged down and they haven't updated anything yet. I kind of keep track of my friends and make sure that they at least do as I say. So when they ask me for help.
Why are they being evicted?
It's a whole big issue with this new management company and the slumlord that they bought the property from.
Yeah, so they could be getting screwed over. They could be, not doing what they're getting to. I get it. Yeah. I don't know, so I can't really make that judgment.
They're getting screwed over from the seller, so they're trying to pass that screw over to everyone else and screw them over, type of situation. I'll give you her case was because of the whole coup. She got behind on her rent. She applied for and was granted relief from an agency, and they paid her rent. So they gave the owner $3,000, which brought her current. The owner did not pass that information over to the new owners. So the new owners think she still owes that $3,000 plus late fees. You see what I'm getting with that? So they want their $3,000, and instead of, the whole process of having to take the old owner to court, they're passing it along to the tenant, which is easier to screw over, than anybody else.
Give me 1 second, bro. I'll be right back.
Well. Gma, it's not all about that. You gotta understand, there's some slumlords out there that will try to nickel and dime you for everything you got. I mean, personally, I feel that any place that's renting an apartment should have to have a license and should have the property inspected. Just like if you're opening up a business, you would have to have the property inspected by the fire marshal and have a certificate of occupancy. I believe that you should actually have a certificate of rental, proper rental, in order to rent something. I used to be like you. If you follow the law and you did everything right, shit wouldn't happen to you, but there's people that want to take advantage of you so fast. And it's really sad. Even these, big rental companies do the same crap.
All right, I'm back.
Yep. So I see you're finally getting situated so that you can take over for rescue and keep the stream going, which is kind of cool.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping. You know, I don't know. You know, it's just it's organic. Like I said, it's like and he's not asking me to do it. Never has. It's not like that. You know, it's like my brother. You know what I mean? So if I'm in a situation where I can do it, I'll do it. If I'm not, I'll let him know. You know, it's just how it should be.
Well, I'm glad to see that you're feeling much better than you were yesterday.
I wasn't even upset yesterday.
No, but you were still out of sorts.
Nah, I'm never out of sorts. That's the thing. I'm never out of sorts. Like,
you know what I'm saying. Don't make me choose words.
I will, because you're not. You don't know what you're talking about.
Sure, I do.
Mm-mm.
Sure, I do.
Never mind. We can talk about that some other time, bro. This ain't my channel. Remember that. You still growing a garden?
Me, I got everything. I still haven't. I've got the seeds. I've got everything basically I need to set up the aquaponics. I just haven't set it up yet. I've been kind of pulled in, many different directions lately from other people that I put on hold the things that I want to do to make sure that I help everybody else.
Yeah. See, that's the thing people don't understand is I don't have that. Like, but hey, if you're doing something for your community, that as long as you're doing something for the betterment of the people around you, it's commendable. I like that.
And Gmail, certain renters can. I've found that even if you treat the worst possible renter with basic respect, they will actually respect you back. This is my own personal opinion and my own personal experiences. I'm not saying that there aren't bad renters, but I mean, it is what it is.
See, that's why I was trying to say earlier, I don't know anything about that situation, you know what I mean? And so I can't pass judgment. I can only assume, and assumptions get you nowhere.
Right.
So unless I've seen a court document or ruling and was able to actually see the case, then I really can't make a intelligent judgment on it.
Gma, technically, yep. I have never been a landlord. However, I've worked for landlords. I've managed rental units.
My family has, Gma. I know all about it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had some really, really bad ones. I mean, seriously. But overall, yeah, and that they were just hell bent on destroying shit. I mean, that's just the type of
septic tank or plumbing screwed up. That everything is destroyed. I mean, there are certain people that they do not respect anything they have, even if they pay for it. The way I look at something is, if I pay for it, I'm gonna have a little different respect for it. because I'm having to work for it. You get what I'm saying? A
No,
lot of
I get
people
it. I
don't.
mean, when I rent a property, I'm renting the property, and I have the simple philosophy. I'm renting that property. I'm going to do with it what I want while I rent it. However, I have an obligation, a right, and a duty to return that property in equal condition or better condition than when I rented it. And generally, when I leave a property, it's in much better condition than when I started renting it.
Right.
It
But
just,
the thing,
that's
yeah,
me. That's
that,
me personally, though.
yeah, yeah. And then the thing is that who wants to live in a shithole? Even if you create it, why would you do that? That tells me there's something else going on. That's not how normal people operate.
And there are people like that. Don't get me wrong. I've met a few. I've seen a few. I've dealt with a few that are like that. But in my personal experience, I found that if you show basic human respect, that they tend to be a little bit more respectful. I mean, I've managed property in straight ghettos. And yeah, I've had one or two that just didn't give a shit. And I'm like, they probably had some mental issues themselves.
Unless you're elderly or you're not capable health wise, there's no reason why you shouldn't take pride in where you live in and make it look okay. There's no reason. There's no excuse.
Well, those
unless
people,
things I named, and there's certain things, and I'm not like arguing with you, Batman. I'm just bringing the other side. You know what I'm saying?
No,
We're both.
I see both sides, and I've been in a unique enough position. Yeah, you're right. The property I own, I would never rent out anyways. Nobody's going to rent it. My property's way up there in Alaska. But I've, worked for the landlord, the owner of property, managing the properties. So I've seen, and some of the financial burden, I feel bad for the people that do. So for most people, I feel bad for when they have financial issues because I understand what they're going through. I've been there myself, but I've always been able to work shit out. One thing people don't understand that you have to if you're renting from somebody or even a company, you got to keep lines of communication open and in a positive manner, because you'd be surprised what you can get accomplished just by talking shit out.
See what Jima said? I disagree. It's not a friendship; it's a business arrangement. It is
Absolutely. That's why you have to keep
when
that.
you sign that dotted line and you make that contractual agreement, you have an obligation to fulfill whatever that contract says because you agreed.
And that's why you always have to keep those lines of communication.
If you don't read it, and if you don't read it, you don't know the conditions of that contract, and it's on you.
But like I said, that's where you also have to keep that line of communication open at all times. You have to treat each other respect. You'd be surprised at what you can get just talking.
Hey, JH556. Hope you're doing okay. Hope everything's going well with the situation. It's good to see you.
I mean, I've been at the point where I was 3 months behind on rent once, and I kept that line of communication open, and I was able to get it resolved without, going to court and getting getting an eviction. I mean, it is possible. Sometimes it's not possible. It's dependent upon who you're dealing with. But, you treat people the way you want to be treated, and you're generally not going to have much problems.
Yeah, if they're holding, okay, well, the way I look at it is if you're holding up to a year into the bargain, there should be no reason for you to do something.
I mean, when I got behind on rent, I talked to my landlord. I explained everything that was going on. I even brought my, financial records, and we went over everything, and I ended up working. I actually started doing, this is before I even managed property for that particular guy. But I was starting to do basic maintenance to help pay the rent. I mean, where there's a will, there's a way to resolve an issue. I've never been fired, but I've quit many a jobs. I've walked out on a few jobs. I try not to do that as much, but sometimes, you know, the person you're working for is a dumbass, and you just need to get away from that. But everybody seems so fast to want to take somebody to court. It's just ridiculous.
I need a second.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that, you know, everybody, T-Girl, is going to appreciate things. I mean, like I said, I've ran into one or two that were just, I swear they had mental issues. They had to have had mental issues for the way they lived, in which they thought it was acceptable. But yeah, I think it's the way that we're being brought up in our society today. The fact that we expect everything to be given to us. We're not expected to work hard for things. I mean, I can remember growing up, I wanted a model rocket kit. It had the little launcher and a model rocket and a couple engines and all that. I busted my ass for that. It wasn't something that was given to me. I busted my ass, and I appreciated having that so much. And nowadays you get people that, these kids, they're given, they have these kids, 12, 13 years old, have cell phones worth more than my cell phone, and I'm a fucking 50-year-old man. Well, close enough to 50. Might as well just call it 50, right?
Gma said it's all in your choices.
Yeah.
You to a degree are the person that creates your own demise. And the quicker you figure it out, the better your life will be. Some people, everybody likes to say I'm a product of my own environment, but if you know that, then change it. That's what I tell people. If you know you're a product of your own environment, then you realize your flaws and what your environment has gave you negative. That it's negative to your existence as a human being and the way it affects everybody around you. If you know that, change it. You know what the problem is, change it. It's pretty simple to me.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take Turtle Bud out. She's got a package she wants to give me, so
I'm gonna end this probably in about the next 2 minutes.
Oh well, if I come back and I'm just backstage all by myself, I'll know what happened.
All right, man. I understand a skip back. I don't think Gmo means in that way because, and sometimes things are out of your control. Especially, look at with the people that wouldn't take the jab, that, the jobs that they lost. It happened. You know, you can't control the shady things that your employer does, because we all know that in a job atmosphere, things get real murky. You know what I mean? It can be like that. Sometimes things happen. You know, I've been fired before. It's out of my control. The factory I worked at decided that they were going to cut half their workforce and go to less production. They just let go half of us. And what? I was young. What was I supposed to do? There's a chicken plant, Philadelphia was the name of the plant. That was back in like 2009, 10. I was making like $15 an hour or 14, like 75 or some shit. That was good money back then, especially where we live. And then not too long ago, probably about 3 years ago, they had some type of gas leak, and it killed like 8 or 9 people inside the plant. And that doesn't surprise me, because things around there were operated very poorly. They did not pay attention to rules and regulation. The USDA was not doing their job. I mean, they were going in. They were doing shady stuff. But you learn just to ignore it. But now, the person I am, like, you're in a position, if you see things are doing wrong that could affect other people, what are you going to do? Are you going to call them out and expose it to the world, or are you going to keep your head down and keep doing your job and make that good money you're making? But what would you do as a human being? Because a lot of people, that's right there, that's what defines a lot of people. Well, it's Scat Pack. Hopefully one day I can live that life. I can be financially stable like that. God willing that the country and the world doesn't take a dark spin. Nobody knows what the future holds. So hopefully we can get past that and have I don't know. It's hard nowadays to really predict anything that's going to go on. And it's leaving a lot of people left with a void where they don't know what to believe and what not to believe. Hopefully, people can actually, start paying attention to what's going on around them. Just use logic and reason. Don't listen to the mainstream media. They're not going to get you anywhere. Do your own research. Because at the end of the day, as a human being, nobody should be telling you what to believe or what not to believe. You should be trying to figure it out on your own. We need free thinkers in this country, not hive minds, not echo chambers. We need people that are willing to figure out the truth on their own. We need leaders, not followers. So hopefully one day we can all come together and actually create a real change. I know there's a lot of people out there that feel the same way we do. We care about the betterment of society, our country, people. Hopefully, we can reach that pinnacle one day. Well, I was waiting for Fat Man to come back, but since he didn't get here in time, I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Rescue. And about to be ending this. Yes, Cat Pack, but I'm not talking about a better world. I'm just trying to get people to find a common ground. You know, I know you guys are preaching that, and we need it now more than ever. We need unity now more than ever. We need it. Like, oh man. We just have to find a way to find that common ground and actually be able to connect with people of differing views and opinions, because we're not going to be able to do it on our own. I'm not just saying as a single person. I'm saying as a collective. we need numbers of freedom-loving, just peaceful people that, you know, find that balance. But all right, I'm going to shut it down. I love y'all in the chat. Thank y'all for sticking with me this whole time. Y'all rocked out, had great opinions, great comments, and I appreciate you for being here. Everybody on the panel, Fat Man, Monty, came up, Nikki. I love y'all, and take it easy. Have a great day. I'll catch you some other time.